Good evening, and welcome to the Sleep to Lore series. Tonight, we'll talk about Towers of Midnight, the 13th book in the Wheel of Time, where the final pieces are set before the last battle. If you'd like, subscribe or comment to support the channel. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Do you think it is better to know your future, or let it be a surprise? Comment below with your thoughts. Now, let us return to the Winds of Time. Prologue. Distinctions. The air in northern Saldea was dry, rasping against the throat, while the ground beneath Mandarb's hooves was a broken mosaic of earth and precipitated salt. Here, on the Proska Flats, nothing grew. It was a barren scar of a landscape, mirroring the internal desolation of the man who rode across it. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of a dead nation, rode toward his own end. To the north, the red rock formations were stained with the creeping dark lichen of the blight, a visual reminder of the cancer eating at the world. He rode east. This was the path his wife, Nynaeve, had forced upon him, a technical adherence to a promise made, yet a subversion of his intent. She had deposited him at the edge of the borderlands, but far from where he needed to be. Lan's thoughts were a mixture of grim determination and a painful, lingering warmth. Nynaeve had learned the Aes Sedai art of twisting truth too well. He rode to die, to fling his life against the shadow in one final gesture of defiance. That inevitable death did not frighten him. He had made peace with the grave long ago. But the knowledge that Nynaeve feared for him, that his death would wound her, that was a sharp and jagged pain in his chest. It is the cruel paradox of love in a time of war. It gives a man something to live for, just as he prepares to sacrifice everything. Solitude had been his companion for days, but the silence was broken by the crunch of gravel. Lan, ever the warder, did not startle. He simply slid an arrow from his quiver, his movements fluid, breathing in the scent of resin and goose feathers. The figure that approached was not a Trolloc, but a man leading a shaggy pack horse. He was Saldean by dress, but his eagerness betrayed something else. This was Bulen. 20 years ago, he had been a gangly messenger boy. Now he was a man grown, driven by a memory. He had heard the call. The golden crane was raised, or so the rumours said. Nynaeve had been busy. She had travelled ahead of Lan, sowing seeds of recruitment, awakening the dormant loyalty of the Malkieri diaspora. Bulen had come to serve his king. Lan tried to drive him away. He used the cold authority of a commander, the harshness of a man who refuses to let another die for his sake. He claimed the golden crane was not raised. He claimed he rode alone. But Bulen held up a thin strap of leather, a hadori, the headband of the Malkieri warrior. He had no father to give him the right to wear it, for the blight had taken his family. He asked Lan for that right. In that moment, Lan faced a choice between his death wish and his duty. To deny Bulen was to deny the very culture Lan represented. A man is his honour, and a king, even a king of ghosts, belongs to his people. Lan's resistance crumbled, not out of weakness, but out of a profound recognition of the younger man's spirit. He allowed Bulen to join him, though he insisted on anonymity. 1 became 2. The solitary suicide mission had begun to transform, against Lan's will, into a crusade. Elsewhere, in the shifting, ethereal landscape of dreams, Perrin Aybara swung a hammer. Sparks sprayed like incandescent insects, birthing light in the gloom. He was in a forge, a place of creation, yet the walls were made of leatherleaf wood, and a wolf lay in the corner. This was a blending of the wolf dream and his own subconscious, a dangerous bleeding of realities that signalled his fraying internal state. The wolf was Hopper, his guide, his tormentor, his brother. Perrin pounded the red-hot iron, seeking peace in the rhythm of creation. Clang, clang, but the metal would not obey. He was trying to forge something, to understand the parts of a whole, head, shaft, point, but every time he set the iron aside, it cooled into a misshapen, useless lump. This dream sequence serves as a potent metaphor for Perrin's identity crisis. He is a creator by nature, a blacksmith who builds, yet the pattern demands he be a destroyer, a general, a lord. He fears that in leading men, he is pounding them into misshapen things, ruining them just as he ruins the iron. He looked into the quenching barrel and saw not tools, but figurines. One was Aram, the tinker he had failed, his face twisted in an eternal scream. Another was a wolf. Perrin's guilt is a heavy cloak. He fears the wolf inside, the beast that takes over in battle. Yet Hopper urges him to run, to be free, to accept his nature. To a wolf, dwelling on the past is madness. To a man, it is conscience. Perrin tried to reject the wolf, but the dream shifted. He became a warrior, maiden, wielding the axe he thought he had thrown away. He fought Aiel, he fought Aram, and in the dream he became the wolf and tore out Aram's throat. It was a nightmare of self-recrimination. Perrin woke, gasping in his tent. The reality was hardly better. His camp was recovering from a bubble of evil that had turned the very ground against them. He lay beside Fael, his heart hammering, a man terrified that he is losing his humanity to the beast, unaware that it is his very capacity for guilt that proves he is still a man. Far away, in the decadent luxury of Natrin's barrow, the forsaken Graendal sipped wine from a goblet of blood suspended in crystal. She sat with Arangar, the reincarnated soul of Balthamel, placed in a woman's body. They spoke of the great lord and the Nibelese, Moradin. Graendal, ever the hedonist, feigned disinterest in the war, posing as a scholar in a dusty corner. But this was a mask. She was a creature of supreme control, addicted to the manipulation of others. She demonstrated her dominance by weaving the true power, the essence of the Dark One himself, to caress Arangar's cheek. It was a flex of status. Only the favoured could touch the true power, a force more addictive and destructive than the One Power. But their power play was interrupted by a perimeter alarm. A man had been captured. It was Ramshalan, a minor nobility from Arad Doman, claiming he had been sent by the Dragon Reborn to forge an alliance. Graendal, paranoid and brilliant, instantly saw the trap. Ramshalan was under a compulsion, but he was merely the bait. The fact that Rand al'Thor had found her here, in her remote fortress, sent a chill of genuine terror through her. She realised with dawning horror that the boy she had dismissed was gone. Lews Therin Telemon had returned, and he was no longer playing by the rules of the Age of Legends. Graendal's response was a masterclass in ruthless survivalism. She used a dove, mind-controlled via the true power, to scout the area. Through the bird's alien vision, she saw him. Rand al'Thor standing on a distant ridge. He held the access key to the Choden Cal. The sheer magnitude of the power he wielded was enough to crack the world. She realised she had been outmanoeuvred. Rand didn't want an alliance. He wanted to obliterate her. He was preparing to unleash balefire so strong it would burn her from the pattern itself. In a split second, Graendal made her choice. She shielded Arangar and Delana, binding them in place, leaving them as decoys to convince Rand he had succeeded. As she fled through a gateway, the world behind her turned white. The scream of the pattern being torn apart, a bale scream, shook her to her core. Natrin's barrow was gone. Hundreds of her thralls, her treasures, and her fellow chosen were erased from existence. Graendal lay in the dirt, alive but shaken. She had survived, but at a terrible cost. The Dragon Reborn had become something hard, cold, and infinitely dangerous. To the south, in the sweltering, rot-filled swamps on the border of Gildan, Galad Damodred led the Children of the Light. The environment was a physical manifestation of the corruption that had taken hold of his order. The air smelled of decay, the trees were draped in moss like rotting flesh, and the ground was a sludge that sucked at their boots. Galad, the man who always did what was right regardless of the cost, was being tested. His men were exhausted, their faith shaken by the revelations about their previous leader Valda. Galad stopped them, standing on a hillock, and delivered a speech that cut through the gloom. He spoke of the light not as a shield against hardship, but as a beacon that shines brightest when the night is darkest. He reframed their suffering as a test of their purity. It was a moment of true leadership. Galad is often viewed as rigid, a man of black and white, but here he showed he could inspire. He gave his men a reason to keep putting one foot in front of the other. They reached a river where the water flowed around skeletal trees and the bloated corpses of livestock and men. the refuse of a dying world. They crossed, Galad leading by example, wading through the muck. But as they emerged from the swamp, hoping for the open road to Andor, they found their path blocked. A legion of children waited for them, reinforced by Shan-Chan-supplied troops. At their head was Asunawa, the High Inquisitor, a man who represented the rot at the heart of the White Cloaks. He had outmaneuvered Galad, using the swamp to tire Galad's loyalists while his own forces waited, fresh and ready. The confrontation was tense. Asunawa demanded surrender, branding Galad a dark friend for killing Valda. Galad stood on the precipice of a bloodbath. He knew his men would fight for him. He also knew that thousands of Children of the Light, the only real army dedicated solely to fighting the Shadow, would die in a fratricidal war. Galad made the ultimate sacrifice for a man of his pride. He negotiated. He agreed to submit to Asunawa's judgment and imprisonment, provided his men were granted amnesty and reintegrated into the main army without punishment. He traded his freedom, and likely his life, to preserve the fighting strength of the children for the last battle. As he was dragged from his horse and beaten by the questioners, Galad maintained his dignity. He had done the right thing. It is a profound evolution for his character, understanding that righteousness is not just about personal purity, but about the welfare of those you lead. Deep in the Blight, a creature that was no longer human walked with a terrible purpose. Paddan Fain, or Mordeth, or something new entirely. He was an avatar of a third power, distinct from the light and the dark. He strolled through the high grass, feeling the storm above, a black tempest that he believed his own hatred had summoned. Fain's madness had clarified into a singularity. He no longer hunted Rand al'Thor, he simply moved toward him, viewing the meeting as an inevitable convergence of old friends. The dagger from Shadar Logoth, ruby-hilted and cursed, was now a part of him. He held it in a hand that bled, finding pleasure in the pain. Red blood, black rot. A pack of Trollocs and a Myrddraal, shadow spawn that would normally tear a man to shreds, stumbled upon him. They hesitated. Even the soulless creatures of the Dark One sensed a wrongness in Fain. He unleashed a mist, a tendril of Mashadar, the predatory fog of Shadar Logoth. It was not a battle. It was a consumption. The mist stripped the flesh from the Trollocs, boiling their skin, while Fain struck the fade. The Myrddraal did not die the slow death of its kind. It died instantly, its connection to the Dark One severed by the touch of this alien evil. Fain walked on, leaving the carnage behind. He is the wild card of the last battle, a chaotic element that hates the Dark One as much as he hates the dragon. His presence in the Blight suggests that the final conflict will not be a simple duality, but a chaotic storm where old hatreds fester and rise. Finally, the narrative shifts to the northernmost edge of civilization, Heath Tower in Kandor. Commander Malinarin Rai reviewed his supply reports, a mundane task set against the backdrop of the apocalypse. The wind howled, rattling the shutters, carrying the smell of the Blight. Malinarin was a man of the borderlands. His life was by the watch. He received a report that Rena Tower, a fortress deeper in the Blight, had signalled a distress flash, and then gone silent. No correction followed. The silence was louder than any war horn. Malinarin knew, with the instinct of a veteran, that the end had begun. He moved with calm precision, ordering the tower to prepare for a siege that he knew they could not win. The goal was not survival, but time. Time to warn the South. He ordered messengers to ride, and saw that the next name on the roster was Keemlin, his own son, a boy not yet 14. Fate, however, is rarely kind. Keemlin appeared, not ready to ride, but to explain that he had traded places with another boy, Tien, the last surviving son of a grieving mother. Keemlin had given away his chance to escape because he believed it was the honourable thing to do. He had unknowingly condemned himself to die in the tower. Malinarin looked at his son and saw not a foolish child, but a man grown. The tragedy of the Borderlands is that children must grow up too fast, or not at all. Malinarin called for his ancestral sword. The ceremony was impromptu, taking place on the wind-lashed roof of the tower as the clouds above churned with unnatural darkness. he asked the ritual questions. Why do you draw your sword? In defense of my honor, my family, or my homeland? How long do you fight? Until my last breath joins the northern winds. Malinarin gave the sword to his son 3 days before his 14th name day. It was a heartbreaking concession to reality. Keemlin would not live to see that name day, but he would die a man. The scene concludes with the arrival of the Horde. The clouds descended, revealing not just a storm, but Dragkar and an ocean of Trollocs. The invasion of the Borderlands had begun. Malinarin and his son stood side by side, veins of steel against the tide of shadow. This scene captures the essence of the Wheel of Time's martial spirit. The victory lies not in living, but in how one faces the inevitable dark. The prologue closes with the crash of armies, the silence of the fallen towers, and the indomitable spirit of those who hold the line, even when they know the line will break. This prologue, Distinctions, sets the stage for the final act. It draws lines in the sand. Lan accepts his crusade. Perrin accepts his guilt. Greendel accepts the new, lethal reality of the dragon. Galad accepts humiliation for the greater good. And Malinarin accepts death to buy the world a few more heartbeats of warning. The distinctions between man and beast, duty and desire, life and death, are blurring. The last battle is no longer coming. It is here. Chapter 1. Apples First. The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose above the misty peaks of Imfaral. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning. This wind, crisp and carrying the bite of high altitudes, swept across a world that was slowly dying. It over mountains and frost-touched grass, ignoring the boundaries of nations and the petty squabbles of men. It lingered over a landscape that felt suffocated, trapped beneath a shroud of omnipresent clouds that hung like a funeral perfection over the land. These clouds had strangled the sun for weeks, turning the grass wan and yellow, a visual testament to the deteriorating health of the world itself. The wind travelled southward and eastward, witnessing the stark machinery of war. It passed the killing fields of the Shonchan, where black marble towers stood as monuments to strength and conquest, and where the coastline was choked with the smoke of burning ships. The air here tasted of ash and blood. The prophecies were unfolding with brutal literalism. The Tower of Ravens broken, the fields of peace aflame. It was a time of chaos, where the very fabric of society seemed to be unravelling, and men shouted their fears of the end times rather than whispering them. Eventually, the wind lost its fury, drifting toward a place of profound significance, Dragon Mount. The great, broken peak stood silent, a jagged scar against the sky. Near its base, the wind ruffled the leaves of an apple orchard, where the struggle for survival was playing out on a microcosm. Here we find Alman Bunt, a man of the soil, standing amidst the ruins of his labour. There is a profound melancholy in Alman's situation. He represents the common person in this epic saga, not a king or a channeler, but a man trying to coax life from the earth. He looked over the orchard of his late sister, seeing 300 trees that had, overnight, shed their fruit. The apples were shriveled, the size of thumbs, lying in rotting heaps. It was a supernatural decay, a manifestation of the Dark One's touch on the pattern of existence. The hopelessness is palpable. Alman, a man who had weathered frosts and floods, found himself staring at an evil he could not fight with a plough or an axe. The village was starving, his own sons were boiling half-grown potatoes to survive, and the world seemed to be holding its breath before the executioner's stroke. It is in this moment of absolute despair that the narrative shifts from the mundane to the miraculous. Alman, resigned to the end, felt a warmth on his neck. The clouds, which had been a prison ceiling for so long, broke. A shaft of pure sunlight, described with the comforting warmth of fresh-baked bread, pierced the gloom. And then, the impossible happened. The scent of apple blossoms, the perfume of spring, cut through the smell of rot. The trees were blooming. The shriveled darkness on the ground vanished, absorbed by the earth, and the branches overhead erupted with white flowers that rapidly matured into fruit. It was a cycle of seasons compressed into heartbeats. This is the Fisher King archetype made manifest. The health of the land is tied directly to the health of the ruler. Walking down from the mountain came a stranger. He was a tall man with deep red hair, his left arm ending in a stump. His clothes were ragged, yet his presence was commanding. This was Rand al'Thor, but not the hardened, fragmented man we have seen recently. There was a stillness to him, a terrifying tranquility. He told the farmer he was not lost, for he finally understood the path before him. When Alman recognized him as the Dragon Reborn, the reaction was not terror, but a strange sense of peace. This is a crucial evolution in Rand's psychology. He has moved beyond the veins of gold revelation on Dragonmount. He has integrated his past life as Luce Therin. He is no longer fighting the pattern, he is weaving it. He told Alman to gather the apples, promising they would be safe from the Dark One's touch, because his presence would hold the shadow back for a time. As Rand walked away, the reality around him seemed to warp, light bending, the air shimmering. He was a singularity of Ta'veren power, correcting the wrongness in the world simply by existing. He left Alman with a bounty of red, perfect apples, a harvest of hope in a season of death. The farmer, revitalized, ran to gather the village. The physical healing of his hip mirrored the healing of the land. For the first time in a long time, the wind carried the scent of life. Chapter 2. Questions of Leadership. We shift our gaze now to the slog of the mundane world, where the magical restoration of orchards feels a world away. Thunder rumbled over the head of Perrin Ibarra, but it was a dry thunder, promising storm but delivering only humidity and tension. He was leading a massive, unwieldy column of refugees and soldiers through the mud of Ghealdan. If Rand's journey is one of spiritual ascension, Perrin's is one of grounding reality. The mud is a persistent character in this chapter. It clings, it slows, and it dirties everything. It represents the messy, complicated nature of leadership that Perrin so desperately tries to reject. He commanded a force that had swollen to tens of thousands, a mixture of Mayana winged guards, Ghealdanin soldiers, Aiel wise ones, and ragtag refugees. Perrin's internal struggle is symbolized by the blacksmith's puzzle he carries in his pocket. He fiddled with it, trying to separate the pieces, just as he tried to solve the problems of his camp. He is a man who understands metal and physics, things that are solid and true, but he is baffled by the fluid dynamics of people and politics. He accepted the service of mercenaries not because he wanted to, but because he couldn't turn away hungry mouths, even as he insisted he was not a lord. There is a psychological dissonance in Perrin. He denies his position, telling his wife Fael that he is no leader, that he proved his failure when the Shido took her. Yet Fael, with her sharp Saldean political acumen, pointed out the truth. The pattern itself was enforcing his leadership. Coopers were learning the sword, masons were picking up spears. People flocked to him not just for safety, but because he is a king in all but name, a Ta'veren pulling threads of destiny around him. Fael sees this clearly, arguing that his captivity of leadership is necessary. She realized that her own captivity by the Shido, traumatic as it was, might have been the crucible they both needed to harden them for the last battle. The logistics of the march were a nightmare. They were weeks behind schedule. Reports arrived that Master Gil and the supply wagons had turned toward Lugard due to the impassable roads, separating them further. To make matters worse, the corpse of the Prophet Masema had been found, killed by bandits. An anticlimactic end to a man who had caused so much suffering, leaving Perrin with a sense of hollow resolution. Perrin's reluctance is contrasted sharply with the perspective of Galad Damodred. Waking in a dark tent, battered and broken from his duel with Valda and subsequent torture by the questioners, Galad's mind was clear. Galad is often viewed as rigid, but here we see the strength of that rigidity. He did not fear pain or death, he only feared being wrong. He had been betrayed by the High Inquisitor Asunawa, but Galad held no anger for the soldiers who followed orders. He cleaned the blood from his face with his own spit, preparing to meet his executioners with dignity. It is a moment of supreme stoicism. He believes that it is not the uniform that makes the man, but how he holds himself. However, the execution did not come. Instead, Trom, Bornhold, and the other Lord's captain entered, throwing the severed head of Asanawa at Galad's feet. They had made their choice. They had seen Galad's honour and Asanawa's treachery, and they had turned. This is a pivotal moment for the Children of the Light. For years they had been antagonists, blinded by zealotry. Now, under Galad, there was a chance for redemption. Galad accepted the title of Lord Captain Commander not out of ambition, but duty. He immediately ordered a march toward Andor, away from the Shonchan, setting the White Cloaks on a collision course with destiny. Back with Perrin, the burden of leadership continued to press down. He rode with File, Berelain and the Aiel, navigate the delicate truce between the women and the volatile politics of his coalition. The chapter closes with a scout reporting something strange by the road, a sinister discovery that suggests the world is breaking down faster than they feared. Chapter 3. The Amellin's Anger. Egwene Alvear floated in the space between dreams. To a dreamwalker, this black void pinpricked with the lights of sleepers is a map of the world's subconscious. She avoided the dream of Gawain Trakand, her heart conflicted, and instead projected a summons to Nynaeve. It was a command from the Amellin's seat, carrying the weight of her office even in the dream world. But her own dreams were far more disturbing. She found herself in a vision where 13 black towers rose and fell, earthquakes shook the land, and a serpent masquerading as an eagle devoured its nestlings. This imagery is thick with prophetic warning. The serpent in the nest strongly implies Messana, one of the Forsaken, hiding within the White Tower, consuming it from within. The most terrifying vision, however, was of Rand. She saw him hiking up a hill to a crystal sphere held together by ropes. With a woodsman's axe, he chopped the ropes, causing the sphere to shatter. The symbolism was clear and horrifying to her. Rand intended to break the seals on the Dark One's prison. Egwene woke in her unfurnished room, a symbol of her ascetic dedication to the tower, to a knock. Sylviana, her new keeper and a former Red Sister who had once beaten her, brought news that shattered the morning's calm. The Dragon Reborn was in the White Tower. The perspective shifts to Suan Sanche, the former Amellin. There is a poignant bitterness mixed with pride in Suan. She walked the halls of power she once ruled, now relegated to a secondary role. She was the one who had found the dragon, who had schemed and sacrificed everything to guide him, yet she was not the one to receive him. Gareth Bryn, her warder and anchor, offered comfort, reminding her that Egwene's success was built on the foundation Suan had carved. The atmosphere in the tower was electric with fear. The Dragon Reborn, a man who could channel, walked into the heart of the female Aes Sedai power structure. He came unarmed, yet the air around him hummed with power. When Suan saw him, she realized the boy she once knew was gone. In his place was a man who looked like an Aes Sedai, ageless, weary, and holding the weight of centuries in his eyes. He moved with a calm that unnerved the sisters shielding him. They sensed that their shields were like tissue paper against a hurricane, held in place only by his permission. Rand entered the hall of the tower. He did not bluster or rage. He stood in the centre of the Amellin seat's power and spoke with a terrifying sanity. He admitted to Egwene that he had been broken and reforged. He spoke of his past life as Luz Therin, not as a voice in his head, but as a memory of his own soul. He had integrated the madman. Then he dropped the hammer blow. He announced his intention to break the remaining seals on the Dark One's prison. To the Aes Sedai, this was madness, risking the immediate release of the shadow. But Rand argued that one cannot patch a hole that is filled with rubble. The bore must be fully opened to be sealed correctly. He did not ask for permission. He informed them of his plan and asked for their assistance. The tension in the room was suffocating. Egwene, strong and defiant, refused to accept this. She stood as the Watcher of the Seals, her title now literal and vital. Rand, however, did not fight her. He simply bowed, his movements graceful despite his missing hand, and told her to meet him at the field of Merilor. As he left, the physical toll of his Tavern nature hit the room. Sitters slumped, gasping, feeling as though they had been crushed by a physical weight. They realized that he could have shattered their shields and the tower itself if he wished. Egwene, shaken but resolute, realized that she could not stop him with force. She needed allies. The battle lines were drawn not between light and shadow, but between two different philosophies of salvation. Chapter 4. The Pattern Groans. The decay of the world is not just a metaphor. It is a physical, creeping rot. Perrin stood at the edge of the Johanna Road, looking out over a rolling plain that had been infected. It looked like the Blight, plants covered in black spots, oozing decay. But it was here, deep in the south. The group investigated a village in the centre of this corruption. The horror lay in the anomaly. The village was made of strange, reed-like wood and giant leaves, materials that did not exist in this part of the world. It was a village from somewhere else, perhaps even someone else, transported and abandoned here as the pattern of reality frayed. The very fabric of space and time was groaning under the strain of the coming apocalypse. Bubbles of evil were no longer just attacks. They were rewrites of reality. Perrin ordered the village burned, and the Aes Sedai to scour the land with the One Power, a desperate attempt to cauterize the wound. That night, seeking understanding, Perrin entered the wolf dream, Teleran Riod. Here the storm that threatened the waking world was even more violent, a tempest of the mind. He was greeted by Hopper, the dead wolf who served as his guide and tormentor. The relationship between Perrin and the wolf is complex. Hopper invited him to hunt, to lose himself in the joy of the pack. This is Perrin's greatest fear. He viewed the wolf inside him as a demon to be caged, fearing that if he let go, he would lose his humanity entirely, becoming like the feral men he had seen before. He stubbornly clung to his identity as a blacksmith, visualizing his hammer and puzzles even in the dream world. Hopper, however, was impatient with human binaries. To the wolf there is no separation. Perrin is young bull. He is both man and wolf. Hopper tried to teach him that control is the problem, that he must accept his nature to master the dream. They began to run. The description of the wolf dream here is kinetic and vibrant. As Perrin gave in to the run, the landscape shifted. He moved with impossible speed, blurring through forests, soaring over trees. The sensory details are rich. The smell of sap, the wind in his fur, the absolute freedom from his earthly burdens. For a moment, the heavy, brooding Perrin was gone, replaced by a creature of pure instinct and joy. They hunted a great white stag. Perrin, as young bull, refused to just chase it. He wanted to dominate it. He anticipated its moves, cutting angles, using his intellect and his instinct together. He brought the stag down, tasting the phantom blood, the thrill of the kill coursing through him. It was a moment of supreme triumph and supreme horror. Hopper slammed into him, knocking him away from the kill. The lesson was over. Perrin was left panting on the ground, terrified by how much he loved the violence. He admitted to Hopper that this was what he feared, the seduction of the beast. Hopper, cryptic as always, told him that worry is not the same as fear. The lesson was harsh. To master the wolf dream, Perrin must skirt the edge of oblivion without falling in. We conclude with a return to Galad Damodred, whose path is converging dangerously with Perrin's. The White Cloaks were camped, and Galad was trying to navigate the new politics of his position. He knew he needed allies, even if it meant treating with Aes Sedai, a thought that disgusted his more zealous subordinates. Chald Bayar rode in with news of captured travellers. It was a caravan led by Basil Gill, the very wagons Perrin had been waiting for. Galad, intelligent and observant, saw through Gill's cover story immediately. He noted the farrier's tools, the camp furnace supplies. This was not a merchant train, it was a supply line for an army. The tension ratchets up as Bayar and Bornhald identify the prisoners. They are associated with the man the White Cloaks hate above all others. Bayar, eyes wide with the madness of a vendetta, delivered the news to Galad. He killed my father. He was speaking of Perrin Goldeneyes. The tragedy here is built on layers of misunderstanding. Perrin killed White Cloaks in self-defence long ago, but to Bornhold and Bayar, he is a shadow spawn, a murderer. Galad, a man of absolute justice, is now poised to strike at Perrin, a man of reluctant duty. Two forces of the light, both desperate to save the world, are being manipulated by fate into a fratricidal conflict, all while the pattern unravels and the Dark One laughs. The stage is set for a collision between the hammer and the blade. Chapter 5. Writings. The corridors of the White Tower are rarely places of simple transit. They are arteries of power, history, and currently, profound paranoia. We find Gawain Trakand moving with urgency through these halls, his boots thumping against the deep blue rugs and crimson tiles. He is not alone. Beside him walks Sleet, a warder whose very presence screams predatory competence. Sleet is a man of sharp angles and shadows, moving not like a hunter, but like the arrow itself, silent, inevitable. There is a psychological weight pressing down on the tower. A serial killer is loose, targeting Aes Sedai. The official narrative blames the Black Arger, claiming they are using gateways to strike. But as Gawain and Sleet approach the latest crime scene, a small reading room guarded by the resentful Captain Chibane, we begin to see the cracks in this theory. The victim, Kateri of the White Arger, was found alone. The scene is bloody, the rug stained, but the details don't align with the use of the one power. Here, we see the clash between the soldier's mind and the Aes Sedai's arrogance. The sisters assume the power is the weapon because, to them, it is the hammer that solves every nail. But Gawain and Sleet, men who deal in steel and stealth, notice what the magic wielders missed. Sleet picks the lock of the door with a terrifying ease, proving it was forced, not bypassed by a gateway. They find black silk fibres, evidence of a physical intruder, likely an assassin or a grey man, rather than a sister channeling weaves. This investigation highlights a critical flaw in the Aes Sedai worldview, a lack of physical self-preservation. They sit with their backs to doors, assuming their status protects them, but the shadow does not respect status. Gawain's interaction with Chibane is layered with his own insecurities. He is the first prince of the Sword of Andor, yet here he is treated as an interloper. He yearns to be Egwene's warder, to have a defined place in this new world order, but he is adrift. His desire to solve these murders is not just about justice. It is a desperate bid for validation, a way to prove to Egwene, and perhaps himself, that he is still relevant. He takes his findings to the Amelin seat. The dynamic between Gawain and Egwene is painful to witness. It is a collision of two people who love each other, but are operating on different planes of existence. Gawain wants the woman he loves. Egwene presents him with the Amelin seat. She creates a persona of serene authority, a mask necessary to survive the treacherous politics of the tower, but a mask that alienates the one man who wants to protect the person beneath. Egwene finally drops the facade, just for a moment, to reveal a terrifying truth. The killer isn't the Black Arger, it is Messana. One of the Forsaken is hiding within the tower itself. This revelation recontextualizes everything. The refusal to assign more warders, the secrecy. Egwene is playing a game of cat with a demigod from the Age of Legends. She reveals she is using herself as bait, refusing Gawain's protection at her door to lure Messana out. It is a tactical decision that makes perfect sense for a leader willing to sacrifice everything for victory, and absolutely no sense to a man who simply wants his beloved to survive. Gawain leaves, frustrated and fearful, forced to trust a plan that feels like suicide. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to the very shadow that threatens them. In a hidden, miserable cavern, the chosen known as Greendal waits. This scene serves as a stark reminder of the internal politics of the shadow. Greendal, usually a creature of opulence, is hiding in squalor to survive the Great Lord's wrath after the destruction of her fortress Natrin's Barrow. She is summoned by Moradin, the Naeblis, the champion of the dark. The interaction is a masterclass in deception. Greendal spins her failure, the death of Arangar and the loss of her stronghold, as a calculated move to psychologically torture Rand al'Thor. She argues that forcing the Dragon Reborn to kill innocents will break him. Moradin, viewing the world through the lens of cold logic and ancient memories of Luz Therin, actually buys it. He understands the crippling weight of guilt. However, Greendal does not escape unscathed. Moradin commands her to turn her sights on a new target, Perrin Ibarra. He hands her a dream spike, a terangrial of immense power, capable of manipulating the world of dreams and blocking gateways. This is a significant escalation. The shadow is no longer ignoring the wolf. They are moving to cut off his head. Chapter 6. Questioning Intentions. We move from the marble halls of Tar Valon to the canvas walls of a war camp. Here, we find Morghese Trakand, the former Queen of Andor, hiding in plain sight under the alias Maydin. She is serving tea to Perrin, Fael, and their council of allies. This chapter offers a fascinating study in the fluidity of power. Morghese, who once ruled one of the mightiest nations in the world, is now a servant. Yet her internal monologue reveals that she has lost none of her regal instincts. She observes the politics of the tent, the tension between the wise ones and the Aes Sedai, the competence of Fael, and the reluctance of Perrin, with the sharp eye of a veteran player of the game of houses. She critiques their decisions, notes the nuances of rank, and navigates the room with a stealth that she equates to her time as a captive of the Shido. Trauma has taught her silence, but it has not dulled her mind. Perrin Ibarra is struggling with the burden of leadership. He is a man at war with his own symbols. He orders the Wolfhead banner to be burned, a physical rejection of the lordly status the pattern is forcing upon him. He wants to be a blacksmith, a simple man, but the world demands a king. This is the central tragedy of Perrin's arc. The more he tries to reject power, the more it accumulates around him. He commands Queen Aleandra to swear fealty to Rand, trying to offload his authority, but in doing so, he issues commands like a general. He is a lord in denial, acting with the very authority he claims to despise. The wise ones, pragmatic as always, propose a solution to their logistical problems. They suggest linking with the Ashermen to create larger gateways to move their massive refugee train. It is a moment of cultural synthesis, the Aiel teaching the Wetlanders, that highlights how the looming last battle is forcing disparate groups to cooperate. But the emotional core of this chapter comes from a misunderstanding of the human heart. Perrin, trying to be helpful, clumsily attempts to force a marriage between Maegdin, Morghese, and Talonvor, the loyal guardsman who has loved her for years. Perrin sees two people pining and thinks he can hammer them together like two pieces of hot iron. He underestimates Morghese. The queen flares to life. She dresses him down with a ferocity that stuns the room, reminding him that he has no right to command hearts. It is a powerful moment of reclaiming agency. Morghese has been stripped of her crown, her name, and her freedom, but she refuses to be stripped of her choice in love. She asserts that she is a servant, not a slave, and certainly not a breeding animal. It serves as a necessary check on Perrin's growing power, a reminder that a leader must respect the autonomy of his followers. The scene ends with a jarring return to reality. The domestic squabble is interrupted by Sulin of the Maidens of the Spear. The White Cloaks have arrived. A massive army of the Children of the Light blocks their path, raising the stakes instantly. The philosophical conflict of the banner burning is replaced by the physical threat of zealots who view Perrin as a creature of the dark. Chapter 7. Lighter than a Feather. The narrative shifts to the desolate, wind-swept plains of the borderlands. Lan Mandragoran rides toward his death. This is not a suicide mission in the traditional sense. It is a fulfillment of destiny. He rides for the gap, to stand alone against the shadow if he must. However, the golden crane cannot fly alone, no matter how hard Lan tries to suppress it. He is joined by Bulen, a young Kandori, and then intercepted by three old friends, Malkieri veterans Ander, Nazar, and Rakim. The interaction here is deeply moving, rooted in the concept of G or honour, though the Borderlanders would not use the Aiel term. Lan tries to drive them away, commanding them to turn back. He refuses to be a king, because he has no kingdom to offer them, only a grave. But these men do not follow a kingdom, they follow the man. They invoke an ancient proverb: death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. This phrase, central to the philosophy of the Borderlands, encapsulates their existence. Dying is easy. Living with the shame of abandoning your uncrowned king is the burden they cannot bear. They ignore his orders with a disrespectful camaraderie that masks profound loyalty. Lan, the stone-faced warder, is forced to accept that he cannot outrun his legacy. One man becomes two become five. The army of the dead nation is reforming, one stubborn soldier at a time. We then cut to the source of the new threat facing Perrin, the White Cloak camp. We see Galad Damodred, now the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. Galad is a fascinating foil to Perrin. Where Perrin is instinct and reluctance, Galad is rigid moral certainty. He believes in doing what is right, no matter the cost. But Galad's perception is being poisoned. He is fed information by Jarrett Byar, a man whose hatred for Perrin Ibarra borders on madness. Byar spins a narrative of half-truths and delusions, painting Perrin not just as a criminal, but as a shadow spawn who leads Trollocs. He recounts the events in the Two Rivers and the death of Whitecloaks years ago, stripping away the context of self-defense and necessity. To Galad, who does not know the full story, the evidence is damning. A man running with wolves, commanding a legion of farmers, killing children of the light. Galad's sense of justice is triggered. He decides he cannot simply march past this abomination, he must confront it. This sets the stage for a tragic conflict between two men who are ostensibly on the same side, the side of the light, but are divided by ignorance and fanaticism. Back in Perrin's camp, the tension manifests in a simple breakfast. Perrin is eating a massive slab of ham, devouring meat with a voracious hunger that disturbs his wife, Fael. This is a subtle psychological nod to the wolf within. The wolf does not care for social niceties or balanced meals. The wolf wants sustenance. Perrin's acceptance of this primal hunger contrasts with his rejection of them. He accepts the physical changes, but fights the symbolic ones. Gaul, the Isle Stone Dog, brings news that confirms the worst. The Whitecloaks have captured their allies, Basil Gill and the others sent ahead. The trap is sprung. Perrin is now caught in a vice grip. He cannot move forward without dealing with the Whitecloaks, and he cannot retreat without abandoning his people. The pattern, it seems, is finished with subtleties. It has placed Galad and Perrin on a collision course. Perrin, who just wants to be rid of armies and banners, finds himself staring down the barrel of a war he didn't start. He realizes he cannot abandon Gil. The reluctance vanishes, replaced by the grim determination of the blacksmith who must pick up the hammer, not to shape metal, but to smash it. These 3 chapters weave a tapestry of identity and duty. Gawain seeks an identity separate from his lineage. Morgase fights to retain hers amidst servitude. Lan tries to outrun his kingly identity, but fails. And Perrin tries to deny his identity as a lord, only to be forced into the role by the necessities of survival. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and all are caught in the pattern of the approaching storm. Chapter 8. The Seven-Striped Lass. We begin our journey tonight in the heart of Caemlyn, amidst the press of humanity and the smell of ale. Matrim Corthan, the reluctant general and accidental nobleman, sits in a tavern called the Seven-Striped Lass. It is a moment of deceptive calm, the kind Robert Jordan often uses to lull us before the storm breaks. Matt finds comfort in the atmosphere, a balance of rowdiness and cleanliness that suggests a well-kept establishment. But even here, relaxed against the dark wood of the counter, Matt is haunted by obligation. He toys with a letter, sealed with blood-red wax. This physical object represents the psychological bind he finds himself in. It is from Verin Mathwin, the brown Arja Aes Sedai, and she has trapped him with an oath. He cannot open it until a specific time, yet he promised to obey its contents if he does. It is the classic Aes Sedai trap, using a man's own honour to bind him tighter than any chain could. Matt, a man who prizes his freedom above all else, who constantly claims he is no hero and no lord, is constantly defined by the commitments he refuses to break. He banters with Melly, the innkeeper. She is a woman of comforting appearance, and Matt's internal monologue reveals his habitual appreciation for women, a trait that remains even now that he is married to the Empress of the Shonchan, Tuon. There is a melancholy in his flirtation now. He smiles, he charms, but he pulls back. He is a married man. The conflict between his old life as a scoundrel and his new reality as the Prince of the Ravens is always playing out in his mind. He teases Melly about the letter, and she, sharp-witted and playful, threatens to open it for him. The tension here is palpable to Matt. If she opens it, his oath is triggered. He manages to retrieve the letter, his heart hammering, a reminder of how terrified he is of the Aes Sedai web. Leaving the tavern, we see the atmosphere of Caemlyn. The city is bursting at the seams, filled with refugees and soldiers. Matt, ever the pragmatist, is disguised. He wears a high collar and scrubby beard, hiding his face. He knows he is a target. He is Tavaren, a focal point of the pattern, and he knows that being Tavaren rarely brings anything but trouble. He moves through the night, hyper-aware of the dangers, specifically the Golem, a creature of the shadow created to kill channelers, but which has a specific vendetta against Matt. He moves to a rougher establishment, the Dead Man's Breath. Here the narrative shifts from the social dance of the previous tavern to the gritty underbelly of the city. Matt joins a dice game, seeking the mindless rhythm of chance to calm his nerves. But the pattern will not let him rest. He hears a conversation about a murder, a man named Jowdry, found with his throat torn out and drained of blood. The physiological reaction is immediate. The dice in Matt's head, that supernatural warning system that signals a turning point in destiny, stop rattling. They land hard. The sudden silence in his mind is more deafening than the noise. The golem is here. The creature that killed Nalisian, that terrorized Ebudar, has followed him. The realization sends Matt fleeing into the night. The transition from the mundane dicing to a life-or-death sprint is instantaneous. This is the horror element of the Wheel of Time. The shadow is not just in the blight, it is in the alleyways of the cities we think are safe. Matt rushes toward the city walls, his mind racing. He meets Tom Merrilin at an inn called the Two Apples. Tom is performing, his flute weaving a melody of sorrow. There is a beautiful tragic moment here where Tom, acting on pure warrior instinct, nearly puts a knife in Matt when Matt startles him. It highlights the PTSD they all carry. Even the Gleeman is a deadly viper when they discuss the threat. Matt refuses to be the prey any longer. He is terrified, yes, but Matt's courage is the kind that exists because of fear, not in the absence of it. He decides they must be vigilant. They return to the camp of the Band of the Red Hand, passing the Red Arms on guard. Upon returning, Matt is accosted by Teslin, the Aes Sedai he rescued. In a rare moment of vulnerability, she thanks him. She acknowledges that without him, she would still be a Damane. It is a touching moment of bridge building between Matt and the White Tower, usually two opposing forces. But the warmth is short-lived. Matt enters his tent, and the smell of copper and iron hits him. Blood. The dice may have stopped, but the toss has just begun. Chapter 9. Blood in the Air. The tension explodes immediately. Matt's instincts, honed by memories of ancient generals and his own survival, scream at him. He ducks. A weapon shears the air where his head was a fraction of a second before. He is in pitch darkness, trapped in a confined space with a predator that moves like liquid shadow. This fight scene is a masterclass in desperation. Matt scrambles for his Ashandare, his spear, and his fox-head medallion. The golem is arrogant, whispering to him in the dark. It tells him it has orders to kill his friends, Tom, Noel, even Tuon, unless it kills Matt now. This psychological warfare strikes at Matt's core. Threaten him, and he grumbles. Threaten his family, his friends, or his wife, and you awaken the deadliest man in the Westlands. Matt manages to wrap the medallion around his spear, creating a weapon that can burn the shadow spawn. They clash, the creature's supernatural strength against Matt's luck and skill. Teslin, hearing the commotion, intervenes. She cannot weave the one power directly on the golem. It is immune, but she uses the power to throw furniture, physical objects, at it. It is a chaotic, desperate brawl. The golem, realizing the camp is rousing, retreats, but not before casually slaughtering two of Matt's red arms, ripping their throats out as easily as snapping twigs. The aftermath is grim. Matt returns to his tent to find the true cost of this encounter. Lopin, his fussing, embroidery-obsessed manservant, is dead. Lopin was not a soldier, he was an innocent, a connection to the comforts of a normal life. Seeing him slaughtered breaks something in Matt. He feels the weight of command, the guilt of the survivor. He frantically searches for Olva, the orphan boy he has unofficially adopted. The panic Matt feels here is paternal. For all his claims of disliking children, his terror for Olva's safety is visceral. He finds the boy safe with Noel Charin, and the relief is overwhelming. We see a shift in Matrim Cawthon here. He sits with Tom and Noel, and the strategy changes. No longer will he run. He declares that they will hunt the Galam. It is a pivotal character moment. The fox is done running from the hounds. The fox has decided to turn and bite. Even in the midst of this tragedy, the absurd comedy of Matt's life intrudes. Jolene, another Aes Sedai, barges in demanding horses. She is oblivious to the grief, focused only on her own needs. Matt, exhausted and furious, agrees just to be rid of her. He then turns his attention to the political landscape. He needs artillery. He needs the Bellfounders to cast Eludra's dragons. He sits down to write a letter to Elaine Trakand, the Queen of Andor, but this is Matt, so he doesn't write a formal petition. He writes a scrawled, insulting, informal demand, signing it with his signet ring, but filling it with sarcasm. It is his way of dealing with the trauma, retreating into the persona of the irreverent gambler to mask the pain of losing his men. Chapter 10. After the Taint. The narrative shifts to the damp, miserable hills where Perrin Ibarra has made camp. The contrast is stark. While Matt deals with urban assassins, Perrin is fighting the land itself. The ground is rotting. The pattern is unravelling. The smell of decay is everywhere, a sensory reminder of the Dark One's touch on the world. Perrin walks the perimeter with Elias Mashera, the wolf brother who acts as his mentor and mirror. Perrin is struggling with the burden of leadership. He has sent friends away who have been captured by the White Cloaks. He feels responsible for every soul under his banner. He checks the guards, smelling their emotions, regret, frustration, and the lingering embarrassment regarding the rumours about him and Berylane. Perrin's sense of smell gives him a level of empathy that is almost crippling. He cannot ignore the feelings of his men because he physically inhales them. Then, a moment of profound metaphysical change occurs. Grady, one of the Ashermen, approaches Perrin. He and Neild have been working with the Isle Wise Ones, learning to link in circles to create larger gateways. This cooperation between the tower-trained men and the Aiel women is significant. It represents the unification of cultures necessary for the last battle. But Grady has more important news. He asks for leave to visit his family because, as he says, the taint is gone. This is a monumental revelation. For thousands of years, men who channeled were doomed to madness and death. The Asherman joined the Black Tower expecting to die, with expiration dates. Now, suddenly, the madness has stopped. The cleansing of Saidin by Rand al'Thor has reached them. Grady's realization that he might actually live to see his son grow up is heartbreakingly beautiful. It changes the psychology of the Black Tower completely. They are no longer the walking dead. They are men with a future. Perrin, ever the grounding force, grants the request, understanding the human need behind the soldier's duty. But peace is fleeting. A rider approaches under a flag of truce. It is the White Cloaks. Dane Bornhald, the man who believes Perrin killed his father. The tension is thick with history. Bornhald demands a meeting with the Lord Captain Commander, Galad Damodred. Perrin, showing his growth as a leader, agrees to the parley, but refuses to be cowed. He takes a small group, including the Asherman and Wise Ones, to meet Galad. The confrontation is a clash of worldviews. Galad, the man who always does what is right regardless of the cost, stands against Perrin, the man who does what is necessary to protect his pack. Galad's physical perfection and rigid morality contrast with Perrin's rugged, animalistic practicality. Galad admits he has Perrin's people, but refuses to negotiate. He challenges Perrin to battle. It is a test of honour. Galad believes Perrin is a dark friend and shadow spawn. Perrin refuses to slaughter the White Cloaks, even though he has the power to destroy them with his channelers. He turns his back on the challenge, walking away. It is a victory of restraint. Perrin understands that the White Cloaks are a nuisance, but they are not the enemy. The last battle is coming, and he will not waste lives on petty squabbles if he can avoid it. Chapter 11. An Unexpected Letter. We travel now to the royal palace of Caemlyn, entering the perspective of Elaine Trakand. The atmosphere here is stifling in a different way. It is the suffocation of politics and protocol. Elaine is pregnant with Rand's twins, and her moods are volatile. She is frustrated by her limitations, by the goat's milk she is forced to drink, and by the precarious nature of her rule. She is the queen, but she feels like she is balancing on a knife's edge. She discusses strategy with Dyelin and her warder Birgitta. The dialogue reveals Elaine's ambition and her political acumen. She is not content with just Andor. She plans to claim the Sun Throne of Cairhien as well. It is a bold, dangerous move. She argues that the world needs unity before the last battle, and she is right. She is trying to knit together the nations Rand has conquered into a stable empire that can survive his death. It shows that Elaine is thinking beyond the war to the peace that must follow. The dynamic between Elaine and Birgitta is delightful. Birgitta, the legendary hero spun out of the pattern, is forced to play the role of bodyguard and confidant, drinking tea instead of wine in solidarity with Elaine. They are sisters in spirit, bickering and supporting each other. Master Norrie, the palace clerk, enters with news. He has been spying on the Aes Sedai in the city. This shows Elaine's growth. She is no longer the naive accepted. She is a ruler who employs spies and distrusts the White Tower's envoys. They discover that the Aes Sedai are conspiring with her political rivals. It is a game of shadows, and Elaine is learning to play it well. But the highlight of the chapter comes when Norrie presents a letter from a mercenary captain that he found too peculiar to ignore. It is the letter we saw Mat write. The reading of this letter is a moment of pure catharsis. Amidst the dry political talk and the tension of the succession, Mat's voice cuts through like a chaotic thunderbolt. He addresses her as, "Your royal bloody pain in my back." He insults her, demands she stop acting high and mighty, and asks for Bellfounders. He mocks the very concept of royalty, while simultaneously treating her as an equal. Elaine's reaction is complex. She is insulted, yes. She is a queen, and his lack of decorum is breathtaking. But she also bursts into laughter. Tears come to her eyes. Why? Because in a world where everyone wants something from her, where everyone is plotting or bowing, Mat is just Mat. He is a connection to her past, to the days before she carried the weight of a kingdom. He is alive, he is here, and he is undeniably himself. Birgitte's reaction is equally telling. She is eager to reconnect with Mat, one of the few men she respects as a drinking companion and a soldier. The letter serves a dual purpose. It relieves the tension for the reader and the characters, but it also strategically places the Band of the Red Hand on Elaine's board. She immediately recognises the value of Mat's army. She is a ruler first and a friend second. She sees the band not just as old friends, but as a potent military force to help her secure her throne. We end this sequence with the pieces moving into place. Mat is hunting the shadow in the streets. Perrin is navigating the end of an era with the White Cloaks and the cleansing of the Source. And Elaine is consolidating power, ready to use Mat's chaotic brilliance to stabilise her rule. The three Tavarin, Rand, Mat and Perrin, and the women who stand with them, are all marching toward the precipice. The dice are tumbling, the wolf is waking, and the lion is roaring. The last battle awaits. Chapter 12. An empty ink bottle. The Stone of Tyr stands as a monument to immutability, a fortress built not merely to withstand the passage of time, but to ignore it entirely. Yet, high within its grey monolithic walls, the atmosphere is shifting. Min Farshall sits upon a window ledge, the stone beneath her offering a tangible solidity, while the air outside hangs heavy with the humid breath of the city. To the Tyrans, accustomed to the sweltering bite of the southern coast, the weather seems unusually chilly. But Min, a woman bred in the snowy winters of Andor, finds amusement in their discomfort. It is merely less hot than usual, the oppressive weight of the Dark One's touch on the weather easing ever so slightly. But the warmth Min basks in has no origin in the sun that breaks through the unnatural ring of clouds circling the horizon. It is a spiritual warmth, radiating through the bond she shares with Rand al'Thor. For days, the stone has been a vessel of tension. The Dragon Reborn has been missing, vanished into the ether, leaving behind a wake of panic and confusion. Nynaeve Almira, the former wisdom whose temper is as legendary as her healing, paces the room like a trapped storm. She is a force of nature in her own right, her braid-tugging frustration manifesting as a terrifying presence that sends servants and defenders alike scurrying for cover. To Nynaeve, Rand's absence is a dereliction of duty, a terrifying variable as Tarman Gaion, the last battle, looms like a thunderhead. Min, however, remains an island of tranquility. Through the weave of the pattern that connects her to Rand, she has felt his journey. She felt the agonizing crescendo of his pain, a despair so profound it eclipsed physical agony, the dark night of the soul that nearly consumed him. But then the storm broke. The anguish was replaced by this new, wraith, comforting as a winter hearth. She knows, with the certainty of her visions and her heart, that the man returning to them is not the man who left. The boy who was hardening into brittle iron has been forged into something else entirely. The tension in the room is interrupted by the arrival of Serene Nemdal, bringing news that shatters the quiet. Alana Mosvani is gone. Alana, the Green Sister who rashly bonded Rand against his will, has vanished from her chambers, leaving behind only an empty ink bottle and a few scant traces. This is a catastrophe of tactical proportions. The bond goes two ways. Just as Min can sense Rand, Alana can locate him. If she has been taken by the shadow, she becomes a living compass pointing straight to the Dragon Reborn. Cadsuane Malydrin, the legendary Aes Sedai, who has taken it upon herself to teach Rand the difference between stone and flesh, takes charge with her characteristic imperiousness. She inspects Alana's room, finding a discarded note sealed with red wax. The implications are grim. Alana did not leave idly. She was lured or coerced. Cadsuane's frustration mirrors Nynaeve's, though it is tempered by centuries of discipline. They are playing a game against the Dark One, where the pieces are living souls, and they have just lost a crucial pawn. Yet, as the Aes Sedai fret over logistics and potential traps, the world shifts. Cadsuane sips a cup of tea, Tremorking black, and pauses. For months, food has spoiled, and tea has tasted of mould and decay, the corruption of the Dark One seeping into the very sustenance of life. But this tea is perfect, sweet, complex, with a hint of bitterness. It is a sensory herald. The pattern itself is writing. Min gasps, her gaze snapping toward the north. The Maidens of the Spear, those lethal guardians who shadow her every move, vanish instantly, running toward the disturbance. The wait is over. The dragon has returned. Chapter 13. For what has been wrought. Min runs. She abandons dignity, abandons the slow decorum of the court, and sprints across the courtyards of the stone. She is not alone. A flood of Aiel pours around her, moving with the fluid grace of water over rock, outpacing her easily. The urgency is palpable, a kinetic release after days of stagnant worry. She bursts through the Dragon Wall gate, and there, amidst the chaos of startled defenders and grooms, stands Rand al'Thor. He is dressed simply, in a brown cloak that speaks of travel and humility, hiding fine clothes beneath. But it is not his attire that arrests Min's breath. It is his presence. The air around him seems to shimmer, not with the heat of the power, but with the sheer weight of his being. The bond floods her with light, so intense she almost feels the need to shade her eyes. When he looks at her, the change is undeniable. His eyes, once hard as grey gemstones and filled with the manic pressure of a man trying to hold up the sky, are now deep, ancient, and incredibly weary, yet filled with a peace she has not seen since the Two Rivers. The madness, the anger, the hardness that threatened to snap him, it is gone. He has integrated the memories of Luz Therin Telemon not as a curse, but as a part of his whole self. He is no longer two men fighting for one soul. He is simply Rand. Their reunion is a moment of profound intimacy amidst the spectacle. He embraces her, and for the first time in a long time, his smile reaches those ancient eyes. He admits he has been merely existing, but now he has returned to live. He acknowledges the Aiel, not with the arrogance of a conqueror, but with the humility of a man who understands obligation. He tells Ruark he has no obligation for leaving them. This admission, this willingness to bow before the customs of his people, diffuses the tension instantly. He is not the tyrant they feared he was becoming. He is the Karakan again. The transformation in Rand is further illuminated as he deals with the Aes Sedai. Nynaeve, ready to box his ears for his disappearance, is disarmed by his agreement. He admits he was an arrogant fool. He admits she was right. It is a psychological jujitsu that leaves the usually combative wisdom stunned. He is no longer fighting against guidance. He is simply above the petty squabbles of authority. He pardons Cadsuane for her manipulations, an act that stings her pride more than execution might have. He tells her that he is not a weapon to be forged, nor a sword to be hammered. He is something else. He has realized that to be the saviour, he cannot be steel. Steel is hard, but steel is brittle. He must be the wind, the water, forces that yield but cannot be broken. He moves through the gathered nobility with a terrifying calm. He lines up the High Lords and Ladies, staring into their souls. When he reaches Weiramon and Aniela, deep cover dark friends who have plotted in his shadow for months, he does not strike them down with balefire. He does not rage. He simply whispers that he can see them now. He dismisses them, telling them to run to their masters. It is a dismissal of their very significance. They are not threats to be destroyed, they are mistakes to be corrected. The shadow's subterfuge relies on his blindness, and he is blind no longer. But the crescendo of his return is not political, but personal. Tam al-Thor, the man who raised him, the man Rand nearly killed in a fit of paranoia and madness just days prior, stands on the steps. The Dragon Reborn, the breaker of nations, the man who commands the one power with enough force to crack the world, stops. He becomes a boy again. He climbs the steps trembling and embraces his father. He weeps. It is a cleansing rain after a long drought. In that embrace, the last vestiges of the monster Rand almost became are washed away. He introduces Min to Tam properly, bridging his past with his present, grounding himself in the love that he had tried so hard to discard in the name of duty. Chapter 14. A Vow. The scene shifts from the waking world to the dream. Egwene Alvear walks the rolling hills of Teleran Riod, the world of dreams. Here, reality is a suggestion, moulded by will and thought. The beauty of the meadow, with its lazy butterflies and cool air, belies the deadly nature of this realm. Egwene has learned the hard way that this is no playground. It is a battlefield, where a stray thought can result in death. She meets with the Aiel Wise Ones, Amis and Bear, in the reflection of the heart of the stone. The dynamics of power here are subtle. Egwene is the Amelin seat, the supreme leader of the Aes Sedai. Yet to these women, she is still a people who has done well. They speak of Rand's change, describing it in terms that chill Egwene. He has embraced death. To the Aiel, this is a state of ultimate warrior clarity, but to Egwene, who still sees Rand as the boy she grew up with, it sounds like madness. She reveals Rand's plan to break the remaining seals on the Dark One's prison. The Wise Ones are disturbed. It is a gamble of cosmic proportions, to risk releasing the Dark One fully in order to seal him away properly. Egwene then shifts to the Hall of the Tower within the dream to meet Nynaeve and Elaine. The geography of the dream reflects the reality of the waking world. The tower is whole again, but the window depicting the dragon's fang piercing the flame of Tar Valon remains, a scar of the Shan Chan attack, and a symbol of the balance between male and female power. The meeting with her friends is a delicate dance of psychology and politics. Egwene needs Nynaeve and Elaine, but she cannot have them as equals. The White Tower cannot function on friendship, it functions on hierarchy. Egwene manoeuvres Nynaeve, playing on her insecurities and her pride, guiding her to accept Egwene not just as a friend, but as mother. It is a painful transition. Nynaeve, who once thumped Egwene with a stick for misbehaving, must now bow and kiss her ring. It is a sacrifice of their old dynamic for the sake of the world's survival. Nynaeve, gritting her teeth, submits. She agrees to return to the tower to undergo the testing for the shawl, a dangerous ordeal she had previously skipped. She does this to validate Egwene's rule, proving that even the strongest among them follows the law. The reunion is shattered by the intrusion of the shadow. Egwene's wards trigger, and the world of dreams shifts from a conference room to a slaughterhouse. Black Arja sisters, using stolen terangrial, are prowling the Nightmare Tower. The battle is brief and brutal. Egwene, a master of the dream, reacts with the speed of thought. Talva, a black sister, is shielded and bound, but another, Alvearin, attacks with lethal force. Talva is incinerated by her own ally's weave, a grim reminder of the Dark Friend's ruthlessness. Alvearin escapes, but the message is clear. The White Tower is not safe, even in its dreams. The war for the soul of the Aes Sedai is far from over. Chapter 15. Use a Pebble. Back in the waking world, the city of Tyr is under assault, not by armies, but by the pattern itself. Nynaeve Almira walks the streets with Neef, a dedicated Asherman. They are investigating a bubble of evil, a phenomenon where the corruption of the Dark One bursts through into reality. The horror they find is silent and dusty. In a section of the city, the very cohesion of matter has failed. Stone, wood and flesh turn to fine grey powder at the slightest touch. Nynaeve, the healer who refuses to accept death, is confronted with her own impotence. She finds people frozen in time, statues of dust that disintegrate when the wind blows. There is nothing to heal here, no wounds to close, no sickness to purge. Just total, entropic annihilation. She and Naf use weaves of air to sweep the city block clean, incinerating the dust of homes and bodies in a column of fire to prevent disease or further horror. It is a grim task, a funeral pyre for a neighbourhood. But Nynaeve's spirit is not easily broken. She turns her frustration onto Naf. The Ashaman suffers from the madness that afflicts all men who channel, a dark, pulsing corruption on the brain, like a network of thorny vines. Nynaeve has grown in skill and perception. She decides she is done accepting the impossible. She delves into Naf's mind, not with the delicate touch of a surgeon, but with the stubborn determination of a wisdom who will not let a cold linger. She sees the madness as compulsion, as a foreign entity. She hooks the thorns of darkness with her weaves and pries them loose, one by one. It is a feat considered impossible since the age of legends. She heals the madness. Neth, who has lived in constant terror of shadows and hallucinations, weeps as clarity returns. It is a monumental moment in the lore. The taint is not an irreversible sentence. It can be cured. Rand finds her there amidst the clearing. He thanks her for caring for his people. Their conversation is at the earlier scenes. Rand, who has found his own peace, validates Nynaeve's fire. He tells her not to let the Aes Sedai change her, not to become a cold, emotionless statue. He tells her that her passion is her strength. It is permission for Nynaeve to be herself, given by the one man who understands the burden of expectation. Emboldened, Nynaeve tries to heal Rand. She delves him, expecting to find the same madness she saw in Naf. What she finds instead stops her cold. The darkness is there, vast and terrible, thousands of thorns driving into his mind. But protecting him is a brilliant white lacing of light. It coats the madness, shielding his mind from the corruption. It is the light itself, a manifestation of his role as the champion. The Creator has not abandoned him. The madness is there, but he is insulated from it by a power that transcends the one power. Nynaeve realizes this is beyond her. She cannot heal the Dragon Reborn, for his wounds are part of the pattern now. Meanwhile, in the White Tower, Egwene stands atop the highest spire, the weight of leadership settling on her shoulders. The brief respite of sunlight has vanished, replaced by the swarm of dark clouds. She consults with her loyal sitters, Seirin, Yukiri and Siain, regarding the hunt for Messana, the Forsaken hiding within the tower. They discuss the mechanics of the Oath Rod. The central pillar of Aes Sedai trust, the inability to speak a lie, is dissected with cold logic. Siain presents theories on how a Forsaken could bypass the oaths, a second Oath Rod, a proxy, or weaves that alter sound so that a lie is heard as truth. It is a terrifying realization. The bedrock of their society is permeable. Seirin's research paints a picture of Messana not as a god monster, but as a frustrated administrator. A woman of immense talent who was relegated to running schools and governance during the Age of Legends. A woman fueled by resentment and a desire to be at the forefront. Egwene sees a psychological opening. Messana is proud. She is trying to break the tower from within to prove her superiority. To catch her, Egwene realizes she cannot simply hunt. She must bait a trap. She must offer Messana a target she cannot resist. Egwene herself. The Amelin Seek prepares to turn the White Tower into a hunting ground, placing herself in the crosshairs to draw out the spider at the centre of the web. The stage is set. Rand has returned, whole and terrifyingly calm, ready to break the world to save it. Nynaeve has proven that even madness can be defeated. And Egwene Alvear, the Watcher of the Seals, prepares for a silent war against one of the most dangerous creatures in existence. The winds of the last battle are rising, and the time for hiding is past. Chapter 16, Shanahar. The evening light was dying, bleeding out across the sky in bruising shades of purple and grey as Fael Bashir moved through the camp. There is a specific weight to the air when an army rests, a mixture of exhaustion and vigilance that settles into the mud and the trampled grass. Perrin had dispatched their scouts through a gateway to Cairhien, leaving a gap in their numbers that felt strangely palpable. The tension in the camp was thick, anchored by Perrin's brooding. He was locked in a silent struggle with the White Cloaks, a dance of letters and stubborn pride. He sought parley. They demanded blood. Fael walked with purpose, though her mind was a tempest of its own. She knew Perrin was stalling, using Elias and the Aiel to hunt for a miraculous escape route for the captives. But deep down she knew, and she suspected he knew, that the simpler days of the two rivers, where a handful of captives could be spirited away in the night, were gone. The pattern now wove more complex, dangerous threads. Guilt was eating him alive, a slow erosion of the man she loved. She passed the Maynor encampment, the banners of the First snapping in the wind. The sight of Berelane's sigil tightened Fael's jaw. The rumours regarding Berelane and Perrin were a poison in the camp's veins, a toxicity that had flourished in Fael's absence. While she knew the truth of her husband's heart, the political reality was a precarious ledge. One misstep, one public display of weakness, and the fragile alliance holding this motley army together could shatter. Fael paused on the muddy path, a sudden, jarring realization halting her boots. She found herself wishing for her mother's counsel. The irony was sharp enough to cut. 2 years ago she had been Zareen, a girl running from the suffocating expectations of Saldea, fleeing the inevitable duty of her station to become a hunter for the Horn. She had run not because she hated the duty, but because she hated the lack of choice. And yet, here she was, employing every lesson Dara Bashir had ever drilled into her. The logistical assessment of the camp came naturally now. The need for leather, the scarcity of dry firewood, the sanitation required to keep disease at bay. She was managing a mobile city, a feat of administration that would have crushed a lesser woman, or indeed, the girl she had once been. She moved through the supply ring, a bustling village within the camp. Here, the raw humanity of their situation was on display. Refugees, dirty and tired, peeled potatoes. Children, too few and too solemn, gathered rinds. It was a chaotic symphony of order, a testament to human resilience. Fael realised, with a start, that the spoiled, self-centred child she had been was dead. Malden had killed her. The responsibilities of the Dragon Reborn's general had buried her. She arrived at the quartermaster's tent. Bavin Rockshaw, a Kaihainen with the deceptive appearance of a spindly man with a paunch, greeted her. He was an expert at logistics, which meant, by necessity, he was an expert at graft. Fael played the game. She sat, accepted tea, and reviewed ledgers she knew were cooked to perfection. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind. A leader who cannot spot the trickery is a leader who will be led. But Fael saw the trickery. She saw the uneven distribution of food to Torvin Rikshan's camp, likely bought with bribes. She saw the preferential tent repairs. However, she did not strike him down. Wisdom dictates that a competent thief is more useful than an incompetent honest man, provided the thief is frightened enough to keep his skimming within acceptable limits. She let Bavin know she saw everything, a subtle tightening of the noose around his neck, threatening him not with her own wrath, but with the legendary, bearish fury of her husband. It was a useful fiction, Perrin's terrible temper. It kept the men in line, allowing him to be the gentle giant, while the shadow of his potential violence did the heavy lifting. Leaving the supply ring, she noticed wild scallions rotting by the path, a sign of the Dark One's touch on the world. The land itself was dying. It was time to find Perrin. He stood on a hilltop, a solitary figure against the darkening north, seeking the solace of wolves that were too distant to answer. The burden of leadership sat on his shoulders like a physical yoke. When Fael approached, he spoke of his failures, of the capture of his friends, of the callous growing inside him. He feared the hammer as much as he had feared the axe. He feared that the necessity of being a lord was stripping away the blacksmith, leaving only a weapon. Fael countered him, not with platitudes but with the hard truth of ruling. To be a lord is to be a shield, and sometimes a shield must be hard. She saw the conflict in him, the desire to retreat to the simplicity of a forge, to a life where his biggest worry was the quality of a horseshoe. But the wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and the two rivers had changed. The innocence he mourned was already ash. She broke his brooding with a clap of her hands, summoning servants who laid out a feast on the hilltop. It was Shanahar, the the celebration of their first year of marriage, a Chaldean tradition honouring the fact that neither husband nor wife had fallen to the Trollocs. In the face of the last battle, in the shadow of the apocalypse, Fael insisted on this moment of normalcy. It was an act of defiance against the shadow. If the world was to end, they would face it having savoured the time they had. They ate ham and barley on silver platters under the open sky, a compromise between Chaldean luxury and Two Rivers' simplicity. As they ate, Perrin confessed the darkness he carried, the torture of the Shido, the mutilation of the captured warrior. He laid bare his soul, terrified that the beast within made him unworthy of her. He spoke of the wolf dream, of the killing of the White Cloaks long ago, of the feral rage that had consumed him when she was taken. Fael listened, her love an anchor in his storm. She did not recoil. She told him of her own trials in Malden, of the degradation, the fear, and the cold calculations she had made to survive. She spoke of her plans to betray the brotherless who had held her, stripping away her own secrets. In this exchange of trauma, they found a profound reconciliation. They were no longer just husband and wife. They were survivors of the same war, scarred in ways only the other could understand. Finally, they lay together under the blankets. Fael had decided to adapt to his ways for a night, to seek peace without the fiery arguments that usually characterized their passion. In the quiet of the hill, with the servants dismissed, the rift that had opened between them since Malden finally closed. They were whole again. Chapter 17. Partings and a Meeting. The morning sun found Matt Cawthon waking in the dirt beneath Eludra's supply wagon, a bed chosen by the roll of the dice and the necessity of avoiding his own tent. His body ached, a reminder of the golem attack, but the pain was secondary to the sheer relief that permeated the air. The Aes Sedai were leaving. He wandered through the waking camp, the memory of his dead servant Lopin casting a brief shadow over his mood. He encountered Julin Sandar, the Tyran thief-catcher, who was preparing to depart with Thera. It was a quiet farewell, a handshake between men who had survived the impossible together. Julin was heading to Tarvalon with the Aes Sedai, a path of safety for Thera, though the man seemed less than thrilled. At the picket lines the departure was in full swing. The Aes Sedai, led by Teslin and Jolene, were commandeering his best horses, a fact that made Matt wince, though he would never admit to caring. He found the two former Suldam, Bethamin and Seta, looking lost. Matt, in a moment of characteristic nobility masked as indifference, gave them their freedom. He urged them to go with the Aes Sedai, to learn to channel, and to eventually return to the Shonchan, not as slaves or masters, but as something new, a seed of change that might one day save their empire from itself. The women wept with gratitude, a reaction that sent Matt scurrying away before he could be accused of being a hero. He ran into Tom and discovered Leolwyn and Bael Domon were also leaving. Leolwyn, the stripped Shonchan noblewoman, offered him a grudging respect. She was a woman of iron, and Matt was glad to see her go, if only because she complicated his life. Domon, ever the survivor, thanked Matt for keeping his word. The farewell to the Aes Sedai was the highlight of Matt's morning. He handed Jolene a parting gift, a bag of sweet buns dusted with sprinklewort, a prank that would turn her mouth blue for a week. It was petty, it was childish, and it was absolutely necessary for Matt's peace of mind. It was a reclamation of his own identity, a signal that despite the General's memories filling his head and the weight of the world, he was still Matrin Cawthon of the Two Rivers. He sent Vannin with them, ostensibly as an escort, but in reality to spy on Tarvalon. Matt had plans to retrieve Moraine, a task that loomed like a thunderhead, but for now he had to secure his rear. Only Satalia Nan remained. The former innkeeper and, Matt suspected, former Aes Sedai, refused to go to the tower. Matt found her bossing around his soldiers in the cook tent. He struck a deal with her. She would stay and watch over Olva, protecting the boy from the dark things that hunted Matt, and in exchange, Matt would eventually see her to Ilion. It was a relief to have someone competent watching the boy, as the soldiers were teaching him habits that would make a dock worker blush. Matt finally went to shave and change, the itch of his beard and the grime of the road shedding away. He was preparing for the next roll of the dice. Meanwhile, in the sunrise of Camelin, Elaine Drakand walked the palace gardens. The flowers were wilting, the roses spotted with brown. The blight was touching even the heart of Andor. Bagheet, her warder and captain general, trailed her, a constant voice of paranoid caution. Elaine dismissed the dangers. Min's viewing had promised her babes would be born healthy, a prophecy Elaine used as a shield against all fear. Bagheet, pragmatic and centuries-wise, pointed out that a healthy baby did not preclude a maimed or brain-dead mother. Elaine met with Elise and Sumeko of the kin. The two women, once terrified of their own shadows, had grown spines of steel. They were planning to leave for Tar Valon, to either retire or try again for the shawl. Elaine, however, had a vision of statecraft that extended beyond tradition. She offered them a home in Camelin, under the protection of the crown, not as a secret society, but as a recognised guild of channelers. It was a negotiation of immense implication. Elaine proposed that the kin operate openly, subject to the Amelin, but supported by Andor. In exchange, they would provide healing to the populace, and, crucially, travelling for the crown. Elaine envisioned a nation where disease was curbed and armies could move instantly across the realm. It was a countermove to the Shonchan's militarised channelers. Elise, shrewd and tired of hiding, accepted, provided they received half the coin from the travelling fees. Standing in the garden, looking out over her city, Elaine felt the weight of the future. The Shonchan would come, the last battle would break the world, but she was building the infrastructure of a new age, securing weapons that were not weapons, and forging alliances that would outlast the break. She thought of the Black Tower on her lands, a dangerous, untapped resource. If she could harness the kin, perhaps she could balance the scales. Chapter 18. The Strength of This Place. Perrin Ibarra ran through the mists of his own mind, a prelude to the shift into Teleran Riod, the world of dreams. His physical body lay sleeping beside Fael, but his consciousness was hunting. He burst onto a hilltop in the dreamscape, the environment shifting around him, tents flickering in and out of existence, the camp of his army reflected in the mirror of the dream. He moved with the speed of thought, leaping leagues to spy on the White Cloak encampment. In the dream, he saw the truth of their numbers, the rigid order of their lines. The children of the light were disciplined, a hammer ready to fall. He searched the Lord Captain Commander's tent, memorizing a signet ring before it vanished, seeking any advantage in the coming conflict. But the dream was not just for spying, it was a classroom. Hopper, the dead wolf who lived on in the dream, found him. The communication between man and wolf was a struggle of concepts. Hopper did not teach with words, but with images and instincts. He brought Perrin to a reflection of Emond's Field, though it was the built-up, fortified version of the town, not the village Perrin remembered. Hopper was trying to teach Perrin a metaphysical lesson about identity and presence. To be in the wolf dream too strongly was death. It meant losing touch with the waking world, becoming a permanent resident of the dream, a ghost before one's time. But to be too weak was to be vulnerable. Hopper slammed into Perrin, physically knocking him back, forcing him to learn how to anchor his mind. The lesson was profound. The strength of this place is the strength of you. Perrin had to hold the image of himself, young Bull, the blacksmith, the husband, firmly in his mind. He had to be solid enough to resist the pliability of the dream, but fluid enough not to be trapped by it. It was a lesson in ego and will. Perrin practiced, visualizing the field of grain, the smell of the earth, fighting to maintain his selfhood against the wolf's mental assaults. He was learning to master the wolf, not by suppressing it, but by integrating it with the man. While running with Hopper, they encountered a barrier, a wall of translucent violet glass cutting across the roadway, stretching endlessly up and out. It was a wrongness, a scar in the dream. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, but it left a lingering sense of dread. Something was interfering with the dream, something vast and artificial. Far to the north, on the border of the Blight, Rodel Ituralde was living a nightmare. The great captain stood atop a fortified hill, the last line of defence before the city of Maradon. Below him, the world was a churn of mud and blood. The Trollocs were surging across the river, a tide of shadow driven by Myrddraal whips. Ituralde was a master of the impossible, but even he was breaking. He had turned the hill into a meat grinder, trench upon trench, but the shadow had numbers that defied comprehension. Then the sky darkened. It wasn't rain. It was corpses. The Trollocs were using trebuchets to hurl the bodies of their fallen brethren into Ituralde's camp. It was psychological terror, a rain of rot and disease meant to break the spirit of the defenders. But the shadow was cunning. As Ituralde shouted orders, rallying his exhausted men to burn the siege engines, the corpses began to unfurl wings. Drakkar, hidden among the dead, plummeted into the command centre. The crooning of the monsters, a sound that stole the soul and paralysed the will, cut through the screams of battle. Ituralde, screaming to drown out the hypnotic song, fought with a desperation born of pure survival instinct. He slew a Drakkar, his sword drinking dark blood, but his officers were falling. Rajabi, his steadfast second, went down. In the midst of the carnage, Ituralde's mind screamed one thought. Where is he? The Dragon Reborn had promised aid. He had promised that Ituralde would not be thrown away. But as the war drums beat louder and the Drakkar feasted, Ituralde felt the bitter taste of betrayal mixing with the blood in his mouth. Back in the relative safety of Perrin's camp, a different kind of battle was being waged. Fael, refreshed from her night on the hill, marched into the Maynard encampment. She was done with subtlety. The rumours of Berelain and Perrin had to end. She found Berelain in her pavilion, looking infuriatingly perfect in the diadem of mane. Fael cut through the pleasantries. She did not accuse Berelain of sleeping with Perrin. She knew Perrin was faithful. She accused Berelain of allowing, and perhaps encouraging, the rumours that stripped Perrin of his authority. A leader who cannot control his own household, who is seen as a lecher while his wife is a captive, is a leader men will not follow to their deaths. Fael laid her ultimatum on the table, a duel, a knife fight to the death. It was a bluff, but a bluff backed by the terrifying intensity of a Chaldean noblewoman. Fael knew the old laws. She had the right. Berelain, for all her political acumen, was shaken. She looked into Fael's eyes and saw a woman who had survived the Shido, a woman who had killed to survive. She saw madness, or perhaps a clarity she could not comprehend. Berelain folded. She realised she had pushed too far, and the cost of calling Fael's bluff was too high. To fight and kill Fael would destroy her own standing with Perrin forever. To die was, obviously, suboptimal. The first of Mayenne proposed a solution, a truce born of necessity. They would not fight. Instead, they would perform a play for the camp. They would be seen as friends, sisters in spirit. Berelain would publicly renounce the rumours, and, to seal the deal, she would find another man to occupy her attentions, proving her eye had wandered from Perrin Ibarra. Fael accepted. It was a victory of will. As she left the tent, the balance of power in the camp shifted subtly. Fael had reclaimed her territory, not with a sword, but with the sheer, unyielding force of her presence. The rumours would die, and Perrin would be whole again in the eyes of his men. The falcon had outmanoeuvred the hawk. Chapter 19. Talk of Dragons. The wheel of time turns, and we find ourselves amidst the sprawling, chaotic camps surrounding Caemlyn, where the winds of the last battle are beginning to stir the banners of mercenaries and lords alike. We begin with Matrim Cawthon, a man who consistently views himself through a lens of rustic simplicity, even as the pattern weaves him into the complex tapestry of nobility and command. Mat stands before a mirror in his tent, tugging on a sturdy brown coat. It is a garment of thick wool, unadorned save for brass buttons, bearing the scars of arrows that, by all rights of probability, should have ended his life. To Mat, this coat is a tether to the two rivers, a reminder of a life where the concerns were livestock and harvest, not the fate of nations. He admires it, convincing himself he is still just a gambler who got lucky, rather than the prince of the ravens he has become. There is a profound psychological dissonance in Mat Cawthon. He rubs a face recently shaven of a beard he loathed, mentally comparing his skin to Perrin's, wondering how the blacksmith stands the itching. He actively rejects the trappings of his station, refusing a manservant because he fears forgetting how to care for himself. yet he commands a legion. He grabs his ascendare, the black-hafted spear marked by ravens, and feels the weapon's anticipation. It is a grim reminder that Mat is a son of battles, a reservoir of ancestral military memories, even if he tries to walk with the slouch of a tavern patron. As he steps out into the camp, the reality of his leadership is undeniable. He has doubled the watch, his mind occupied by the threat of the Golem, that terrifying assassin of the shadow created to kill channelers, and the volatile proximity of so many rival military factions. The political landscape is treacherous. Lords are flocking to Queen Elaine now that her throne is secure, offering hollow retroactive support. Mat sees through them with the cynicism of a man who knows the dice are often loaded. He knows Elaine used travelling to secure her rule, a fact he gleaned from tavern gossip, the spy network of the common man. Then the corruption of innocence interrupts his brooding. Olver, the orphan boy Mat has inadvertently adopted, runs up, eager to join the adventure. Olver wears a red armband, mimicking the red arms of the band, a heartbreaking symbol of how war shapes the youth caught in its wake. Olver wants to help defeat the snakes and foxes, a quest to rescue Moraine that Mat desperately wants to keep quiet. Mat's interaction here is telling. He scolds Olver for swearing, oblivious to the fact that he is the source of the boy's vocabulary. It is a moment of levity, but also a poignant reminder of the collateral damage of their lives. Olver is becoming a soldier before he is even a man. Mat proceeds to gather his entourage. He finds Tom Merrilin and Telmarnis. The transformation of Tom is startling. Gone is the patch-cloaked gleeman. In his place stands a courtier in wine-red velvet and gold lace. Tom understands the theatre of politics better than anyone. To treat with a queen, one must look the part. Telmarnis, ever the stoic foil to Mat's flamboyance, is equally resplendent. Mat, in his brown wool, feels a sudden, rare pang of sartorial inadequacy. He defends his coat as good for a farmer, but Telmarnis and Tom pierce his denial. They remind him that marriage to the Empress of the Shonchan makes him nobility, regardless of his protests. Mat's refusal to accept the title Prince is not just stubbornness, it is a desperate cling to his identity as a free man, terrified that acknowledging his status will bind him to the Shonchan court's rigid hierarchy. The procession into Camelin is a study in contrasts. The band of the Red Hand is disciplined and lethal, yet their leader slouches in an old coat. They are cheered by the populace, a fame Mat resents. They arrive at the royal palace, which Mat notes looks more like a bunker than the Sun Palace in Cairhien, a fortress built for endurance. They are met not by a steward, but by Charles Gaibon, second in command of Andor's armies. Gaibon treats Mat with a reverence that unsettles him, reciting the rumours that have turned Matrim Cawthon into a demigod. The man who hung from a tree for 9 days. The man who diced with death. The man who killed a Forsaken. Mat denies them, terrified of his own legend. The rumours are distorted reflections of the truth, magnified by the collective anxiety of a world on the brink of apocalypse. When Gaibon mentions the rumour of Mat demanding answers from the Eelfin, Mat chills. The truth is far stranger than the stories. The audience with Elaine Trakand is the centrepiece of this chapter. It is a collision of past and present. Mat enters, expecting the haughty heir. He finds a pregnant queen. The dynamic is shifted. Elaine is radiant, carrying Rand's twins, though the paternity is a hushed secret. There is warmth here, a reunion of 2 rivers folk and their allies. Birgitte is present, grounding the scene with her warrior's practicality. However, the nostalgia is cut short by business. Mat reveals the purpose of his visit, Aludra's dragons. He unfolds the plans for the cannons, weapons that utilise chemistry and metallurgy to render stone walls obsolete. This is a pivotal moment in the history of this world. It is the transition from the medieval era to the industrial age of warfare, sparked by the necessity of the last battle. Mat explains the tactical advantage. Artillery that can decimate Trolloc hordes from a mile away. Elaine, shrewd and educated, instantly grasps the implication. She is not just looking at a weapon for the last battle, she is looking at the future of geopolitical power. She agrees, but the negotiation turns into a chess match. She wants the dragons for Andor, Mat wants them for the band. They haggle over production, ownership, and the band's autonomy. Matt refuses a commission in the Andorran army. He must remain free to move where the dice, or the Dragon Reborn, take him. To seal the deal and ensure immediate production, Matt plays his trump card, the Foxhead Medallion. He offers it to Elaine for 3 days of study. It is a masterstroke of bribery. To an Aes Sedai, or one trained by them, the medallion is an irresistible enigma, a negation of their power that they desperately wish to understand. Elaine's hunger for knowledge outweighs her caution. She agrees. Matt secures the dragons, retains the band's independence, and even negotiates for a new coat. It is a victory of street smarts over royal protocol. As they leave, Tom reveals that Elaine has also offered him the position of court bard and a blanket pardon, a sign that the Queen is gathering every asset, every thread of loyalty, before the dark gathers. Chapter 20. A Choice. We descend now into the depths of the White Tower, leaving the politics of nations for the politics of the soul. Nynaeve Almira is being led to her testing for the shawl. This is a rite of passage every Aes Sedai must endure, but for Nynaeve, it is a trial by fire that will define the fundamental difference between who she is and what the White Tower wants her to be. The atmosphere is oppressive. Razil, the mistress of novices, instructs Nynaeve on the ritual, but Nynaeve remains defiant. She refuses to move her great serpent ring to the finger of an accepted. In her mind, and in the eyes of the Amelin seat, she is already Aes Sedai. She will not regress. This stubbornness is Nynaeve's greatest flaw and her greatest strength. She refuses to bend to reality when she believes reality is wrong. The testing chamber is dominated by a massive terangrial, a shifting, shimmering oval that demands a price of admission. The test is brutal in its simplicity and terrifying in its execution. Nynaeve must enter the terangrial, navigate 100 different scenarios woven from her own memories and fears, and perform a specific weave in each, all while maintaining absolute detached calm. Remember what must be remembered, the sitters chant. It is a mantra of indoctrination. The Tower prizes serenity above all. They want a tool that functions without the friction of emotion. Nynaeve steps through the oval and is stripped of her identity. In the first simulation, she is naked, vulnerable, yet she must perform. The scenarios begin simply but escalate into nightmares. She faces Trollocs, natural disasters, and the suffering of innocence. The terangrial, possibly influenced by the sheer strength of Nynaeve's will or her experience in Teleran Riod, begins to generate scenarios that are specifically designed to break her heart. The core conflict of the Wheel of Time's magic system is laid bare here. The Aes Sedai teach that to channel, one must surrender to the flow. To be Aes Sedai is to be apart, to observe the world with cool detachment. But Nynaeve fuels her power with passion, with anger, with a desperate need to heal and protect. The test demands she ignore the screams of dying children to complete a geometric weave. It demands she walk at a steady pace, while monsters devour her friends. It is a torture designed to change for discipline. Nynaeve fails to be the Aes Sedai they want, but she succeeds in being the hero the world needs. She runs when she should walk. She fights when she should ignore. In a harrowing vision of the two rivers, she sees Perrin Ibarra fighting a losing battle against Lovecraftian horrors. The test forbids her to channel until she reaches a specific marker. Nynaeve, defying the artificial constraints of the test, forces her way through the resistance and rains fire upon the Shadowspawn. She chooses her friends over the rules. The trauma mounts. She is whipped, bitten by insects, burned and exhausted. Her braid is severed, a symbolic castration of her identity as a wisdom. In the final 100th weave, the terangrial, or perhaps Egwene, who is participating in the weaving, conjures the ultimate nightmare, the fall of Malkia. She sees Lan Mandragoran, her husband, the uncrowned king, fighting a hopeless battle against a pack of darkhounds. This is the breaking point. The test demands she finish the weave and leave. But Nynaeve Almira will not leave Lan to die, not even in a dream. She unleashes balefire. The use of balefire is the ultimate taboo, a weave that burns threads from the pattern itself. By using it, she risks unravelling reality. But in that moment, the safety of the world means nothing if Lan is not in it. She destroys the Darkhounds, shattering the simulation's logic, and drags the wounded Lan to safety. She collapses out of the ter'angreal, battered, naked and traumatized, the memories of 100 failures crashing back into her mind. The room is in an uproar. The traditionalists, led by the Red Arger, claim she failed. She lacked decorum. She used a forbidden weave. She showed emotion. They look at a woman who would burn the pattern to save a life and see only a lack of discipline. Nynaeve's defense is a manifesto for a new age. She argues that a serenity that ignores suffering is not strength, it is cowardice. If being Aes Sedai means standing by while people die for the sake of a rule, she wants no part of it. It is a pivotal moment of deconstruction. The White Tower has spent 3,000 years preserving civilization by detaching from it. Nynaeve represents the re-engagement, the Aes Sedai who fights with mud on her hem and tears in her eyes. Egwene Alvear, the Amelin seat, navigates the politics carefully. She points out that Nynaeve's ability to break the test proves her strength. The vote is called. It is agonizingly close. Finally, Saerin of the Brown Arger casts the deciding vote. Nynaeve passes, narrowly. The sitters are terrified of her, but they cannot deny her. But Nynaeve is not done. She has one loose end to tie, one that matters more than the shawl. She hunts down Myrelle, the green sister who has held Lan's bond to keep him alive. Nynaeve is exhausted, her skin raw, her mind flayed, but she is terrifying. She demands the bond. She threatens Myrelle with the full weight of her new status and her unyielding will. Myrelle yields. The transfer is made. Nynaeve feels the golden crane in her mind, alive, bonded to her. She has passed the test, but more importantly, she has reclaimed her husband. She is Aes Sedai, but on her own terms. Chapter 21. An Open Gate. We shift our gaze to the Wolf Dream, or rather, the waking world that feels increasingly like it. Perrin Ibarra sits in his command pavilion, a man crushed under the weight of leadership. The theme of reluctantly accepting power ties Perrin and Mat together, though Perrin bears it with a heavy, brooding solemnity, rather than Mat's avoidance. Perrin is trying to manage a coalition of refugees, Aiel Wise Ones, chaotic Ashaman, and captured Aes Sedai. He listens to reports from Seonid, a green sister bonded to the Aiel. The news is grim. The world is fracturing. Kaihien is unstable. Tyr is rallying for war, and the Shonchan are cementing their hold. The scope of the last battle is becoming clear. It is not just a fight against the Dark One, but a geopolitical nightmare. The conversation turns to the past, and specifically to the Forsaken. Mention is made of Ravin, the Forsaken who enslaved Queen Morghese under the alias Lord Gabriel. To most in the tent, this is history. But for the servant woman pouring tea, Maidin, it is a physical blow. Maidin is, of course, Queen Morghese herself, living in hiding, stripped of her crown and her confidence. Hearing the confirmation that Gabriel was forsaken, that her mind was violated by the one power, shatters her composure. She drops the tray, the porcelain shattering like her facade. This moment creates a ripple of tension. Perrin, utilising his enhanced wolf senses, sharp spikes of emotion, fear, shame, shock. He doesn't expose her, but the puzzle of Maidin deepens. It serves as a reminder of the unseen scars carried by those who have touched the shadow. Morghese wasn't just defeated, she was puppets by a monster, made to destroy her own kingdom. The revelation that it was magic, not her own failing, is a double-edged sword. It absolves her of guilt, but confirms her total helplessness. After the meeting, Perrin deals with his spy master, Bulwer. Bulwer is a fascinating character, a dry, dusty little man who wields information like a dagger. He presents Perrin with sketches being circulated by the underworld, drawings of Perrin and Mat, with high bounties on their heads. The Shadow is hunting the Ta'veren. Bulwer also reveals the growing alliance between the Whitecloaks and the Shonchan, a terrifying prospect. The Whitecloak hate channelers, the Shonchan enslave them. It is a natural, if horrific, convergence of ideologies. Perrin's leadership style is highlighted here. He values Bulwer not for his status but for his competence. He offers to pay Bulwer more, but Bulwer refuses, citing the joy of the craft. It is a moment of mutual respect between two professionals. Perrin is learning that a lord doesn't just swing a hammer, he builds a structure where men like Bulwer can function. The narrative then shears away, travelling thousands of miles to the north, to the border of the Blight. We find the great captain, Roddle Ituralde, in the midst of a living hell. If Nynaeve's test was a psychological nightmare, Ituralde's reality is a physical one. He is defending Maradon against a tide of shadow spawn that defies comprehension. The writing here shifts to a visceral, kinetic style. Ituralde is a master tactician, staring death in the face as a fade approaches, its eyeless gaze freezing his blood. He grabs a broken pike, preparing to die with a weapon in his hand. And then, the heavens break. Not with angels, but with cavalry. A Saldean force smashes into the Trolloc flank. It is a reprieve, a gasp of air for a drowning man. Yoli, a Saldean officer, rescues the fallen general. They retreat into the city of Maradon. But the victory is hollow. They are trapped. The gates close, but the ocean of shadow spawn remains outside, rising against the walls. Ituralde knows this is not a victory. It is merely a delay of the inevitable execution. We return to the quiet, melancholy aftermath of the revelation in Perrin's camp. Morghese has fled to the solitude of the woods, sitting by a pool, trying to wash the stain of Ravin from her soul. She is joined by Talanvor, the guardsman who has loved her through her fall from grace. This conversation is a heartbreaking exploration of trauma and the complexity of consent under compulsion. Morghese confesses the darkness in her heart. She admits that under Ravin's spell she loved him. The compulsion twisted her desires so thoroughly that she can no longer distinguish between her own heart and the weaves of the Forsaken. She feels she betrayed herself. She pushes Talanvor away, feeling unworthy, feeling that her capacity for love has been burnt out by the violation. Talanvor, however, represents unconditional devotion. He is bitter, yes, bitter that she still obsesses over the monster who destroyed her, but he does not leave. He is the counterpoint to the compulsion. Ravin took, Talanvor gives. He offers to leave for Tyr to fight in the last battle, but admits his heart remains with her. It is a quiet tragedy amidst the noise of war. Morghese is a queen without a crown, a woman trying to rebuild her sense of self from the shards left by a Forsaken. She warns Talanvor that she is dangerous, that the love she felt for Gabriel was a braid of desire and hatred that she still cannot untangle. The chapter closes on this sombre note. We have seen the high politics of Caemlyn, the magical trauma of the White Tower, and the bloody desperation of the Borderlands. But here, by a quiet pool, the stakes are just as high. The battle for one woman's soul and the struggle to find dignity after total violation. The dragon's peace may save the world, but it is the resilience of people like Morghese, Nynaeve, and Ituralde that will make it worth saving. Thus the pattern weaves. The pieces are moving into place. The cannons are forged, the Aes Sedai are tested, and the armies are trapped. The last battle approaches, and the shadow is already at the door. Chapter 22. The End of a Legend. The White Tower, that great monolith of Aes Sedai power, stood differently in the night than it did in the day. Under the cover of darkness, Gawain Trakand found that the wounds of the structure were hidden. The daylight was cruel to the tower, revealing the mismatched tiles and the hasty repairs, scars of the civil war that had nearly torn the sisterhood apart. But the night was a bandage. It smoothed over the cracks, turning the magnificent structure into a simple silhouette against the clouds. In the dark, one could not distinguish between the white tarja and the black. The philosophies and the politics melted into a singular, imposing shadow. Gawain walked the grounds, a prince without a crown, a soldier with an army that was no longer his. He wore the red and gold of Andor, yet he felt untethered. His feet, almost of their own accord, sought the path toward the eastern entrance, the way that would lead him up to the Amerlin's chambers, to Egwene. He had to force himself to turn away. He had spent a week guarding her door like a faithful hound, but she had sent him away. His quarters in the barracks felt like a cage, so he wandered the summer night, which had turned strangely cold, shivering as he watched feral cats hunt in the grass. They were like the thoughts in his own head, prowling, unsure, looking for a weakness. The atmosphere in the tower was one of held breath. The murders of Aes Sedai had stopped for the moment, but the silence was heavy with the threat of their return. Gawain sought distraction and found it in a servant's entrance, where he stumbled upon a group of younglings, men he had once commanded, dicing with tower guards. The encounter was a stark mirror of his own displaced existence. These young men, led by Salark, confessed a painful truth. They no longer wished to be warders. They had tasted war, and the romantic ideal of bonding to a sister, of living a life set apart from other men, had lost its lustre. They felt the weight of the change that had come upon the world. Gawain, acting the commander one last time, promised to speak to Captain Chubane to integrate them into the Tower Guard, offering them a path of honour that did not require the bond. It was a kindness he could not seem to grant himself. Seeking wisdom, or perhaps just a kindred spirit who understood the burden of loving a powerful woman, Gawain went to Gareth Bryn. The old general was awake, of course. Men like Bryn did not sleep when the world was crumbling. They planned. His room was a testament to the coming storm. Maps plastered every wall, marked with red chalk, detailing fortifications, supply dumps, and the terrifying inevitability of the last battle. The Dragon Reborn was going to break the seals. The Dark One would touch the world. Standing there, smelling the musty paper and candle wax, Gawain felt his own personal grievances shrink against the scale of the apocalypse. Yet he still asked for advice. He complained that Egwene refused his protection. Brine, in his typically stoic and unyielding manner, offered a reflection that cut deep. He compared Gawain to his brother, Galad. Where Galad was deliberate, acting only after moral calculation, Gawain was instinctual, driven by passion and emotion. It was a strength, but also a flaw. Brine told him that a man cannot be defined solely by his devotion to a woman. He challenged Gawain to figure out who he would be if Egwene were not part of the equation. It was a profound psychological challenge, to find an identity independent of his lineage or his love. Before Gawain could fully digest this, Suan Sanche bustled in, mothering the grizzled general and scolding Gawain, breaking the heavy tension with domestic reality. Gawain left, his mind churning, intending to sleep, but the pull of Egwene was a gravity he could not escape. He found himself near her quarters, checking on the guards, unable to let go. And there, in the silence of the corridor, the predator found its prey. It wasn't a man he saw, but a disturbance in the shadows, a patch of darkness that the eyes slid off of, like water off a duck's back. It was a blood knife, one of the Shonchan assassins, though Gawain did not know the name yet. The encounter was a blur of violence, a knife thrown with supernatural speed, a chase through the stone halls, a clash of steel where the opponent seemed to move faster than humanly possible. Gawain's instincts, the very thing Brine had critiqued, saved his life. He parried blows that should have killed him, realizing that this assassin was disorienting, wrapped in a glamour of shadows. Fearing for Egwene, Gawain abandoned the chase and burst into her room, expecting to find her under attack. Instead, he triggered a ward. Violent, blinding light exploded, and he was hoisted into the air by invisible flows of air, left hanging from the ceiling like a captured fly. Egwene emerged, fully dressed and unharmed. She was not grateful. She was furious. The trap had been set for a Forsaken, for Masana, and Gawain's clumsy, well-intentioned interference had likely warned the true target away. Meanwhile, miles away in the sprawling, chaotic growth of Low Camelin, Matrim Cawthon sat in a tavern, wishing the fire was less hot and his fame less potent. He was disguised, face wrapped in a scarf, listening to rumours of the Prince of Ravens. The mythology of Matrim Cawthon was growing beyond his control. Tales of a man who diced with death, who awoke the dead, who was perhaps the Dark One himself. It is a heavy thing to become a legend while you are still trying to live your life. He met with Tom Merrilin and Noel Charin. The atmosphere was grim, a council of war held in a rundown inn. They were preparing to do the impossible, breach the Tower of Genjay to rescue Moiraine Damodred. They laid out their arsenal, items that felt more like folklore than weapons. Fire to blind the creatures of the night, fireworks from Aludra. Music to dazzle them, Tom's instruments, and iron to bind them, weapons of pure metal devoid of steel. There is a deep, primal resonance in these preparations. They were stepping out of the world of channeling and politics, and into a world of old magic, of the Aelfin and Eelfin, creatures that operated on rules of treaties and pacts. Matt knew the stakes. He had the memories of men who had gone before, and he knew that the snakes and foxes wanted more than just games. They wanted the travellers themselves. But Matt, ever the gambler, was betting on the one thing he had in abundance: luck. He left his friends to their preparations and walked the rain-slicked streets, a solitary figure in the night. The city was dangerous, but Matt was more so. In a dark alley, he stumbled upon a robbery in progress. It was a mundane evil compared to the Tower of Genji, and Matt dispatched the thugs with the brutal efficiency of his quarterstaff. But the twist of the knife came when the victim, a man with buck teeth whom Matt had just saved, tried to kill him. Matt reacted on pure reflex, ending the man with knives to the eyes. Searching the body, he found a portrait of himself. The shadow was hunting him. The paranoia of being a Tavarine, of being a focal point of the pattern, was not unfounded. There were no safe shadows for the son of battles. Inside the royal palace of Camelin, the mood was deceptively calm. Birgitte Silverbow, warder to the queen, leaned against a marble pillar, bored out of her mind by a play. The performance was a tragedy about a princess, and Birgitte, who had lived 1,000 tragic lives, found the imitation pale compared to reality. Her internal monologue was a melancholic reflection on the nature of the wheel. She remembered being a soldier, a peasant, a general. She remembered Gaidal Kane. The pain of her current existence was unique. She was ripped from the pattern with her memories intact, forced to mourn a lover who was currently a child somewhere, unreachable. A disturbance at the gates broke her reverie. It was Matt, caught trying to sneak in. Birgitte, needing an escape from the stifling court atmosphere, took charge of him, and the two old souls went for a drink. In the booth of a crowded tavern, amidst the smell of wet wool and ale, they spoke of the Tower of Genji. Here Birgitte dropped the mask of the simple soldier. She revealed a past life, that of Jathari Moondancer. She had entered the Tower of Genji once, seeking to heal a brain-damaged Gaidal. It was a story of horror. The eelfin and alefin were not merely tricksters, they were feeders. They consumed emotion and sensation. Birgitte and Gaidal had not won that game. They had died there, lost in the shifting, non-Euclidean corridors of a world that did not obey the laws of physics. She warned Matt that the tower was a portal to a crossroads of realms, a place where time and direction had no meaning. To enter was to forfeit one's life. Matt, staring at his dice, took the warning but did not waver. He tossed a handful of coins and every single one landed heads up. The pattern was screaming at him. The gamble was already made. Their grim conversation was cut short by a sudden psychic scream. Birgitte slammed her mug down, feeling a jolt of pure terror and pain through the warder bond. Elaine was in trouble. Chapter 23. Foxheads. While Birgitte had been seeking solace in a tavern, Elaine Tricand had been weaving a dangerous tapestry of her own. The Queen of Andor was not one to sit idly by. She sat in the theatre, fingering the cool metal of the Foxhead medallion, Matt's Terangrial, and a copy she had commissioned. The copy was imperfect. It blocked the one power, yes, but it also prevented the wearer from channeling, acting as a two-way shield. It was a flawed tool, but Elaine, ever the pragmatist, saw potential even in flaws. She navigated the treacherous waters of court politics, dealing with the icy disdain of Elorian and the blank, doll-like staring of Sylvae's Chiron. But this was merely the prelude. Elaine had a bolder plan, one that danced on the edge of recklessness. She intended to interrogate the Black Arger prisoners in the dungeons, and she would do it by playing on their greatest fear, the Forsaken. Cloaking herself in an illusion of towering darkness, with eyes of glowing coal and a voice like grinding stones, Elaine descended into the dungeon. She played the part of a punisher, a disappointed chosen come to chastise her minions. The performance was effective. Chesmal, a black sister of considerable power, crumbled before her, weeping and confessing. She revealed that the Dark Friends were planning an invasion of Andor and that they were hunting Matrim Corthan. The tension in the damp, straw-strewn cell was suffocating. Elaine held the upper hand, her deception holding firm. But the pattern, as always, introduced a chaotic element. The door burst open, not admitting the guards Elaine had stationed, but Sylvae's secretary, accompanied by two other Black Sisters, Tamail and Eldrith. The deception shattered. Eldrith, perhaps sensing the lack of true menace or simply being sharper than the others, attacked. the room erupted into a violent storm of the One Power. Elaine was shielded by the Foxhead medallion, the weaves of the Black Sisters sliding off her like water, but the physical reality of the fight was brutal. The secretary, a man with a hatchet face and a dangerous grace, revealed himself to be far more than a scribe. He was Doylin Mellor, a dark friend of ambition and cruelty. Mellor, his body, slamming Elaine against the wall. The impact cracked her shoulder, a flash of agony that instantly brought the fear for her unborn babes to the forefront of her mind. In the grapple, Mellor tore the Foxhead medallion from her grip. Suddenly vulnerable, Elaine was trapped in a small stone box with 3 women who could channel and a man who wanted her dead, or worse. The scene descended into chaos. Elaine, fighting through the pain of a broken bone, managed to utilize the copy of the medallion. She threw it, distracting them, using their confusion to weave flows of air and fire. She was a lioness cornered, fighting not just for her crown, but for her life and the lives of her children. But Mellor was cunning. He stabbed Elaine in the side, a cold, sharp bite of steel that made her gasp and lose her hold on Saidar. He stood over her, triumphant, holding both medallions. He didn't kill her immediately. His orders, or perhaps his own twisted desires, demanded she be kept alive for torture and interrogation. He commanded Chesmel to heal her. It was a mistake born of arrogance. As the healing flows washed over her, knitting her flesh and banishing the pain, Elaine's mind cleared. She seized the moment. As Chesmel finished, Elaine slapped the copy of the medallion into the Black Sister's hand. Instantly, Chesmel was cut off from the source, her shield on Elaine vanishing. Elaine did not hesitate. She did not weave a shield, she wove fire. She incinerated the clothes off Chesmel, sending the woman collapsing in agony. Mellor, realizing the tide had turned, acted with ruthless pragmatism. He slit Eldrith's throat and stabbed the unconscious Tamail. He was cutting loose ends, ensuring no one could talk, no one could slow him down. He fled the dungeon, taking the copy of the medallion with him, leaving a trail of blood and smoke. Elaine, exhausted and shaken, brought the ceiling down in the hallway to prevent pursuit, or perhaps just to seal the horror away. She found the original Foxhead medallion in the rubble, a small victory in a night of terror. When Birgitta and Matt arrived, breathless and terrified, they found the Queen battered, bloodied, but alive. The reunion was brief and frantic. Elaine had survived, but the cost was high. Mellar was loose, armed with a terangrial that made him immune to the tower's power. The Black Arger prisoners were dead. The game had escalated, and the safety of the palace was proven to be an illusion. Back in the White Tower, the night ended on a note of bitterness for Gawain. He stood before Egwene, expecting perhaps a shred of understanding, but finding only the Amelin seat. She dressed him down for his interference. Her plan to trap Messana had been ruined by his heroics. To her, he was a bull in a china shop, swinging a sword where surgical precision was needed. The tragedy of Gawain and Egwene was laid bare here. 2 people who loved each other, but whose duties and methods were hopelessly misaligned. Egwene needed a warder who would obey. Gawain needed a partner who would let him protect her. Stung by her rejection and feeling the truth of Bryn's earlier words, Gawain made a choice. He gave the Bloodknife's weapon to Captain Tubane, fulfilling his promise to the younglings, and then he walked away. He went to the stables, saddled his horse, and rode for the travelling grounds. He would go to Camelin. He would find Elaine. He would stop waiting for Egwene to need him and start finding his own path. He left the White Tower behind, a legend fading into the night. Far to the north, in the borderlands of Kandor, another legend was wrestling with his destiny. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkia, rode toward his death at the Gap. He had tried to ride alone, but the pattern of his life was one of inspiration. He could not stop men from following him. He found his companion, the baker Nazar, hiding a flag in his saddlebags. It was not just any flag, but the golden crane of Malkia, stitched with love and defiance. Lan tore it in half, angry at the gesture, angry at the hope it represented. He wanted no suicide march of a resurrected nation. He wanted a solitary end to a long war. But as he looked around the camp, he saw them, merchants, paunchy and soft, Shinaran soldiers with top knots and intense eyes. And wagons, dozens of them, piled high with supplies. They had sold everything. They had left their homes. They had come to follow the golden crane. Lan's resistance broke against the rock of their loyalty. He could not drive them away, for they had sworn to fight the shadow. So he adapted. He forced them to swear a new oath: silence. They would pose as a supply caravan, moving quietly toward the last battle. But as the golden crane flew in spirit if not in cloth, it was clear that the last king of the Malkieri would not die alone. The call had gone out, unspoken and irresistible. The golden crane flew for Tarmon Gaidon. Chapter 24. To make a stand. The wheel turns and we find ourselves within the gilded confines of the royal palace of Andor, where power is usually measured in armies and coin, but today it is measured in the stern gaze of a midwife. Here we witness a fascinating inversion of authority. Elaine Trakand, Queen of Andor and Aes Sedai, finds herself utterly commanded by Melfane, a short, ample-cheeked woman who cares nothing for crowns and everything for the fragility of life. Melfane, wearing a scarf of defiant sky blue against the perpetually grey gloom of the world, sentences the Queen to bed rest. It is a domestic prison, but a necessary one. The narrative here invites us to consider the vulnerability of the mighty. Elaine, who has faced black arger and dark magic, is undone by the biological reality of her pregnancy. Her reckless charge into danger, an act of bravery, or perhaps foolishness born of the belief that her prophesied children granted her immunity, has consequences. Birgitte, her warder, stands guard not just against assassins, but against Elaine's own stubborn nature. The bond between them, usually a conduit of shared strength, now thrums with Birgitte's lingering anger and anxiety. It serves as a reminder that the warder bond is a two-way street. When the Aes Sedai risks herself, she risks the sanity and soul of her protector. Mat Cawthon, ever the reluctant hero, makes his exit, claiming his Foxhead medallion. There is a palpable sense of shifting tides here. Mat, who despises the One Power, finds his path diverging once again from the intricacies of Aes Sedai politics. The threat of the Golam, that creature of nightmare impervious to the power, hangs over him, a predator in the shadows of the city. As the protagonists scatter, the safety of the palace feels illusory, a momentary pause before the storm. We shift our gaze northward to the biting winds of the borderlands. In Saldea, the city of Maradon stands as a defiant fist against the encroaching blight. Roddel Ituralde, the great captain of Aradoman, walks these streets not as a conqueror, but as a man holding back the end of days. The atmosphere here is thick with grim resolve. The Saldeans, a people of equestrian pride and fierce tempers, are fractured. We are introduced to the traitor's banner, a black and yellow pendant carried by Yoli. The symbol is profound. It represents the terrible choices forced upon men in the face of extinction. Yoli has betrayed his oaths to the local nobility to save the city, a microcosm of the larger theme that pervades the end of the Third Age. Does one follow the law and die, or break the law to survive? Ituraldi's encounter with Vram Torquemon, the acting lord, exposes the banality of evil, or perhaps the banality of stupidity. Whether a dark friend or merely a fool who refuses to see the storm, Torquemon represents the inertia of the old world, the refusal to accept that Tarmon Gaidon is not a myth. Ituraldi, healed by the Ashaman, yet carrying the weight of 1,000 battles, realizes that Maradon is where he must make his stand. The strategic mind of the great captain recognizes that retreat is no longer an option. The psychological toll is heavy. He is fighting for a land not his own, alongside men who call themselves traitors, against a tide of shadow that has swallowed the horizon. From the stone streets of Maradon, we drift into the ephemeral, shifting landscape of the Wolf Dream, Teleran Riod. Perrin Ibarra seeks understanding in this fluid reality. His journey here is one of introspection and dangerous evolution. He runs with the wolves, not physically, but in spirit, pushing the boundaries of what it means to be a wolf brother. The text explores the duality of his nature. Hopper, his spirit guide, admonishes him for trying to be the wolf too strongly. The lesson is subtle. It is not about imitation, but about essence. To control the dream, one must not force it, but know it. This training is interrupted by a terrifying encounter with Slayer. This entity, a man with the soul of a demon, represents the corruption of the dream. Their battle is a clash of will. Slayer is a master of the dream's mutability, turning water to ice, summoning ropes from the deep. Perrin, still a cub in this realm, is outmatched. The visceral description of the fight, the cold of the water, the solidity of the arrows, highlights the lethal reality of the dream world. It is not a place of fantasy, but a plane of existence where belief dictates survival. Waking from this nightmare, Perrin seeks solace in the simple, rhythmic act of chopping wood. This is a grounding technique, a meditation in motion. The physical exertion, the smell of split pine, the sound of the axe. These things tether him to his humanity. Elias Mashera, the man who first introduced Perrin to his nature, appears from the shadows. Their conversation is a pivotal moment of validation. Elias reveals that balance is possible, that one does not have to be consumed by the wolf to use its power. This gives Perrin the resolve he needs. He decides to face the White Cloaks, not as a beast, but as a leader who has accepted the complexity of his own soul. Chapter 25. Return to Banda Iban. The narrative transports us now to the crumbling port city of Banda Iban in Arad Doman. The atmosphere is thick with despair. The sensory details paint a picture of societal collapse, mud, refuse, the stench of sickness, and the hollow eyes of the starving. This city stands as a monument to Rand al'Thor's previous failures, a place he hardened his heart against. But the Dragon Reborn who returns is not the man of steel and stone who left. Rand, accompanied by Min, walks among the ruin not as a king, but as a penitent. Min's perspective offers us a crucial window into Rand's transformed psyche. She sees the crushing guilt he carries, a weight far heavier than the heron-mark sword at his hip. But she also sees the sunlight around him, not a viewing of the future, but a perception of his new aura. The clouds literally part above him, a physical manifestation of the Fisher King archetype. As the king is, so is the land. Min's viewings in this chapter are tragic and hopeful in equal measure. She sees the potential futures of the beggars and the starving, men who could be captains, women who could be Aes Sedai. This reinforces the tragedy of the situation. These are not face-listed potential. Her vision of the white sword held by Rand against a black sword of darkness foreshadows the ultimate duality of the last battle. The chapter pivots on a moment of miraculous restoration. Rand organizes the city, not with the one power, but with leadership and compassion. He cleans the men, giving them dignity along with uniforms. But the true miracle occurs in the belly of a ship. The food stores, previously thought spoiled by the Dark One's touch, are revealed to be sound. Was it a miracle of the light? Or simply the probability-twisting nature of a Tavaren bent toward creation rather than destruction? When Rand opens the sacks of grain, revealing golden, healthy barley, it is a Eucharistic moment. He is feeding the multitude. The skepticism of the merchant Irilin crumbles before the reality of the dragon's presence. Rand's interactions here are gentle, almost humble. He empowers the locals, making Irilin a council member, restoring order through trust rather than fear. Min's observation that Rand surprises her every day underscores the unpredictability of his new state. He has integrated his memories of Luz Therin not as madness, but as wisdom. He has returned to Banda Iban not to conquer, but to serve, realizing that to save the world, he must be part of it, not just a weapon wielded in its defense. Chapter 26. A Call to Stand. We return to Perrin Ibarra as he leads his motley army across the Johanna Road. The sensory experience of the march is vivid, the smell of dust, the clatter of armour, the nervous energy of men and women marching toward potential death. Perrin has ordered the wolf-head banners burned, a rejection of the symbol that terrifies so many, yet the identity it represents is indelible. This chapter contains one of the most significant philosophical breakthroughs in Perrin's journey, the distinction between the axe and the hammer. For books, Perrin has struggled with the axe, a weapon of war designed only to kill. He realizes now that the hammer is different. A hammer can kill, yes, but its primary purpose is to create, to build, to forge. By choosing the hammer, Perrin chooses a path where violence is a tool for preservation, not just destruction. He accepts the burden of leadership, the hammer's weight, without accepting the bloodlust of the axe. The confrontation with the White Cloaks is a masterclass in tension. The Children of the Light, arrayed in pristine white and silver, stand in stark contrast to Perrin's rugged, muddy forces. Galad Damodred, the Lord Captain Commander, is a man of rigid moral geometry. To him, the world is black and white, law and chaos. Perrin, however, operates in the nuance of the natural world. The tactical display is breathtaking. Perrin uses the Ashaman not to slaughter, but to intimidate, blowing apart the earth in front of the White Cloak charge. It is a show of force tempered by mercy, a warning shot from a man who could wipe them out, but chooses not to. The subsequent parley in the pavilion is electric with unspoken history. We have three distinct worldviews colliding: Galad's absolute law, Perrin's pragmatic protectionism, and the political finesse of the monarchs, Berelain and Aleandra. Galad's perception of the monsters he faces is challenged by the reality of the people before him. He sees Berelain's beauty, Aleandra's regality, and Perrin's earnestness. Yet he clings to his legalistic framework. Perrin killed 2 White Cloaks, and justice must be served. The impasse seems unbreakable until the arrival of the servant who is not a servant. The revelation of Morgase Trakand is a thunderclap. For Galad, it is the shattering of his reality. His stepmother, the woman whose death fueled his righteous fury and paved the way for his ascension within the children, stands before him alive. It humanizes Galad instantly. His rigid exterior cracks, revealing the grieving son beneath. Morgase's presence shifts the entire dynamic of the negotiation. She bridges the gap between the two sides. She is the former Queen of Andor, a figure of unimpeachable authority to Galad, yet she is currently under Perrin's protection. The agreement to a trial is a victory of civilization over barbarism. Instead of a bloody battle that would waste lives needed for the last battle, they agree to a legal proceeding. It is a fragile truce, built on the shock of Morgase's return and Perrin's willingness to submit to a form of justice, provided it is fair. The hammer has struck its first blow, not to crush a skull, but to forge an agreement. Chapter 27. A Call to Stand. The scene shifts to the White Tower, the political heart of the world, where the Amelin seat, Egwene Alvear, wages a war of ink and intellect. The sensory shift is abrupt, from the dusty fields of battle to the quiet, parchment-scented air of the Amelin study. Egwene is reading correspondence from the great monarchs of the world, Darlin of Tyr and Gregorin of Ilion. Egwene's political acumen is on full display here. She is manipulating these rulers, yes, but for a noble cause. She uses their fear of the Shonchan and their uncertainty about the Dragon Reborn to bind them to the White Tower. She is positioning herself as the terrifying glue that holds the Westlands together. Her internal monologue reveals the immense pressure she is under. She must be the anvil against which the world is hammered into shape for the last battle. The tension ratchets up with the arrival of Sylviana, her keeper. The news is catastrophic. The borderlands are burning. Kandor, Arafel, Saldea, the ancient shields of humanity are buckling under a Trolloc invasion not seen since the Trolloc Wars. This context adds a layer of desperate urgency to the political manoeuvring. While Egwene plays three-dimensional chess with the Hall of the Tower, the board itself is catching fire. We then witness a coup in motion, or at least the attempt of one. The Hall of the Tower has convened in secret, a violation of protocol and a direct challenge to Egwene's authority. The description of the hall, the cool stares of the sitters, the silence, the seating arrangements, evokes the feeling of a courtroom where the verdict has already been decided. Ramanda and Lelaine, usually bitter rivals, have joined forces, which is always a sign of danger. They attempt to trap Egwene using the law of war, stripping her of military command to prevent her from declaring war on Rand, or perhaps just to clip her wings. But Egwene, hardened by her time as a Damane and her trial as a novice within the rebel camp, is steps ahead of them. She recognizes their play and performs a brilliant judo throw of political strategy. Instead of fighting them, she agrees. She allows them to take the burden of the mundane military logistics, the supply lines, the recruitment, which would only bog her down. In exchange, she solidifies her sole authority to deal with the monarchs of the world and the Dragon Reborn. It is a masterstroke. She gives them the appearance of power while retaining the true agency required to steer the world toward Tarmon Gaidon. Furthermore, she uses their own secrecy against them. By shaming them for their clandestine meeting, she forces a change in tower law. No meeting can ever be convened without all sitters present or notified. She closes the very loophole that allowed the tower to be broken in the past. It is a victory for transparency and unity, forced upon the hall by an Amelin who understands that in the face of the shadow, secrets are poison. The chapter concludes with Egwene setting a trap for the assassin, the phantom plaguing the tower. She uses the young accepted, Nicola and Nissa, as unwitting pawns to spread rumours, drawing the enemy into Teleran Riod. It is a cold, calculated decision, reminding us that Egwene, like Rand and Perrin, has had to harden herself. She is willing to risk lives to win the war, a sombre note that echoes the darker themes of leadership found throughout these chapters. The child who left the two rivers is gone. In her place sits the Amelin's seat, ready to break the seals or preserve them, whatever the pattern requires. Throughout these chapters, we see the weaving of a complex tapestry, from the mud of Bandar Iban to the dreamscapes of the wolves, from the tense parleys of armies to the silent battles of the White Tower. The characters are stepping into their final roles. They are shedding their insecurities and accepting the terrible weight of their destinies. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, but it is the hands of these few men and women that must hold the threads, lest the pattern unravel into eternal dark. Chapter 28. Oddities. The air inside the tent was thick, not just with the humidity of the changing season, but with the unspoken weight of decisions that could fracture the world. Fael and Perrin sat in the aftermath of their parley with the White Cloaks, a meeting that had felt less like a negotiation and more like walking along the edge of a razor. Perrin, usually so readable to his wife, had become something opaque, a man growing into a mantle of leadership that fit him both perfectly and uncomfortably. He stripped off his coat, exposing the physical strength that defined him, yet his mind was drifting somewhere far beyond the canvas walls. There was a wrongness in the wind. To a man whose soul was half wolf, the absence of the pack was a deafness more profound than silence. Perrin confessed a chilling reality to Fael. The wolves were gone. Not merely hiding or distant, but absent from his senses entirely. The natural world was holding its breath, the birds silent, the underbrush empty, as if the land itself was cowering before a coming stroke. It is a terrifying isolation for a wolf brother, to reach out for that primal connection and find only the void. Driven by this unease, Perrin resolved to enter the wolf dream, Teleran Riod. Fael, ever the pragmatist and protector, bristled at the risk, her mind still turning on the revelation of Maegdin's true identity. That the servant woman they had sheltered was Morghese Trakand, the Queen of Andor, was a humiliation Fael struggled to swallow. It struck at her competence, her ability to know the people around her. Yet Perrin, demonstrating a quiet, newfound wisdom, defended Morghese. He saw not the deception, but the desperation of a woman fleeing a Forsaken. This wasn't the simple blacksmith speaking. It was a lord who understood the burden of command and the necessity of secrets. Perrin's journey into the dream world revealed the source of the silence. He found himself beneath a sky that boiled with menace, standing before a violet anomaly. It was a dome of violet glass, vast and seamless, bisecting the Johanna Road. This was no natural formation, nor a simple construct of the dream. It was a barrier, alien and impermeable. Hopper, the ancient wolf guide who was both mentor and memory, warned him away. But Perrin's connection to the wolves pulled him forward. He realized with horror that the wolves were not gone. They were trapped. Inside that violet dome, Slayer was hunting. The psychological horror of this trap cannot be overstated. Slayer, the man who is two souls twisted into one, was not just killing wolves. He was slaughtering them in a confined barrel, a massacre where the victims had no escape. Perrin, driven by a rage that was both human and bestial, tried to penetrate the dome. But the dream world operates on rules of will and identity, not brute force. He failed, his physical strength meaningless against the metaphysical barrier. It was a harsh lesson in the mechanics of Teleran Riod. To control the dream, one must first control the self. Hopper, manifesting the patience of the eternal hunt, had to drag the foolish cub away, teaching him that courage without understanding is merely suicide. Meanwhile, far to the north in the doomed city of Maradon, The great captain Rodel Iturralde was fighting a different kind of nightmare. The heat was unnatural, a suffocating blanket that smelled of sweat and fear. The siege had ground on, the rhythm of Trolloc drums becoming the heartbeat of the city. Iturralde, a man who had made a career of outthinking the impossible, felt the icy grip of obsolescence. He was fighting a war against Shadowspawn with conventional tactics, but the enemy was changing the rules. The attack, when it came, was not a simple charge. It was a devastating explosion of the One Power, a blast that shattered the city walls and the minds of the defenders. The Shadow had brought their own channelers, Dreadlords, to the field. The devastation was instantaneous. Iturralde, concussed and bleeding, watched his carefully laid plans turn to ash. Yet this is where the genius of a great captain shines. Even as his world collapsed, even as the Asherman Deep fell broken, Iturralde's mind catalyzed the chaos into a new strategy. He did not panic, he adapted. He lured the Trollocs in. He turned the city of Maradon into a slaughterhouse, using the very architecture of the city against the invaders. It was a brutal, terrifying display of urban warfare. He sacrificed buildings to save the city, burning districts to funnel the Shadowspawn into kill zones. Iturralde's defense was not about hope. It was about buying time with blood, trading lives for hours. He knew, deep in his gut, that this was a losing battle, yet he fought with the stubborn brilliance of a man who refuses to let the dark win easily. It is a poignant study in duty, the soldier who stands his ground even when the very sky is falling. Chapter 29. A terrible feeling. The tension in Perrin's camp was a palpable thing, a taut string waiting to snap. Fael, Berelain and Aleandra walked the perimeter, a trio of powerful women bound by circumstance and complicated rivalries. Berelain, the first of Mayene, usually so composed and predatory in her politics, seemed distracted. Her fascination with Galad Damodred was growing, a crack in her icy armour. It was an ironic twist of fate. The woman who had spent months chasing the married Perrin was now captivated by the incandescent, rigid purity of the Lord Captain Commander. Fael, observing this, saw an opportunity, though her own feelings toward the White Cloaks remained a mixture of caution and disdain. Their conversation, however, was violently interrupted by the turning of the wheel. A bubble of evil, a miasma of the Dark One's touch drifting through the pattern, struck the camp. It did not manifest as monsters, but as a betrayal of the inanimate. Weapons, the very tools of survival, turned against their masters. This reunion was not one of simple joy, but of complex reconciliation. Galad, beautiful and deadly, had lived his life by a binary code of morality, right and wrong, light and dark. He had killed Aemon Valder, an act of justice for the perceived murder of his mother, only to find that his premise was flawed. Morgase was alive. Morgase, humbled by her time as a servant and hardened by her flight, offered her son a lesson that no swordmaster could teach. She spoke of the nuances of justice, of the terrifying possibility of executing the innocent in the pursuit of righteousness. She deconstructed his rigid worldview, using the memory of his own father and the errors of her own reign. It was a masterful display of maternal power. She wasn't commanding him as a queen. She was guiding him as a mother who had seen the grey areas of the soul. She urged him to see Perrin Ibarra not as a monster, but as a man who might also be struggling with the weight of difficult choices. She planted the seed of doubt in his absolute certainty, a crack that might let the light actually shine in. Elsewhere, the march of time brought new horrors disguised as progress. Elaine Trakand, defying the orders of her physicians, had herself carried to the city walls of Caemlyn to witness a demonstration by the illuminator Eludra. The object of interest was the Dragon, a massive bronze tube designed to hurl explosive death. As the device fired, shaking the very stones of the wall and obliterating a hillside, the reaction was divided. Elaine saw the future of warfare, a way to defend her realm against the Shadow. But Birgitte, the hero of the Horn who had lived 1,000 lives, saw the death of an age. "The world just changed," she whispered. It was a profound moment of sorrow. The era of the sword, of personal valour, of the duel, was ending. It was being replaced by industrial destruction, where death could be dealt from miles away, impersonal and devastating. The dragon was not just a weapon, it was a bell tolling for the end of the Third Age. Finally, the chapter closed with a mysterious departure. Tam Althor, steady and reliable Tam, received a summons that pulled him away from Perrin's side. He spoke of Rand, of a need to go to him. It was a subtle shifting of the pieces on the board, a father moving to intercept a son who was dangerously close to the abyss. Chapter 30. Men Dream Here. Perrin returned to the wolf dream, driven by the need to master himself and the terrain before he faced Slayer. This time, Hopper led him not to the forest, but to a nightmare reflection of Caemlyn. The city in the dream was a ghost town, populated only by the fleeting, terrified dreams of sleepers. It was a place where human fears manifested as reality, a dangerous hunting ground for a learning soul. Hopper explained a fundamental truth of Teleran Riod. Men dream here. The dream world was a collective unconscious, a repository of all the anxieties of the waking world. Perrin was tasked with hunting in a fear dream, a nightmare sufficiently powerful to warp the reality around it. He stepped into an alleyway that dissolved into a dark, claustrophobic forest. A woman fled past him, terrified, pursued by a monstrosity, a looming shadow with eyes of fire. When Perrin confronted the woman, she screamed that the monster was the Dragon Reborn. It was a chilling insight into the psyche of the world. To the common people, Rand al'Thor was not a saviour, but a force of destruction, a nightmare made flesh. Perrin, momentarily caught in the dream's logic, nearly succumbed to the fear. But he remembered his training. He asserted his will. He denied the reality of the monster. The nightmare shattered. It was a crucial step in his evolution. He was learning to distinguish between the projections of the mind and the truth of the will. But the true climax of the night was yet to come. Hopper, sensing a disturbance in the very fabric of the pattern, led Perrin to Dragonmount. The great volcano, the tomb of Luz Therin Kinslayer, was shrouded in a storm of apocalyptic fury. This was no ordinary weather. It was a tempest of the Dark One's making, swirling around the peak where history was about to bend. Perrin, fighting through winds that threatened to tear his soul from the dream, climbed the mountain. He needed to witness. He needed to be there. At the summit, he saw him. Rand al'Thor. The Dragon Reborn stood as still as a statue, a man calcified by hardness and pain. He was wrapped in darkness, a metaphysical tar that seemed to be snuffing out his existence. Perrin screamed to him, his voice lost in the howling wind, a brother trying to reach a brother across an infinite divide. The tension was unbearable. The world seemed poised to end right there, on that peak. Then, the break occurred. Not a breaking of the world, but a breaking of the shell. A vein of gold, pure and brilliant, cracked the darkness surrounding Rand. It was the veins of gold moment, witnessed from the outside. The light exploded outward, banishing the dark storm, light that bathed the mountain. The wolves began to howl. It was not a mournful sound, but a song of triumph. "The last hunt begins," Hopper cried. "We live!" Perrin, standing in the warmth of that spiritual sunlight, understood. The dragon had not fallen. The shadow had not claimed him. The choice had been made, and the world had been granted a reprieve, a chance to fight. It was a moment of transcendent hope, a signal fire lit for all who had the eyes to see. Chapter 31. Into the Void. The narrative shifts abruptly from the spiritual heights of Dragonmount to the grimy, smoke-filled reality of the Dusty Wheel Inn in Caemlyn. Matt Cawthon was drinking wine and playing dice, but the carefree gambler was a facade. Beneath the slouch and the wide-brimmed hat, Matt was a coiled spring of calculation. He was hunting a predator that had hunted him since Ebu Dar, the Galam. The atmosphere of the tavern was rendered in gritty detail, the smell of garlic and sweat, the click of loaded dice, the tension of men looking for a fight. Matt, with the arrogance of a man who knows the odds are irrelevant when you are the luck, exposed the cheaters and walked out into the night, making himself the bait. He dismissed his guards, walking the dark streets of the new city alone, his Ashandarai spear resting on his shoulder. He had tied his foxhead medallion to the weapon, turning his immunity to the one power into a bludgeoning tool. It was a reckless plan, characteristic of Matt. Brave to the point of stupidity, yet brilliant in its simplicity. When the golem appeared, it was a creature of liquid nightmare, fluid and mocking. It feared nothing, certainly not a man with a spear. The fight that ensued was a chaotic dance of shadows and steel. Matt was outmatched in strength and speed. The golem was relentless, immune to steel, a construct of the shadow designed to kill channelers. Matt was fighting for his life, driven by the memories of those the creature had butchered, Tylin, Nelesian. Matt led the creature on a chase, a running battle through the streets that ended in a burning building. It was here that Matt sprung his trap. He wasn't just relying on his spear, he had copies of the fox head medallion, imperfect but painful to the golem. He dual-wielded them like a madman, burning the creature with the medallion's touch, driving it back with a fury that surprised even the monster. "For light, glory and love," Matt shouted in the old tongue, the memories of ancient generals surfacing in his blood. He drove the golem down a hallway, relentless, forcing it backwards step by step. The trap was waiting at the end of the hall. The golem, expecting another room, backed through a doorway and into nothing. Sumiko, one of the kin, had opened a gateway. But it was not a gateway to another city. It was a skimming gateway, opening onto the endless, mindless void between worlds. The golem, losing its balance, teetered on the edge of the platform. Matt stood over it, the flames of the burning building casting him as an avenging demon. He looked down at the creature that had terrified so many. "I hope you can't die," Matt whispered, a curse more terrible than death, "because I'm going to enjoy the thought of you falling through that blackness forever." With a final kick, Matt sent the golem into the void. The monster fell into the eternal dark, its screams swallowed by silence. It was a victory of wits over power, a testament to Matt Cawthon's refusal to play by the enemy's rules. As the gateway closed, severing the connection to the void, Matt walked away. He didn't ask for praise, he didn't want glory. He just wanted to pay his debts and keep his people safe. The gambler had rolled the dice one last time against the golem, and the house had finally lost. This sequence of chapters serves as a microcosm of the wider struggle. Perrin mastering the internal world of dreams, Ituralde mastering the tactical reality of war, Morghese mastering the moral landscape of justice, and Matt mastering the chaotic element of luck. Each character in their own way is hardening themselves, forging their souls into weapons for the last battle that the wolves now howl for. The storm has broken, the sunlight has returned to Dragonmount, but the war, the true war, has only just begun. Chapter 32. A Storm of Light. The city of Maradon was not merely burning, it was being unmade. Rodel Ituralde, the little wolf of Arad Doman, crouched amidst the skeleton of what was once a proud capital. Violent, twisting columns of smoke acted as the new architecture of the city, replacing stone and timber with ash and choking heat. While the careful city planning of the Chaldeans had prevented a firestorm from consuming everything at once, it merely prolonged the agony. Humans and tinder, Ituralde mused grimly, shared a fatal commonality in the face of the shadow. We find Ituralde in the depths of urban warfare, a brutal shift from the open-field strategies of typical generals. He had abandoned the palace, turning it into a massive trap fueled by oil and Asherman fire to incinerate the shadow spawn, and now he used the ruins themselves as a weapon. This is a masterclass in asymmetrical warfare. Ituralde understands that when you cannot hold a wall, you make the enemy bleed for every inch of street. The rubble became ridges, the alleys escape routes. He was counting on the Trollocs' arrogance, their assumption that he was trying to save the city. He wasn't. He was only interested in the mathematics of slaughter. His men, a ragged band of Chaldeans, were ghosts in the smoke. When a fist of Trollocs moved down the street, their senses dulled by the acrid air, Ituralde sprang his trap. It was a distraction followed by a hammer blow, hooves wrapped in rags to dampen the sound, archers firing from shattered windows. They cut the shadow spawn down with the ruthless efficiency of men who have accepted their own deaths. But the fatigue was setting in. Ituralde felt it like a physical weight. The danger wasn't just the enemy. It was the temptation to close his eyes, to let the smoke take him. He moved his diminishing forces to yet another hiding spot, leaving a soot-stained handkerchief as a sign for his scouts. But the silence of the city was broken not by the chaotic shuffling of Trollocs, but by the rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots. Ituralde, his judgment frayed by exhaustion, nearly attacked them, realizing only at the last moment that there were no hooves. He stepped out into the wind-cleared street to find salvation. Saldaean infantry, armoured in silver and pike, glowing in a phantom golden light that seemed to pierce the gloom. They were led by Davram Bashiri's officers. They had found him. The psychological release of this moment is devastating. Ituralde, who had held the line against the impossible, looked at his 50 surviving men, down from 200, and simply sat in the dirt. He laughed. It was a jagged, uncontrollable sound, tears streaming through the soot on his face. The absurdity of survival, the arrival of help only after the city was already a corpse, broke his composure where the Trollocs could not. Bashiri's forces had reclaimed the sectors of Maradon not yet overrun, driving the shadow spawn back to the fortifications. They brought Ituralde to a command centre, the home of the traitor Torquemine. Here the contrast between the fresh, clean troops of the Dragon Reborn and Ituralde's battered survivors was stark. Ituralde felt a flash of resentment, the soldier's eternal grudge against those who slept while he bled, but he suppressed it. Inside, Davram Bashir was the picture of the concerned ally, but the reality of the situation was bleak. Despite the rescue, the tactical assessment was terminal. The shadow spawn had pulled back, but only to regroup. Maradon was lost. The sheer, practical and ruthless suggested evacuation. They would retreat, open gateways, and leave the city to the dark. But then, a scout at the window saw the impossible. The shadow spawn were not retreating. They were surging. A force of Trollocs, vast beyond reckoning, was spilling through the pass, a tide that would wash over Saldea and continue south until it drowned the world. Retreat would mean nothing. This army would consume the borderlands. And then, the Dragon Reborn spoke. Rand al'Thor stepped into the room. This was not the hardened, suspicious man Ituralde might have expected from rumours. This was the post-Dragon Mount Rand, calm, centred, yet radiating an intensity that was almost frightening. He apologised to Ituralde. He looked at the battered defenders not with pity, but with a deep, acknowledging respect. When Bashir insisted they leave, Rand's voice was soft but immutable. The shadow will not have this city. There is a profound shift in Rand's character here. Previously he might have destroyed the city to save the world, or hardened his heart against the loss. Now he refused to yield. He was done sacrificing his people to the Dark One's whims. He stepped through a gateway to the field outside, followed only by 2 Aiel maidens. The scene that follows is one of the most singular displays of the One Power in the entire history of the Third Age. Ituralde and Bashir watched from the high window as Rand walked toward the tens of thousands of charging Trollocs. He did not run. He raised a hand. He became a storm. This was not a battle. It was an execution by the elements. Rand wove flows of power that baffled even the Asherman watching. He unleashed rivers of white-hot fire that flowed like water into the trenches. He turned the air into blue sky and rained down exploding shards of ice that shredded the dragcar. He summoned a tempest of wind and lightning, mixing white clouds with the black smoke, creating funnels that lifted the Trollocs into the air and dashed them to pieces. Ituralde watched, trembling. This was the power of a god. It was terrifying and beautiful. Rand al'Thor stood amidst the carnage, a beacon of light, decimating an entire army single-handedly. It was a statement to the shadow. You shall not pass. When the silence finally fell, the field was a charnel house. A mound of dead Trollocs lay just paces from where Rand stood. He had held the line. Back inside the command post, they found the source of a scream they had heard during the battle. Lord Torquemine, the traitor who had tried to sell the city, was cowering in a corner. He had gouged out his own eyes. The light of the dragon, the sheer metaphysical weight of Rand's presence and power, had driven him mad. He spoke of the light eating his mind like rats. It serves as a grim thematic counterpoint. The same light that saved the city destroyed the creature of the shadow hiding within it. We shift perspectives to Min Farshaw in the Stone of Tyr. She is deep in research, grappling with the prophecies of the dragon. She is reading about Kalandor, the sword that is not a sword. The text is ominous, The blade will bind him by twain. Min suspects that Kalandor is flawed, a trap that leaves the user vulnerable, requiring 2 women to control it. This is a crucial piece of lore, foreshadowing the mechanics of the last battle. Rand returned to her then, weary but whole. He explained his actions in Maradon. He admitted to anger, but he made a vital distinction. This was not the cold, hard rage that had nearly consumed him before. This was a righteous anger, born of compassion. He saw the defiance in the men who held Maradon, and he refused to let the Dark One break their spirits. He realized that the enemy wanted to break him by breaking the people he tried to protect. By standing and fighting, Rand was reclaiming his humanity. He also brought a surprise. King Matin Stepanios of Ilion, whom Rand had rescued from a White Tower kidnapping plot, not killed as he had feared. It was a small victory for Rand's conscience, a proof that he was not the monster he had feared becoming. Chapter 33. Swan's soup was surprisingly good. We transition from the fire of Maradon to the quiet tension of the White Tower. Suan Sanche sat in the Amelin's study, marvelling at a simple bowl of soup. In a world spoiling with the Dark One's touch, fresh food was a miracle, a symbol that perhaps the tide could turn. The conversation between Swan, Nynaeve and Egwene focused on the monumental news. Sidin was cleansed. Nynaeve, fresh from her testing and now a full Aes Sedai, confirmed it. This fundamentally shifted the world's metaphysics. The taint was gone. Yet old prejudices died hard. Egwene, ever the Amelin, was still wary of the Asherman, though she acknowledged the necessity of the change. But the immediate threat was Messana, the Forsaken hiding within the White Tower. Egwene outlined a dangerous plan. She intended to lure Messana into Teleran Riod, the world of dreams. She would use a secret meeting of Aes Sedai, and even Windfinders and Wise Ones, as bait. Egwene proposed to be the bait herself. Here we see the hardening of Egwene Alvear. When Nynaeve protested the danger, Egwene countered with the cold logic of a general. She was the expert in the dream. She was the weapon the tower needed. She had dreamed that if Messana was not defeated here, all would be lost. She was willing to risk her life, using herself as a tool, much the same way Rand was learning to use himself. The parallel between the 2 empathy-driven villagers turned world leaders is striking. Meanwhile, in the Wolf Dream, Perrin Ibarra was fighting a war of the mind. He dropped into a nightmare, a stormy sea, red lightning, and monsters beneath the waves. The sensory details here are horrific. The smell of brine, the cold water, the terrified screams of drowning people. It would be so easy to believe it was real, to try and save them. But in Teleran Riod, belief dictates reality. If Perrin believed he was drowning, he would die. It isn't real, he told himself, battling the panic. This sequence illustrates Perrin's rapid growth. He is learning to impose his will upon the dream. He forced the ocean to vanish, replacing it with the cobblestones of a Kyrian street. Hopper, his wolf mentor, watched approvingly. Perrin is preparing for his inevitable duel with Slayer. He knows he is slower than the ancient killer, but he is gaining strength. The wolves are running north toward the last hunt, both in the flesh and in the dream. Perrin feels the pull, but his duty remains here for now. The narrative then takes us to Caemlyn, to the blooming Rose March. In a world of gloom, the gardens were inexplicably alive, another effect of the Dragon Reborn's newfound harmony with the land. Gawain Trakand walked with his sister Elaine. Elaine, pregnant and glowing with the complexity of ruling Andor, tried to manage her brother. A figure of frustration in these chapters. He felt sidelined, a prince without a purpose, eaten alive by his hatred for Rand al'Thor. He blamed Rand for his mother's supposed death, and for the chaos of the world. Elaine, demonstrating her political acumen and personal growth, dismantled his arguments. She told him that the clouds broke because of Rand. She defended the father of her babes, though she kept his identity secret. She called out Gawain's jealousy. He hated Rand not just for Morgase, but because Rand was the protagonist of the age, while Gawain felt like an extra. Gawain admitted he might duel Rand, risking the world for his personal vendetta. Elaine's rebuttal was sharp. That is not just jealousy, it is selfishness. She released him. She freed him from his obligation to be her first Prince of the Sword, telling him to go where he was truly needed, to Egwene. It felt like a weight lifting. Gawain, finally given permission to stop posturing, realised he could let go of his hatred for Rand. It was a hollow victory, but a relief. He decided to focus on protecting Egwene, but the scene took a dark turn. Gawain was confronted by a group of Shonchan women, a Damane and her keepers, who were refugees in the city. They saw the knife Gawain carried, the one he had taken from the assassin he fought in White Tower. They recoiled in horror. It was a blood knife. Through the terrified explanations of the former Damane and a Suldam named Kaisea, we learn the terrifying lore of these assassins. Blood knives are the suicide troops of the Empress. They wear terangrial rings that grant them enhanced speed, strength, and the ability to blur into shadows. But the cost is absolute. The rings slowly poison the user. A blood knife is a walking corpse, already dead from the moment they put on the ring. They do not stop until their mission is complete, or their blood turns against them. This revelation recontextualized the threat against Egwene. The assassin wasn't just a random killer. He was a Terminator, a weapon that would not stop. Kaisea warned Gawain that if he survived a fight with one, it was only because he wasn't the primary target. The target was the Amelin. Gawain's moment of clarity was interrupted by a servant bringing a letter from Tar Valon. It was from Egwene, or rather, dictated by her. The tone was imperious. She scolded him for leaving, commanded him to return, and treated him like a wayward subordinate. The tragedy of lack of communication strikes again. Gawain, his pride bruised and his temper flaring, felt the sting of her dismissal. She had her plans, she had her tower. She claimed she didn't need him. "Send her this," Gawain snapped, tossing the blood knife onto the tray. He refused to return like a whipped dog. Instead, he sent the weapon and a warning. He told the servant to relay the information about the Shonchan assassins, the shadow-hiding terangrial, and the fact that Egwene was the true target. He would not go back to be scorned, but he would send the knowledge that might save her life. It was a petulant, dangerous decision, leaving the woman he loved vulnerable because his ego could not bear her command, yet consistent with a man struggling to find his identity in the shadow of giants. Chapter 34. Judgment. The wheel turns, and the winds of fate blow cold across the encampments of the Dragon Reborn's gathered forces. We find ourselves amidst the tension of a waiting game, where the air itself feels stale, heavy with a wrongness that prickles the skin of those sensitive enough to feel the turning of the age. Perrin Ibarra, no longer just a blacksmith but a man bearing the crushing weight of lordship, stands at the centre of this gathering storm. He is a man caught between the hammer and the anvil, between the white cloaks who demand his blood for past grievances and the mysterious, invisible trap closing around his army. There is a profound psychological shift occurring within Perrin here. For books, we have watched him reject the mantle of leadership, insisting he is merely a simple craftsman. But the urgency of the last battle has burned away that denial. He orders scouts out with a forceful resolve, overriding the traditions of the Isle Maidens of the Spear, who chafe at being denied the chance to guard him. It is a necessary friction. Perrin is beginning to understand that command requires making unpopular decisions for the greater good. He senses a trap, a wrongness on the wind, a sensory manifestation of the Dark One's touch on the pattern. This isn't just paranoia. It is the instinct of the wolf brother, a primal awareness that the hunter is about to become the prey. The camp is a microcosm of the world's chaos. Aiel, Two Rivers men, refugees and mercenaries, all jostling for space and status. Yet despite the disarray, Perrin's focus is singular. He realises that the magical barrier preventing travelling, the ability to open gateways, is tied to the violet dome he witnessed in the wolf dream, Teleran Riod. This connection between the waking world and the dream world is crucial. It suggests that the enemy is using ancient, forgotten technologies to box them in. The youth Nield confirms that gateways fail, but they can move the army physically if they march far enough. But Perrin knows, with a sinking dread, that physical movement is futile if the trap can move with them. The narrative brings us to the trial, a scene heavy with the ghosts of the past. It is a collision of two rigid moral codes, the White Cloak's dogmatic adherence to their law and Perrin's pragmatic, desperate need to survive for Tarmon Gaidon. Fael, ever the protector, has armed herself and prepared for violence. her loyalty fierce and lethal. But Perrin chooses a different path. He chooses to speak. The trial takes place in a pavilion, presided over by Morghese Trakand. It is a supreme irony that the former Queen of Andor, thought dead by the world, sits in judgment over a rebellion she technically should condemn, yet her presence lends a legitimacy that Galad Damodred, the Lord Captain Commander of the White Cloaks, cannot ignore. The charges are read. The murder of 2 White Cloaks, Lathin and Yamwick. Galad also throws in the accusation of being a dark friend, the standard Children of the Light refrain. The testimony provided by BR is a fascinating study in warped perception. BR recounts the event at the Steading from years ago, the cold spring, the abandoned statue of Artur Hawkwing, the monsters that attacked them. To BR, the wolves were demons, and Perrin was a beast walking among them. His trauma has calcified into fanaticism. He cannot see Perrin as human because to do so would shatter his worldview. Perrin's rebuttal is not a denial of the act, but a plea for context, offering a glimpse into the tragic duality of his existence. He speaks of the fear that ruled that night, the fear of the men, the fear of the wolves, and his own terrified confusion as a young man from the 2 rivers, suddenly hearing voices in his mind. He explains the bond with the wolves not as dark magic, but as a part of the pattern, a piece of himself he cannot excise. He admits to the killing, but reframes it as defense of his pack, his friends. It is a vulnerable moment. Stripped of the Lord Perrin armour, he tries to bridge the gap between their worlds, asking them to see through his golden eyes, if only for a moment. The tension escalates when Bornhold accuses Perrin of killing his father at Falm. Perrin's denial is absolute, sworn under the light. He reveals the truth of that battle, that he fought alongside the heroes of the Horn, on the same side as the White Cloaks against the Shonchan. It is a revelation that rocks the foundational beliefs of the rational Galad, though Bayar remains untouched by logic, lost in his hatred. Morghese's judgment is a masterclass in political manoeuvring and legal interpretation. She finds Perrin guilty of the killing, yes, but she invokes the Kynek Protocol, an obscure law regarding mercenary disputes. She rules that because the White Cloaks were an unsanctioned military force in Andor, the conflict was effectively a brawl between armed bands. Therefore it was not murder, but unlawful killing. It is a distinction of semantics, but it changes everything. It strips the White Cloaks of their moral high ground while acknowledging their loss. The sentence falls to Galad. The punishment for unlawful killing can still be death. The atmosphere in the pavilion reaches a breaking point. Thousands of soldiers hold their breath, hands drifting to hilts. But Perrin offers a compromise that only a man facing the end of the world could offer. He will submit to judgment and punishment, but only after the last battle. It is a profound wager. Perrin is betting that duty to the light outweighs the letter of the law. He appeals to Galad's core identity, not just as a White Cloak, but as a man who genuinely wants to do what is right. Galad, rigid but honourable, accepts. The trial ends not in bloodshed, but in a tense, deferred resolution. The armies separate, the immediate threat of civil war averted, allowing Perrin to turn his eyes toward the true enemy hiding in the shadows of the dream. Chapter 35. The Right Thing. As the sun sets on the fragile peace of the physical world, the narrative shifts to the ethereal and dangerous realm of Teleran Riod. But first, we see the ripple effects of the trial. In the White Tower, Egwene Alvear is preparing her own trap for the Forsaken Messana, a high-stakes game of cat and mouse that parallels Perrin's struggle. The synchronization of these events across the continent emphasizes the convergence of the timeline. Everyone is moving toward the brink. Back in the camp, the psychological toll on Perrin is evident. He is exhausted, not from battle, but from the restraint required to navigate the trial. Fael, furious at his gamble with his life, confronts him. Their dynamic here is crucial. She is the fierce protector, the falcon who would claw out the eyes of anyone threatening her mate, while he is the bull, slow to anger, but immovable once his mind is made up. He explains the cold calculus of the last battle. They cannot waste lives fighting White Cloaks when the shadow is waiting. He needs every sword, including Galad's. Perrin then prepares to enter the Wolf Dream to confront the source of the barrier. He suspects the dome is being maintained by Slayer, the enigmatic assassin who is a composite soul of Isam and Luke. This is a confrontation of duality. Perrin, who has integrated the wolf and man, versus Slayer, who is a twisted amalgamation of two corrupted souls. Entering the wolf dream, Perrin finds the violet dome oppressive. The sensory details of the dreamscape are jarring. Scents of baking pie, horse dung, and ozone mixing in an unnatural cacophony. It reflects the corruption of the land. He is joined by Hopper and the remaining wolves of the pack. The bond here is depicted with beautiful, tragic clarity. The wolves do not fight for glory. They fight for the young bull and for the dream itself. The battle that ensues is visceral and kinetic. Perrin has learned to master the dream, moving with the speed of thought, shifting locations instantly. But Slayer is a master here as well, perhaps more so. The tragedy strikes swiftly. Slayer kills Oak Dancer, one of the wolves. The death is described not just as a physical cessation, but as a tearing of the fabric of the dream. It hurts Perrin deeply, fueling a cold rage. This isn't just a skirmish, it is a war for the soul of the wolf dream. Perrin discovers the source of the dome, a terangrial, a strange spike made of woven metal wires driven into the earth of the dream. This is the dream spike. When Perrin pulls it free, he realizes the dome does not vanish, it moves with him. The realization is sickening. He cannot simply destroy it. He is now carrying the cage. The chase that follows is a high-octane display of mastery over Tel Aran Riod. Perrin shifts into his wolf form, Young Bull, blurring the line between man and beast to gain speed. He runs through forests, over mountains, and across oceans in the span of heartbeats. But Slayer is relentless, appearing at every turn, cutting him off. The mechanics of the dream spike prevent Perrin from travelling away from it, binding him to the very thing he is trying to remove. Meanwhile, we get a brief, poignant glimpse into the White Cloak camp. Galad's decision to let Perrin go has fractured the unity of his command. Bayar is consumed by a madness of hatred, unable to process a world where Perrin is not the villain. Bornhold, however, is beginning to crack under the weight of cognitive dissonance. He remembers Perrin's defence, and the doubt is taking root. Galad, the moral compass, feels the unease of a complex world. He did the right thing, yet it feels incomplete. This explores the theme that in the face of the apocalypse, moral absolutism often fails. One must embrace the grey to ensure the light survives. Perrin, realising he cannot outrun Slayer indefinitely while carrying the dream spike, makes a desperate decision. He needs a place to hide, or perhaps a place where the rules of engagement might shift in his favour. He turns his gaze toward the greatest concentration of the one power in the world, a beacon in the dream. Tar Valon. Chapter 36. An Invitation. The scene shifts to the heart of Tar Valon, or rather, its reflection in Tel Aran Riod. Egwene Alvear appears in the hall of the tower, but she has dressed it in the imagery of a forest, a musician's way, creating an atmosphere of harmony and nature. She is hosting a historic summit, bringing together the wise ones of the Aiel and the windfinders of the sea folk. This meeting is a pivotal moment in the series' political landscape. For thousands of years, these groups have regarded each other with suspicion, disdain, or open hostility. The White Tower has hoarded influence, the sea folk have hidden their strength, the Aiel have remained aloof. Egwene, the Amelin seat raised by the tower but forged by the Aiel, is the only person capable of bridging these divides. The Windfinders, led by Shi Lin, are defensive and proud. They chafe at the Aes Sedai's historical arrogance. Egwene navigates this minefield with a wisdom far beyond her years. She uses a metaphor from her childhood in the Two Rivers, the story of Emond's glory flowers. She explains that when you try to fence people out, they trample the garden. But if you build a path through it, they respect it. It is a brilliant analogy for the use of the one power and the interaction between cultures. Trying to control the channeling of other cultures is a losing battle. Guiding it through alliance is the only way forward. Egwene proposes a radical exchange. Apprentices. The sea folk will send apprentices to the tower, not to become Aes Sedai, but to learn, and then return to their ships. In exchange, Aes Sedai will train with the Windfinders, to learn the weaving of winds and weather. She extends a similar offer to the wise ones, an exchange of students to learn the ways of the dream and the honour of the Aiel. It is a stunning concession. Egwene is effectively dismantling the White Tower's monopoly on authority, trading it for influence and unity. She offers to return their ter'angreal, recognising their ownership. The Wise Ones and Windfinders are sceptical but intrigued. The deal represents a modernisation of the Third Age, a shedding of old prejudices to face the Shadow united. It highlights Egwene's growth from a village girl to a world leader who understands that power is not about hoarding secrets, but about empowering allies. However, the delicate negotiation is shattered by the arrival of Suan Sanche. She bursts in, her appearance in the dream frayed and singed. The trap for Masana has been sprung, but not as they intended. The Black Arger and the Forsaken are not eavesdropping, they are attacking. The philosophical debate is instantly replaced by the brutal reality of war. Simultaneously, the threads of fate converge. Perrin, still clutching the dream spike and bleeding from his encounter with Slayer, is racing toward this very location in the dream. He is running for the White Tower, seeking refuge, or perhaps just a change in terrain. He does not know he is running straight into a battlefield, where the Amelin seat is about to engage the Forsaken. As Perrin streaks across the dreamscape, the Violet Dome travelling with him, he realises the futility of flight. Slayer is too fast, too connected to the dark corruption of the spike. Perrin stops running. He realises that he cannot simply discard the burden. He must destroy the threat. The chapter ends on the precipice of a collision. Perrin and Slayer, Egwene and Masana. Two battles for the fate of the world hurtling ethereal mists of the world of dreams. The trap is sprung, the spike is planted, and the hunters have become the hunted. Chapter 37. Darkness in the Tower. The narrative returns to Caemlyn, where the night air hangs heavy with introspection. Gawain. Tracan sits alone in the palace gardens, a man suspended between his royal heritage and the desires of his heart. The gibbous moon watches him, a silent witness to the turmoil that has defined his recent existence. For weeks, he has been a man adrift, consumed by a hatred for Rand al'Thor that, upon reflection in the quiet of the garden, reveals itself to be something far more complex. Jealousy. Here, we see a crucial psychological pivot for Gawain. He realises that his animosity stems not just from the rumours of his mother's death, but from a deep-seated frustration. Rand is living the life Gawain was raised for, leading armies, shaping nations, standing at the centre of the world's turning. Gawain, the prince born to lead, has been relegated to the sidelines. He struggles with the realisation that his resistance to Egwene's authority was rooted in this same insecurity. He wanted to be the hero, not the support. But the silence of the garden brings clarity. He considers the concept of the warder, a role of supreme service and sacrifice. He envisions a melody where two bards play at once, creating only noise, versus a harmony where one steps back to support the other, creating beauty. In this moment of epiphany, Gawain finally understands what it means to love a woman who wields power. He cannot go to Egwene as a prince demanding equality in station. He must go to her as a warder, content to stand in her shadow and ensure her light can shine. It is a surrender of ego for the sake of duty and love. Resolving to leave immediately for the White Tower, he encounters Birgitte. Their interaction is tense, a clash of duties, but it reveals the gravity of the situation. Egwene is asleep, not in rest, but deep within the world of dreams, Teleran Riod. The mention of the dream world triggers a memory in Gawain, the warning of the Shonchan Suldam regarding the blood knives. These assassins strike during a time of weakness. Realising Egwene's physical body is vulnerable while her mind battles in the dream, Gawain is seized by terror. He bypasses protocol and uses the travelling room, sprinting through a gateway just as it collapses, narrowly avoiding dismemberment and arriving in the White Tower. Inside the tower, the situation is dire. We shift perspectives to Egwene al'Vir within the dream world. She is the Amelin seat, yet even here, the sanctity of the tower has been breached. She receives reports of death, friends and allies murdered by unseen assailants wielding the one power. The sky above the tower in the dream is a suffocating violet dome, a barrier trapping them inside. This is not a random skirmish. It is a calculated siege by the shadow. Egwene rallies her forces, Suan, Lyanna, Nynaeve, and the Wise Ones. They are outnumbered and trapped, but Egwene's resolve is iron. She moves them to the reflection of her own bedchamber, seeking a defensible position. The psychological landscape of the battle is shifting. The Forsaken, specifically Missana, are challenging the Aes Sedai on their own ground. Egwene knows she must hunt the hunters, fully aware that in Teleran Riod, belief and will are weapons far deadlier than swords. Simultaneously, within the same dreamscape but a world away in intent, Perrin Aybara stands on a rooftop in Tar Valon. He is hunting Slayer. The duality of Perrin's nature, man and wolf, is in full display here. He has laid a trap using the dream spike, the terangrial that prevents travelling, which he carries in a pouch. Slayer, the man of two souls, covets it. Their confrontation is a blur of shifting realities. They fight not just with physical prowess, but with the pliability of the dream. They teleport, they transform, they use the architecture of the city as ammunition. Perrin has grown skilled, but Slayer is ancient in his malice. The fight is brutal, a dance of predator versus predator. Slayer taunts Perrin, revealing that Luke, the other half of his soul, hates Perrin deeply. The tragedy of this encounter unfolds rapidly. Perrin, momentarily distracted by a simulacrum Slayer creates, loses the dream spike, but the true horror is not the loss of the device. Hopper, the ancient wolf who has been Perrin's guide, mentor and friend in this realm, intervenes. In the waking world, wolves are fierce, but here they are souls. Slayer, with callous efficiency, kills Hopper. This is a death of profound metaphysical weight. Hopper does not simply die, his essence is unmade. For Perrin, this is a blow to the soul, a loss of a part of himself. Consumed by grief and a cold, predatory rage, Perrin pursues Slayer, who flees into a nightmare that has manifested within the dream, a nightmare of the last battle. Back in the physical world, Gawain's worst fears are realised. He bursts into Egwene's chambers to find her sleeping form guarded only by shadows. The blood knives are there. These are the Shonchan assassins who sacrifice their lives for enhanced speed and strength, becoming blurring spectres of death. Gawain engages them, but he is fighting impossible odds. He cannot track their movements. They are too fast, too camouflaged in the dim light. He is the Prince of the Sword, one of the finest duelists alive, yet he is being carved apart. Gawain realises that light creates shadows, and shadows hide his enemies. In a desperate tactical gambit, he extinguishes the lanterns, plunging the room into absolute darkness. Blinded, the blood knives lose their advantage. Gawain, listening to the rhythm of their breathing and movement, fights by instinct and sound, protecting the woman he loves with his own bleeding body, holding the line between life and death. Chapter 38. Wounds. The battle for the White Tower rages on two planes of existence. In Teleran Riod, Egwene hunts the Black Arger. She is a master of this domain now, her will absolute. She dispatches her enemies not just with weaves of the power, but with the raw manipulation of the dream reality. A thought becomes a column of fire. A visualization renders an enemy mindless. However, the true threat reveals itself. Missana, one of the Forsaken, steps from the shadows. She appears as a figure of dark majesty, ribbons of black cloth swirling around her. Egwene, initially overpowered, is captured by an Adam, the Shonchan collar used to enslave channelers. This is the manifestation of Egwene's deepest trauma, her time as a Damane. Missana seeks to break Egwene's mind, to reduce the Amelin seat to a whimpering pet. But Missana has miscalculated. She assumes the Adam works here because it is a fearsome object in the waking world. Egwene, however, understands the fundamental law of Teleran Riod. A thing only has power if you accept its reality. In a moment of supreme triumph over her past, Egwene rejects the Adam. She refuses to believe in its power, and it falls from her neck, useless metal. What follows is a duel not of the one power, but of identity. Missana tries to crush Egwene with the weight of her ancient experience and strength. Egwene counters with the weight of the institution she embodies. She is not just a 20-year-old woman, she is the Amelin seat, she is the White Tower. She channels the history, the authority, and the unyielding nature of the tower itself. she becomes an immovable mountain. Mesaana, for all her arrogance, is merely a storm breaking against that mountain. The contest of wills ends with a snap of the mind. Mesaana's intellect is shattered, leaving her a drooling husk in the dream, her mind destroyed while her body in the waking world lives on, empty. It is a victory of the Third Age over the Age of Legends. Meanwhile, Perrin plunges into the nightmare to catch Slayer. The nightmare is a horrific vision of Tar Valon during the last battle, the city burning, the dragon mount erupting, the world ending. The psychological pressure of the nightmare is immense, designed to break the mind of anyone who enters. Slayer, usually the master of the dream, attempts to navigate it but finds himself susceptible to its terrors. Perrin, fueled by his grief for Hopper, displays a terrifying competence. He manipulates the nightmare, using its own logic against Slayer. He tricks Slayer into believing a wall is melting, into believing a rift of lava is real. In the chaos, Perrin reclaims the dream spike. He realizes that the device, like the Adam, is just a thing. He casts it into the nightmare's lava, destroying it. The fight ends not with Slayer's death, but with his retreat. Perrin, wounded and heartbroken, is forced to flee the dream as the nightmare collapses. He leaves behind the fading remnant of Hopper, a goodbye that is torn from his very soul. He wakes in his tent, physically healed by Fael and the Wise Ones, but emotionally scarred. The wolf who taught him to soar is gone. In the White Tower, Egwene awakens to a scene of carnage. Her room is spattered with blood. Gawain lies on the floor, surrounded by the corpses of the blood knives he killed. He is mangled, his lifeblood pooling around him, fading fast. He held the line. He protected her physical form, while she saved the world in the dream. Egwene, overcoming her exhaustion and the trauma of the night, realizes she cannot lose him. The stubbornness that kept them apart melts away in the face of his sacrifice. She bonds him as her warder to save his life, utilizing the strength of the bond to sustain him. In this act, they finally align their lives. Gawain accepts his place. Egwene accepts his protection. The prince has become the warder, and the Amelin has her guardian. Chapter 39, In the Threefold Land. The narrative shifts entirely, moving away from the claustrophobic battles of the tower and the dream to the stark, silent beauty of the Isle Waste. Aviendha is running. She runs to clear her head, to reconnect with the land that shaped her people. She is on her second journey to Ruidian, a trek required to become a wise one, but her mind is plagued by doubts about the future of the Aiel. The Waste, known as the Threefold Land, a land to punish, to test, and to shape, is harsh and unforgiving. Aviendha finds comfort in this harshness. It is honest, unlike the wetlands which she feels make her soft. As she makes camp, she is approached by a mysterious woman named Nakomi. Nakomi is an anomaly. She appears alone in the Waste, which is dangerous even for Aiel, yet she carries herself with a calm, ancient grace. She offers to share Aviendha's fire and engages the apprentice Wise One in a conversation that cuts to the core of Aviendha's anxieties. This dialogue serves as a philosophical deconstruction of the Aiel purpose. Nakomi questions what will happen to the Aiel after the last battle. The Aiel were forged in the Waste to serve the Dragon Reborn, to be a weapon for the last battle. This was their tow, their obligation, for their ancient sin of failing the Aes Sedai. But Nakomi asks the dangerous question. Once the battle is won and the tow is paid, what then? If the Aiel continue to live in the Waste, fighting and raiding, do they not become pointless? If the purpose of the hardening was for the dragon, then retaining that hardness after he is gone seems like holding on to a tool with no use. Nakomi suggests that perhaps the Aiel must change again, or face irrelevance. Aviendha is deeply disturbed by this. She clings to the idea of the Aiel identity as warriors, but Nakomi's words plant a seed of fear. A fear that without a purpose, the Aiel will destroy themselves or fade away. The mysterious woman vanishes into the night as quietly as she arrived, leaving Aviendha with a heavy heart and a mind full of questions that will define the future of her people. The encounter feels almost supernatural, as if the land itself, or the pattern, sent a messenger to guide Aviendha toward a revelation she is not yet ready to accept. Chapter 40. A Making. We return to Perrin Ibarra in the aftermath of the battle in the dream. The camp is moving, gateways opening to transport his diverse army. A coalition of Mayanas, Gildanin, 2 rivers folk, and wise ones. But Perrin is a hollow shell. The grief over Hopper sits in his chest like cold lead. He sits alone, the smells of the camp, sweat, iron, horse, fear, assaulting his heightened senses. He feels the crushing weight of failure. Despite his strength, he could not save his friend. Fiel approaches him, offering comfort. But Perrin is restless. He needs to do something with his hands, something to process the pain. He wanders through the camp, his presence drawing the eyes of his followers. They look to him for leadership, and for the first time, he does not shy away from their gaze. He stops at a smithy setup, dismissing the smith to work the metal himself. This scene is the culmination of Perrin's journey from a reluctance to accept power to the embodiment of it. He begins to work the steel. It is a visceral, physical act. He heats the metal, beats it, folds it. The rhythm of the hammer becomes a meditation. He is not making a horseshoe or a simple tool. He is pouring his grief, his guilt, and his resolve into the iron. The act of creation draws a crowd. The Asherman, Grady and Neild watch with the wise ones. Neild, caught up in the intensity of Perrin's focus, asks for a circle, a linking of power with the wise ones. He begins to weave the one power into the heated metal as Perrin strikes it. This is a lost art, the creation of a power-wrought weapon. Perrin is the anchor, his will shaping the steel while the power infuses it. He works for hours, the sparks flying like meteors, the sound of the hammer ringing like a bell across the camp. He strips away the reluctance that has defined him for so long. He realizes that he cannot protect everyone, that he will make mistakes, but that he must lead. If he steps aside, someone lesser will lead, and more will die. He accepts the mantle of the Lord of the Two Rivers, not because he wants the glory, but because he accepts the burden. When he finishes, he holds a warhammer of magnificent proportions. The head is heavy and lethal, the haft solid steel. On its side is the image of a leaping wolf, a tribute to Hopper. He names it Mahalania, which in the old tongue means he who soars. It is a monument to his fallen friend, and a symbol of his new acceptance of himself. Perrin addresses his people. He commands the wolf-head banner to be raised, not the red eagle of Manetheren, but his own symbol. He finally claims his identity. But there is immediate work to be done. The White Cloak army, led by Galad Damodred, is camped nearby. Tensions have been high, and Galad is poised to judge Perrin for his past actions. The scene shifts to the White Cloak camp. Galad wakes to the news that Perrin's army has vanished from their original spot and reappeared on the heights overlooking the White Cloaks. It looks like a classic ambush setup. Galad, believing Perrin has betrayed their truce, prepares his men for a slaughter. He accepts that they will likely die, but determines to make the Wolf King pay for every inch. Back on the heights, the tension is palpable. Berelain and Fael worry that Perrin is about to massacre the White Cloaks. To the observer, it appears Perrin has manoeuvred his forces to wipe out the Children of the Light, fulfilling the prophecy of his danger, but damning his soul. He positions archers and channelers. He stares down at the valley, his golden eyes piercing the fog. But Perrin sees what others cannot. He isn't looking at the White Cloaks. He is looking past them. The fog in the riverbed begins to churn. From the mist, Trollocs and Myrddraal emerge, thousands of them. An ambush set by the Shadow to destroy the White Cloaks while they were vulnerable. The Shadowspawn expected an easy slaughter of the sleeping soldiers. Instead, they find Perrin Ibarra waiting for them. "Archers, loose!" Perrin bellows. The revelation is thunderous. Perrin has not positioned his army to kill the White Cloaks. He has positioned them to save them. He uses his tactical advantage to rain death upon the Shadowspawn. He leads the charge not as a reluctant blacksmith, but as a king in all but name, wielding Mahalania, smashing into the ranks of the Dark One's forces. He risks his own army to save men who would see him hanged, because it is the right thing to do. It is the act of a true leader, snapping into the earth far beyond the perimeter of the camp. It is a moment of profound cognitive dissonance for the children. They have been conditioned to see Ibarra as a creature of the shadow, a dark lord in the making. Yet the destruction rains down not upon them, but upon the thousands of Trollocs surging up the roadway. The realization ripples through the ranks. They are not the targets. They are the bait, or perhaps, the protected. The scene descends into the chaotic orchestration of battle. Shadowspawn, a tide of nightmare flesh and iron, crash against the ambush set by the two rivers' forces. We see here the tactical evolution of the forces of light. It is no longer just men with swords, but a combined arms approach. Channelers unleash havoc, the earth heaving and fire raining from the heavens, while archers thin the ranks of the dark. Galad, a man whose entire worldview is built upon rigid structures of logic and binary morality, finds himself in a situation that defies his understanding. The Shadowspawn army he thought Ibarra commanded is actually being slaughtered by Ibarra. Galad attempts to maintain order, shouting commands to form defensive lines, but the sheer ferocity of the Trolloc assault begins to buckle the White Cloak formations. They are cavalry fighting a defensive hold, a hammer forced to act as an anvil. It is here, amidst the blood and the screaming, that the rigid philosophy of the children meets the messy reality of the last battle. They are not enough. They are dying. Then comes the charge. Perrin Ibarra, Golden Eyes, descends from the heights not as a conqueror of men, but as a force of nature. He wields Mahalanir, the power-wrought hammer, and where it strikes, Trolloc flesh sizzles and burns. This is a crucial detail. The weapon itself is anathema to the shadow, a symbol of the creative force turned to destruction of evil. To Galad, watching this bearded monster of a man fight with such ferocity, it is a shattering of illusions. The Wolf King fights for the light, regardless of what the scribes in Amadicia might claim. The battle creates strange bedfellows. Galad, unhorsed and wounded with a broken ankle, is saved by the very man he came to judge. As the dust settles and the Shadowspawn retreat, broken by the hammer and the wolf, a tribunal takes place on the blood-soaked field. It is one of the most poignant moments of character study in the saga. Galad, the man who does what is right regardless of the cost, demands to pass judgment on Perrin, even as Perrin saves him. Perrin, showing a pragmatism that defines his growth from a simple blacksmith to a lord, accepts the judgment. He allows Galad to fine him 500 crowns and orders him to fight in the last battle. It is a brilliant political and psychological maneuver. By accepting the punishment, Perrin validates Galad's authority, allowing the White Cloaks to save face, while simultaneously securing their allegiance for the war that actually matters. However, the shadow of past hatreds looms long. Jarret Byer, consumed by a madness born of prejudice, attempts to strike Perrin in the back. It is a moment of tragic inevitability. Byer cannot see the world as it is, only as his hate dictates. The blade rises, but it is Dane Bornhald who strikes the killing blow. Not against Perrin, but against Byer. Bornhald kills his oldest friend to save the man he blamed for his father's death. This action signifies the breaking of the cycle of vengeance. Bornhald chooses the truth of the present over the lies of the past, a sacrifice of the soul that leaves him weeping, his sword stained with the blood of a brother in arms. It is the cost of clarity in a world of confusion. Chapter 42. Stronger Than Blood. The narrative shifts to the White Tower, where the silence of the aftermath stands in stark contrast to the noise of battle. Gawain Trakand sits in Egwene's chambers, the bond between them a fresh, vibrant song in his mind. The bond of a warder is more than a telepathic link. It is a sharing of souls. Gawain, who has spent so long adrift, searching for a purpose and a master to serve, has finally found his anchor. He feels her emotions, the storm of anxiety beneath her serene Aes Sedai mask. This insight deconstructs the mystique of the Aes Sedai for him. He sees the woman, not just the Amelin seat. They discuss the assassination attempt by the Blood Knives and the exposure of Messana. There is a tenderness here, a quiet in the eye of the storm. Gawain proposes marriage, a desire to solidify their union before the world ends. Egwene, ever the innkeeper's daughter beneath the stole of the Amelin, worries about propriety and parental permission. It is a grounding human moment, reminding us that these figures of legend are still young people, thrust into roles of immense weight. Gawain, however, discovers the black rings on the assassins, terangrial that grants speed and stealth at the cost of the user's life. It is a grim reminder of the fanaticism they face. Meanwhile, far to the north, a scene of epic melancholy unfolds at the Silver Wall Keeps. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of a dead nation, rides toward the gap between Kandor and Arafel. He has sought to ride alone, to embrace his death without dragging others into his grave. But the Pattern and Nynaeve Almira have woven a different tapestry. The description of the Silver Walls is imposing, a physical manifestation of the duty that bars Lan's path. He attempts to pass as a simple traveller, a lie that sits ash-bitter on his tongue. But he is stopped not by enemies but by loyalty. An army waits for him, not a gathered host of kings but a ragged, noble collection of Malkieri remnants, old men with grey in their hair and their grandsons beside them, wearing the crest of the golden crane. Prince Kaizai of Kandor confronts him. The dialogue here strikes at the very heart of the warrior code in this world. Lan claims he has no king to lead them. Kaizai counters that their oath is stronger than blood. Nynaeve has outmaneuvered her husband, not with the one power, but with the power of legacy. She realised what Lan could not, that denying his people the right to fight for their home was a cruelty, not a kindness. Lan realises he has been trapped by love. He cannot send them away. To do so would be to dishonour their choice. In a moment that resonates with the weight of decades of loss, Lan accepts his burden. He stops running from his crown. He acknowledges the army that has risen from the ashes of memory. The golden crane flies for Tarmon Gaidon, he declares. It is an acceptance of death, yes, but a death with meaning. The roar that goes up from the Malkieri is not just a cheer. It is the sound of a nation refusing to go quietly into the night. Chapter 43. Some Tea. Back in Gildan, the sun rises over a field of carnage. The theological crisis for the Children of the Light continues. They are being healed by Aes Sedai and Wise Ones, an act that violates their deepest indoctrinations. Yet, pain is a clarifying lens. When faced with the choice between death and the witch's touch, many choose life. Perrin and Galad walk the field, an odd pair of leaders. Galad is beauty and logic. Perrin is earth and instinct. They discuss the Ashaman. Galad questions their sanity, citing the taint, but Perrin operates on trust earned through action. If the Ashaman fight for the light, they are of the light. This simple pragmatism is Perrin's superpower. He breaks down complex geopolitical and theological barriers by simply looking at what works. They find a dying white cloak, Jerem. Perrin's tenderness toward the boy, holding him, offering water, further erodes Galad's preconceptions. Galad allows the healing, a significant crack in his rigid armour. The conversation that follows is the forging of a new alliance. Perrin demands an oath from Galad, to accept Perrin as his military commander until the last battle is done. It is a bold, almost arrogant request, but it is necessary. The last battle has no room for divided command. Galad, recognising the logic of necessity, and perhaps seeing the strength of character in Perrin, agrees. The Children of the Light, for the first time in history, place themselves under the command of a man who can speak to wolves. In the camp's rear, a different kind of battle, a social and political one, resolves itself. Fael, Berelain and Aleandra navigate the shifting hierarchy of their group. Berelain, the first of Mayene, is a master of the game of houses. She realises that her pursuit of Perrin is a lost cause. The falcon has firmly captured the wolf. But Berelain is pragmatic, not sentimental. She sees Galad Damodred, beautiful, high-born, powerful, and now an ally, and immediately pivots. The scene over tea is a masterclass in subtle signalling. Berelain engages Galad, utilising her charm not for mere flirtation, but for political survival. Mayene needs strength to survive the coming storm and the inevitable pressure from Tyr. Galad, for his part, seems momentarily stunned by her presence, proving that even the most stoic philosophy is not immune to Berelain's legendary beauty. Aleandre watches this dance with amusement, noting that while Fael has won her husband, Berelain has simply moved to a new hunting ground. The hawk, Berelain, may be deadly, but she knows when to stop diving at a target that is too well defended. Chapter 44. A Backhanded Request. Morgase Trakand, once the High Queen of Andor, stands at a crossroads. She has been hiding in plain sight, serving as a lady's maid, humbled by the world. But the arrival of her stepson Galad and the gathering of armies signals that the time for hiding is over. She looks out over the camp, feeling the pull of her old life and the reality of her new one. Talonvor, the guardsman who has loved her through the fall of her kingdom and her enslavement by the Shonchan and the Shido, confronts her. The dynamic here is rich with the tension of class and duty. Talonvor is frustrated by the lingering walls between them, walls that Morghese maintains out of a sense of propriety and political necessity. He challenges her, his passion finally breaking through his soldier's discipline. He demands nothing but the truth of her heart. Morghese realizes that the world is ending. The old rules, who may marry whom, the duties of a queen to remain politically available, are rendered absurd by the shadow stretching across the sky. In a moment of beautiful surrender, she chooses the man over the crown. She kisses him, a seal on a new compact. They are marched to Perrin by Linny, the nurse who intimidates queens and Dragon Reborns alike. The wedding is simple, stripped of royal pomp. Perrin, uncomfortable in the role of a priest or magistrate, performs the ceremony with a bewildered bluntness. The vows exchanged are powerful because they are earned in the fires of adversity. Talonvor speaks of seeing the queen inside the woman even when she was powerless. Morghese speaks of the nobility of the soldier's soul. It is a union of the old Andor and the new, a rejection of the game of houses in favour of genuine connection. As the newlyweds depart, the narrative takes a sudden, jarring turn toward the surreal. Perrin is struck by an acorn. He turns to find Matt Cawthon, sitting by a tree, looking for all the world like he hasn't a care, despite the fine clothes he now wears. The reunion is brief but laden with subtext. Matt is catching badgers, a callback to the very first book, a nostalgic touchstone of their innocent youth in Emond's Field. It highlights how much they have changed. The boys who once dreamed of simple pranks are now generals and princes. But Matt is not just there for a joke. He brings warnings of assassins and danger. The humour is a shield, as it always is with Matt. He borrows an Asherman for a gateway, his purpose is obscure but undoubtedly critical. The chapter closes with this juxtaposition, the heavy emotional resolution of Morghese's arc and the frantic, chaotic energy of Matt Cawthon. The pieces are moving on the board. The White Cloaks are allied with the Wolf King, the Golden Crane is flying, the Queen has married her guard, and the Gambler is setting a trap. All roads lead to the last battle, and the time for preparation is at an end. Chapter 45. A Reunion. The narrative current shifts to Caemlyn, where the Lion Throne sits at the centre of a web of anxieties and newfound hopes. Elaine Trakand wakes, the transition from the world of dreams to the waking world feeling less like an awakening and more like a dissolution of reality, memories fading like honey stirring into hot tea. The lingering sensation is one of relief, anchored by Egwene's projected confidence. The serpent has fallen. Messana, one of the Forsaken who had infested the White Tower like a cancer, is defeated. There is a profound psychological unburdening here. For months, Elaine has carried the weight of Andor, the succession, and the shadowed threat of the Black Arger alone. Tangible warmth, not just from the sun, but from the bond she shares with the Dragon Reborn. It is a pulse of life and light that pierces the gloom of the approaching last battle. This bond acts as a barometer for the world's sanity. When Rand finds peace, the very clouds above Andor seem to break, a pathetic fallacy that Robert Jordan utilizes to show the metaphysical connection between the land and the dragon. We see the industrialization of the power as Elaine reflects on the dragons, the cannons being forged. The thudding booms of testing in the hills are the heartbeat of a new age of warfare, a grim necessity that Elaine embraces with the pragmatism of a queen who knows that swords alone will not stop Trollocs. But the domestic sphere intrudes upon the royal. Melfane, the midwife, is a tyrant of care, her fussing a grounding counterpoint to Elaine's global concerns. There is a moment of profound revelation here, one that shifts the dynastic future of the continent. As Melfane opens the drapes to the spring sun, Elaine feels the flutter of life within her. Not one life, but two. The realization that she carries twins is validated by the midwife, who hears two heartbeats. In the game of houses, this is a thunderclap. The succession of Andor and potentially Cairhien is now doubly complicated, yet doubly blessed. It is a moment of pure human joy amidst the machinations of empire, a reminder of what they are fighting to preserve. Later, the machinery of state turns again. Master Norrie and Dialin bring reports that paint a picture of a world straining at the seams. Food shortages are mitigated only by gateways, and the refugee crisis swells. The conversation turns to Kyrian, a nation paralysed by a power vacuum. The political insight here is sharp. The Kaihienin, proud and intricate schemers, might accept Elaine as queen, but they will never accept being a province of Andor. The nuance of the Sun Throne requires Elaine to be a dual monarch, not a conqueror. The rumours that she intends to subjugate them are dangerous weeds, likely planted by those who fear the consolidation of power under the dragon's allies. Then, the narrative delivers a shock that ruptures the political status quo. Vegeta enters, breaking protocol, leading a figure in white and a woman in a hood. The man is Galad Damodred, Elaine's half-brother, now Lord Captain Commander of the White Cloaks. His presence alone is startling, the rigid moral absolutist returning to the centre of power. But it is the woman who stops Elaine's heart. Morghese. The resurrection of the Queen is a masterstroke of emotional complexity. For so long, Elaine has operated under the shadow of her mother's death, using it as fuel for her vengeance and her duty. Now the woman stands before her. The psychological interplay is fascinating. Elaine is the queen, sitting in her power, yet she reverts instantly to the daughter, the child seeking approval. But Morghese has changed. Broken by Ravin, tested by the White Cloaks and humbled by her time as a refugee, she is no longer the Lion of Andor. She is a survivor. The dialogue reveals the scars of the past. Morghese speaks of her abdication, a necessary act to prevent civil war, and admits to the compulsion used by Ravin. There is a tragic dignity in her refusal to reclaim the throne. She recognises that her time has passed, and that Elaine has earned the crown not just by blood, but by the strength of her rule. The reunion is brittle with unspoken trauma, but reinforced by love. When Morghese learns of Elaine's pregnancy and the father's identity, Rand al'Thor, her reaction is a mix of grandmotherly concern and political horror. She still sees the shepherd boy she once dismissed, struggling to reconcile him with the terrifying figure of the Dragon Reborn. They agree on a deception for the greater good. Morghese will not return as queen, but as a survivor, eventually to be given a role that her from the capital, to avoid undermining Elaine. The suggestion of sending her to the Two Rivers to deal with Perrin Ibarra is ironic and astute. Morghese has already travelled with Perrin. She understands the reluctance of his leadership in a way Elaine, from her high seat, cannot. The chapter shifts perspective to the dry, cold majesty of the threefold land. Avienda sits above Ruidian, contemplating a city that has been fundamentally broken by the dragon's love. Rand brought rain to the waste, creating a lake where there was once only dust. To the Aiel, this is a miracle, but to Avienda, it is a terrifying omen of obsolescence. The physical changes to Ruidian, the lifting of the protective mist, the water, mirror the cultural shattering of the Aiel. Their purpose, to be the weapon of the dragon, is nearing its completion. Avienda's internal monologue provides a deep look into the Aiel psyche. They are a people of hard tradition, yet their saviour has forced them to be malleable. She fears for the future, for the remnant of a remnant. Her decision to walk through the glass columns again is driven by a desperate need for clarity. Usually this journey is taken only once, to learn the past. Avienda seeks to understand the future. It is a brave, perhaps reckless act of a woman who knows that to survive the coming storm, she must evolve beyond the spear. Chapter 46. Working Leather. We descend into the atmosphere of the Black Tower, a place of festering duality. The perspective belongs to Androl Genhald, a man who finds sanity in the meticulous craft of leatherworking. Jordan, and Sanderson, uses this tactile focus, the smell of the dye, the resistance of the hide, the precision of the stitching, to ground a character who is fighting a war on two fronts, the physical world and the madness of Saidin. Androl is a unique figure among the Asherman. He is weak in the one power, barely able to weave more than a trickle, yet he possesses a singular, terrifying talent for gateways. He represents the common man within the hierarchy of magic users, relying on wit and skill rather than brute force. The atmosphere of the Black Tower is thick with paranoia. The taint has been cleansed from Saidin, yet the scars remain. Andral sees shadows, hallucinations that creep in his peripheral vision, a manifestation of the stress and the lingering damage of the taint. But the greater danger is human. The tower is split. On one side are the men loyal to Loghain and the dragon, men who seek to be guardians and protectors. On the other are Mazrim Taim's sycophants, men who lust for power and dominance. We see this division play out in the geography of the tower itself. The village is growing, children playing in ditches blasted by the power, a surreal juxtaposition of innocence and destructive potential. Andral's interactions with the two rivers Asherman reveal a deep rift. These young men, innocent and earnest, look to Andral for guidance in Loghain's absence. They sense the rot at the heart of Time's administration, the private lessons that change men, turning them cold and hollow. The confrontation at the practice yard is a microcosm of the coming civil war within the tower. Katerin, one of Time's bullies, attempts to humiliate Andral. The tension is palpable. Andral's refusal to engage in a contest of strength is not cowardice, but strategic restraint. When his friends, Canler, Jonith and the others, step up to defend him, ready to unleash violence, Andral talks them down. He understands what they do not. Time is looking for an excuse to purge Loghain's followers. To fight now is to die. There is a psychological heaviness to this chapter. The Black Tower was meant to be a refuge and a weapon for the light, but it is slowly turning into a shadow of the White Tower's worst political excesses, amplified by the volatility of male channelers. Andral's realization that they are trapped, that Loghain is missing, and that the Dragon Reborn seems to have abandoned them, breeds a sense of desperate isolation. They are soldiers without a general, waiting for the knife in the dark. Chapter 47. A Teaching Chamber. The scene opens with Perrin Ibarra, the unwilling lord, preparing to step into the lion's den. Travelling to Camelin via Gateway, the contrast between the rough functionality of his camp and the gilded splendour of the royal palace is stark. This meeting between Perrin and Elaine has been building for books, the collision of the rightful queen and the man who accidentally carved a kingdom out of her backyard. Perrin's procession is a statement of power he doesn't fully want to make, but must. Aiel maidens, Wolfguard, Gildan in heavy cavalry. He brings an army to a diplomatic meeting. The tension in the Camelin Palace is thick. The courtiers watch with the eyes of predators. When they enter the throne room, the presence of the Lion Throne dominates. Elaine sits there, visibly pregnant, radiating the authority of her office. The negotiation that follows in the private sitting room is a masterclass in political manoeuvring, tempered by personal relationships. Elaine begins on the offensive. She accuses Perrin of rebellion, of raising the flag of Manetheren. She is technically correct. In the eyes of the law, Perrin is a warlord stealing her tax base. But Perrin is immovable. He speaks with the blunt honesty of a blacksmith. He didn't ask for power, but he won't abandon the people who look to him for protection. Protection the crown failed to provide when Trollocs came. It is Morghese who bridges the gap. Her intervention is crucial. She warns her daughter against fighting a Ta'veren. She understands the metaphysical gravity Perrin generates. The pattern bends around him. To fight him is to fight destiny itself. This insight allows Elaine to pivot without losing face. The compromise they reach is elegant and historic. Perrin will not be a king, but a steward. The two rivers will be nominally granted to the Dragon Reborn, Rand, and Perrin will rule it in his name. This saves Elaine's pride. She isn't ceding land to a rebel, but granting an honour to the world's saviour, while giving Perrin the autonomy he effectively already possesses. It is a paper fiction that satisfies the legalists, while acknowledging the reality on the ground. The discussion of taxes and alliances, bringing Gelden, Saldea and Mayene into a coalition with Andor, solidifies a new power block. The world is coalescing into massive alliances for the last battle. The narrative then teleports us to Ebu Dar, and the tone shifts instantly from the warm wood and tea diplomacy of Andor to the rigid, terrifying court of the Shonchan. Fortuona, the Empress, sits in her teaching chamber. The description of her attire, the gown of golden cloth, the owl-winged headdress, emphasizes her alien majesty. She is a ruler who believes herself divine, surrounded by slaves and assassins. The horror of this scene lies in the Damane. We see a woman named Suffa, who is, in reality, Eleda Duavrinia Royhan, the former Amirlin's seat. Seeing the once arrogant leader of the White Tower broken, weeping, and begging to serve is a chilling reminder of the Shonchan's efficiency in dehumanizing their captives. It serves as a stark warning: no one is safe. The demonstration of travelling by suffer changes the strategic map of the world instantly. Until now, the Shonchan have been fighting a conventional war. They viewed the teleportation as a myth or a localized trick. Seeing a gateway open, seeing the ability to move armies instantly across the continent, shatters Fortuona's worldview. But she is the Empress. She adapts. Her decision is immediate and aggressive. They will not retreat. They will attack. The order to gather all Damane and strike the White Tower is a thunderbolt. The raid on the tower is not just a possibility, it is now an inevitability, driven by the need to secure this weapon of travelling. Finally, we return to the smaller, more intimate scale of a roadside inn, the Happy Throng, where a reunion of legends takes place. Perrin, Matt and Tom Merrilin share a table. The atmosphere is thick with smoke and the weary camaraderie of old friends who have walked through fire. There is a bittersweet quality to this meeting. They have all changed so much. Matt, the married prince of the Ravens; Perrin, the High Lord and Wolf Brother; Tom, the Grey Fox. They swap stories that would sound like lies to anyone else. Marrying empresses, fighting prophets. Tom offers a grim analogy about the Banath people, who painted their leaders red to invite challenge. He warns the boys that they are now the reddest figures on the board. They are beacons for the shadow. The scene pivots on a letter from Verin Mathwin, the Brown sister whose true allegiance remains a posthumous mystery to them. Matt, in his typical fashion, hasn't opened it, a refusal to engage with more Aes Sedai trouble. But the true bombshell is dropped by Matt regarding Moraine. Moraine is alive. The words hang in the air. For books, the characters and the reader have mourned her sacrifice at the docks of Cairhien. To hear she is held in the Tower of Genjay, the world of the Aelfin and Eelfin, the snakes and foxes of children's games, is to invoke a horror from a different dimension. Matt's resolve to rescue her, despite the terrifying nature of the enemy, highlights the core of his character. He complains, he avoids work, he claims to be no hero, but he will walk into the mouth of hell for a friend. He reveals that the rescue is limited. Only 3 can go. It is a setup for one of the most atmospheric and dangerous dungeon crawls in the entire saga. The chapter closes with the sense of pieces moving into their final positions. Elaine has secured her kingdom. Andral fights for the soul of the Black Tower. The Shonchan prepare a decapitation strike against the White Tower. And the boys from the Two Rivers are preparing to challenge the boundaries of life, death, and reality itself. The storm is no longer coming. It is here. Summary, analysis and thematic context. These chapters represent a crucial consolidation phase in the Wheel of Time. Robert Jordan, and Sanderson, is tying up the loose ends of political instability to clear the stage for Tarmon Gai'don. Thematically, the recurring motif is transformation versus tradition. In Andor, Elaine and Morghese must navigate the transformation of the monarchy from a singular absolute power to a coalition of modern states, accepting the rise of the Two Rivers democracy in all but name. In the Waste, Aviendha faces the literal transformation of her culture. The Aiel, the people of the Spear, must find a new identity or perish. In the Black Tower, the tradition of the Aes Sedai is being mimicked and corrupted by Taim, while Andral represents a new kind of channeler, one who uses the power as a tool for creation, leatherwork, gateways, rather than just a weapon. And in the Shonchan court, the rigid tradition of the Empire collides with the reality of travelling. Their willingness to adapt, to immediately weaponize this new magic, shows why they are such a formidable threat. They do not deny reality, they conquer it. Psychologically, we see the burden of leadership. Elaine, Perrin, Andral, and Fortuona are all struggling with the weight of the lives under their command. Perrin tries to reject it, Elaine tries to formalize it, Andral tries to survive it, and Fortuona tries to enforce it. The return of Morghese and the revelation of Moraine's survival serve as emotional anchors. They remind the characters and the audience of where this journey began. The innocent days of the Eye of the World are gone, replaced by a complex geopolitical landscape where friends must become kings and queens, and where the mentors of the past must step aside or be rescued by their students. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, but the pattern is now being shaped by the hands of those who were once merely threads within it. Chapter 48. Near Avendazora. The silence of Ruridian is a heavy thing, a stillness that speaks of ancient secrets and the weight of history. Avienda steps away from the forest of glass pillars, her breath catching in her throat as she surveys the central plaza. It is a place of profound contradictions. In a world currently withering under the Dark One's touch, where crops rot and the heat boils the dust, the great tree Avendazora, the tree of life, stands in defiant perfection. Its leaves are lush, its symmetry unnatural in its flawlessness, roots gripping the earth like the gnarled fingers of a protective ancestor. It is a sanctuary of peace in the heart of the waste, flanked by the spindly, impossible heights of the glass columns, those terangrial that hold the history of the Aiel people. Avienda is alone, or so it seems. The Gaishain have retreated, and the emptiness amplifies her introspection. She has come seeking the wisdom of a wise one, having survived the initial testing of the rings, where she saw fragments of her possible lives, her love for Randall Thor, her fate that bind her to the dragon. But the glass columns are different. Traditionally, they reveal the past, the shameful secret that the Aiel were once pacifists who followed the way of the leaf. But as Avienda looks upon them now, noting their dormant, frozen beauty, she feels a pull of curiosity that goes beyond tradition. She has recently discovered a talent for identifying the function of terangrial, a rare ability that allows her to sing the song of the one power to these ancient artifacts. Driven by a need to understand, she reaches out. She touches the slick surface of a pillar, attempting to read it as she has others. But this is no simple trinket. It is a mountain of power, vast and incomprehensible. It is an ocean trying to be contained in a teacup. The feedback is immediate and terrifying, a sensation of being swallowed by the infinite. It is a stark reminder that even for those strong in the power, there are creations from the age of legends that defy modern understanding. The pillars are not just tools, they feel alive, aware, and in that moment of contact, something shifts. The connection is made not with the past, but with the potentiality of what is to come. She steps forward, and the world dissolves. She is no longer Avienda, she is Melidra. The vision is visceral, a punch to the gut of Aiel pride. Melidra is a scavenger, a creature of dirt and desperation, crawling through a dark, cold wasteland. There is no honour here, no Giotto, only the primal, gnawing hunger of survival. She stalks the light makers, men with advanced technology, glowing orbs and projectile weapons. These are the Shonchan, though Melidra knows them only as powerful enemies to be robbed. The horror lies not in the poverty, but in the degradation. This girl, an Aiel descendant, scuttles like a rat to steal garbage, eating half-chewed meat from the dirt. When she is caught and unceremoniously killed by a Shonchan guard, her death is meaningless. Bloody Aiel, the guard mutters, dismissing an entire culture as vermin. Avienda snaps back to the plaza, the sun having moved significantly in the sky. The disorientation is profound. This was not the age of legends. The technology was advanced, yes, but the context was wrong. The degradation was absolute. The shame burns through her, to see her people reduced to pests, stripped of dignity. Yet the compulsion of the columns is absolute. She must see more. She must understand the path that leads to the gutter. She enters again. She becomes Norlesh. The timeline has jumped backward, closer to the present, but the situation is only marginally better. Norlesh is a mother, starving. It is the era of the Raken attacks. The Shonchan Air Force rains fire upon Aiel holds. But even here, the resistance is fractured. The clans are broken. The societies are dissolving. They are a people hunted, running from an enemy they cannot touch. It is a massacre, and the realization hits Avienda with the force of a physical blow. She is viewing the future in reverse. She is tracing the river of blood back to its source. Chapter 49. Court of the Sun. The visions continue, each step taking Avienda further back in time, closer to her own present. peeling back the layers of causality to find the rot at the core. She inhabits Ladolin, an ancient wise one of the Tardad. The setting is a tent of defeated leaders. They speak of the dragon's peace with bitterness. They feel abandoned. They are the discarded spear, forged for the last battle and then left to rust when the fighting was done. The psychological wound here is deep. The Aiel identity is so intrinsically tied to war and struggle that peace feels like a betrayal. They choose to retreat to the threefold land, not out of strength, but to hide. It is a decision born of resentment and a lack of purpose. Avienda weeps in the waking world, her heart breaking for the legacy of her people. But the next vision, the vision of Onkala, twists the knife. Onkala is proud, arrogant and manipulative. She stands in the royal palace of Caemlyn, a place Avienda knows well, and manipulates Queen Talana. The Aiel here are not victims yet. They are the instigators. They are bored. They manufacture a conflict with the Shonchan, using deceit to drag the wetland nations into a war they do not need. It is a perversion of Aiel honour, twisting truth to serve a desire for glory. They cannot abide the stalemate. They cannot abide the peace. And then, the final step. The centre of the columns, the root of the cancer. She becomes Padra. The name echoes with terrible significance. Padra is a child of the dragon, Avienda's own daughter. She is a powerhouse of the one power, confident, lethal, and influential. She stands before a council of clan chiefs, including her siblings. The Aiel are at a crossroads. The last battle is over. The dragon's peace holds the world in a fragile stasis. But the Aiel are restless. They are warriors in a garden, tigers in a cage. Padra, with the casual arrogance of youth and power, argues for war. She argues that the Shonchan are enemies. The future she saw is not merely a possibility. It feels like a certainty, a destiny carved into the pattern by the very nature of who the Aiel are. But Avienda is a warrior of a different sort now. She is a wise one, and a wise one does not accept a fate that leads to the degradation of her lineage. If her children are the ones to break the world's peace, and she must be the one to change them. She wipes her tears, her resolve hardening like steel quenched in water. She will not let the Aiel fade into scavengers and beggars. She will fight the future itself. Chapter 50. Choosing Enemies. Far to the west, in the marble halls of the royal palace of Caemlyn, another woman battles for the future, though her weapons are politics and perception rather than prophecy. Elaine Tracan sits upon the lion throne, the weight of the rose crown heavy on her brow. The atmosphere is tense, punctuated by the rhythmic, thunderous booming of the dragons, Matt Cawthon's Illuminator-made cannons being tested outside. The sound serves as a grim metronome to the political theatre Elaine is about to orchestrate. She has gathered the high seats of Andor and a delegation of Kaihayanin nobles. The game she is playing, Dias Daemar, is dangerous and high stakes. She has her rivals, Aramilla, Ilenia, and Neon, brought before her. These women sought to take her throne, to tear Andor apart in a civil war while the last battle loomed. By all rights, and certainly by the standards of less subtle monarchs, they should be executed or exiled. But Elaine is Rand al'Thor's lover and heir to a legacy of political manoeuvring. She knows that a dead enemy is a martyr, but a disgraced one is a liability. In a shocking move, she strips them of their titles and estates, effectively ending their houses in Andor. The gasp in the room is audible. It is a ruthless display of power, asserting her dominance. But then, she pivots. She offers them a lifeline, new lands, but in Cairhien. This is the genius of her gambit. She is using the displaced Andoran nobles as pawns to bridge the gap between the two nations. She turns her attention to the Cairhienin lords, men like Bertame and Lorstrom, who are sharks swimming in the wake of the dragon's departure. They are calculating, ambitious men who would gladly seize the Sun Throne for themselves. Elaine knows she cannot simply claim Cairhien by right of conquest. She would be resented as a foreign tyrant. She needs them to want her. She offers the Kaihayanin lords the confiscated estates of her Andoran rivals. It is a bribe, yes, but it is more than that. It is a weaving of interests. By giving Kaihayanin nobles land in Andor, and Andoran nobles land in Cairhien, She is creating a class of aristocracy that has a vested interest in a unified monarchy. She is forcing them to realise that their wealth and future depend on Elaine holding both crowns. As the nobles scramble to accept the offer, realising the immense wealth at stake, Elaine retires to her private chambers with Birgit, Dialin, and her mother, Morgase. The tension leaves her frame, replaced by the exhaustion of command. Birgit, ever the straight shooter, is baffled by the complexity of the manoeuvre. Why empower your enemies? Why give land to men who might try to overthrow you? Elaine's explanation reveals the depth of her growth. She is no longer the girl who embarked on adventures. She is a queen who understands the darker shades of power. She explains that by giving Lorstrom and Bertame these lands, she has fed their ambition, but directed it. They will support her bid for the Sun Throne because they believe they can manipulate her, or perhaps eventually seize the dual crown for themselves. They will be loyal now because it profits them. Better to choose your enemies than remain in ignorance, Elaine says. She is planting seeds of treason that will not sprout for a decade, buying herself the stability needed for the last battle. She is accepting that she will be surrounded by vipers, but at least these are vipers she has fed and whose fangs she can watch. It is a cold, pragmatic calculus, contrasting sharply with the fiery, emotional revelations of Avienda in the Waste. One woman fights to save her people's soul from a future war, the other courts danger to forge a unity necessary for the present survival. Both stand on the precipice of history, steering the great wheel of time with hands that tremble but do not let go. Chapter 51. A Testing. The weight of destiny often feels heavy, but in the hands of Min Farshaw, it felt unexpectedly light, smooth, and terrifyingly warm. We find ourselves in the Stone of Tyr, that great fortress of immemorial stone, where Min holds the crystal sword, Kalandor. This is not merely a weapon, it is a sa'angreal of immense power, a beacon of the one power that amplifies a channeler's strength to godlike proportions. Yet as Min runs her fingers over its crystalline surface, she senses the life within it. A shimmering, shifting light that seems to breathe with a rhythm all its own. It is a paradox, beautiful, yet flawed. As she looks upon it, her talent for viewing the pattern manifests, projecting an image above Rand al'Thor. She sees the sword gripped not by a human hand, but by a fist of onyx, a hand of darkness. This vision serves as a chilling reminder of the weapon's inherent danger. Kalandor has no buffer. It leaves the user vulnerable to being forced, to being controlled. The onyx hand suggests that in the coming conflict, this weapon, meant to save the world, might be turned against its saviour. It is a manifestation of the fragility of the light's plans, that even their greatest tools carry the seeds of their own destruction. Rand, however, is no longer the erratic youth struggling against the voice of Luz Therin Telemon. He stands with a new, eerie calmness, a synthesis of the Dragon Reborn and the Shepherd from the Two Rivers. He takes the sword, sliding it into a sheath on his back, balancing it against the ancient sword on his hip. Here we see a visual representation of his integrated self. The sword on his hip represents the past, the history of the world and his ancestors, while Kalandor represents the terrifying future he must forge. But there are immediate matters to attend to. The Black Tower, the headquarters of the Asherman, has gone silent. Neff, one of the loyal Asherman, reports an inability to travel there. This creates a sense of dread, a silence that speaks louder than screams. It implies that a dream spike, or something similar, has isolated the male channelers, cutting them off from their messiah. Rand, demonstrating his newfound wisdom, does not rush in blindly. He sends Neff to investigate from the outside, to carry a message of humanity to those who have been treated as weapons. "Tell them we are men," he says. This is a profound shift from the hard, steel-willed Rand of the past. He recognizes now that dehumanization was the Shadow's victory, and claiming one's humanity is the first step in defying the Dark One. The group, including the formidable Cadsuane Maladrin, travels to Far Madding. This city is unique, covered by a guardian that nullifies the one power. For an Aes Sedai or a male channeler, entering Far Madding is like losing a limb. The sweetness of the source is stripped away, leaving them ordinary. Yet Rand walks into this vulnerability willingly. There is a psychological power play here between Rand and Cadsuane. She, who has treated him as a petulant boy for so long, is reminded of the sheer scale of the soul standing before her. Rand reveals that he remembers the age of legends, remembers being 400 years old when he died as Lews Therin. He is not a boy, he is the oldest soul in the room, an ancient being in a young man's body. He treats Cadsuane not with anger, but with the patient kindness of an elder addressing a child. It is a terrifying maturity. He has made peace with his past insanity, acknowledging that while Lews Therin was mad, and while Rand al'Thor grew arrogant, they are the same man. The difference now, he notes with a touching humility, is that he was raised better this time. He was raised by Tam al'Thor. This acknowledges that nurture, the simple values of a shepherd, was the missing ingredient required to save the world. They ride out to meet the Borderlander army. This massive force has marched south, abandoning their posts at the Blight, a move that defies all logic and tradition. They have been waiting. The four monarchs, Itheniel of Kandor, Isar of Shienar, Tenobia of Saldea, and Pytar of Arafel stand ready. They do not bow. They do not fawn. The scene that follows is one of the most tense and confusing in the saga, rooted in ancient prophecy and the hard, unyielding culture of the Borderlands. As Rand approaches, offering himself to them, Itheniel slaps him. Hard. Then Isar strikes him, drawing blood. Tenobia and Pytar follow suit. To the onlookers, this appears to be madness, an insult to the Dragon Reborn that should result in death. But Rand, mastering his pride, accepts the blows. He understands that this is a test. Pytar asks a question that no one from this age could answer. How did Telindal Tiraso die? It is a specific, obscure piece of history from the Age of Legends. Rand, accessing the memories of Lews Therin, answers with the sorrow of a man remembering a friend. She was a clerk, killed by lightning when Demandred turned. This answer breaks the tension. The violence was a test of restraint, mandated by a secret prophecy preserved by the Arafelin kings. You will bloody him, measure his restraint, the prophecy demanded. If Rand had lashed out, if he had destroyed them for their insolence, it would have proven he was the madman of the breaking, unfit to fight the last battle. By accepting the humiliation, he proved his sanity. This moment underscores a crucial theme. Power requires accountability. The Borderlanders, the guardians of the world's safety, needed to know that the omnipotent demigod leading them was capable of humility. Having passed the test, Rand drops a bombshell that shatters the relief of the moment. He tells them his plan for the last battle. He intends to break the seals on the Dark One's prison, not to repair them, but to shatter them completely. To the monarchs, this sounds like the ultimate heresy, the very thing they feared, that the dragon would free the Dark One. But Rand understands the metaphysics of the prison better than they. You cannot patch a rotting structure. You must clear away the rubble to build it anew. He leaves them with this ultimatum, a solitary figure carrying the weight of the world, walking away to prepare for the end of all things. Chapter 52. Boots. We shift our gaze to the tangled political landscape of Cairhien, where Elaine Trakand is attempting a manoeuvre as dangerous as walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers. She intends to claim the Sun Throne, uniting Andor and Cairhien under a single ruler. This is not merely a power grab, it is a necessity for the last battle to have a unified front. But Cairhien is the land of Daes Daemar, the great game, where treachery is a form of art and assassination is a form of conversation. Elaine rides into the city not as a conqueror, but in a procession that balances strength and vulnerability. She brings a small guard, relying on the appearance of confidence to shield her. Her warder, Birgitte Silverbow, is a bundle of nerves, her bond radiating anxiety. Birgitte knows that in Cairhien, a smile often hides a dagger. The atmosphere in the city is one of weary hope. Cairhien has bled for years. Civil war, the Shaido Aiel, the dragon's conquest. The people are tired. They look upon Elaine not just as a foreign queen, but as a potential return to stability. Elaine navigates this with the grace of a born ruler, acknowledging the support of powerful High Lords like Lorstrom and Bertame, men who would happily stab her in the back if the political winds shifted. Upon entering the Sun Palace, the tension culminates in the throne room. The Sun Throne itself, a symbol of supreme authority, sits waiting. But Birgitta, guided by the instincts of a hero who has lived 100 lives of warfare, intervenes. She inspects the cushion of the throne and pulls out a poisoned needle. It is a classic Kaihanin welcome. Elaine's reaction demonstrates her mastery of the game. Rather than flying into a rage or accusing the High Lords present, which would alienate them and cause chaos, she spins a narrative instantly. She claims the trap must have been an old one intended for Rand. This face-saving lie allows Lorstrom and the others to avoid the shame of a failed assassination attempt under their watch, while simultaneously putting them in her debt. She effectively says, "I know what you did, and I am sparing you." It is a brilliant political stroke. She takes the throne, not sitting on the cushion but on the hard wood, a metaphor for the uncomfortable reality of rule. She immediately commands the armies of Cairhien to march to the field of Merilor. By giving them a common cause and moving them out of the city, she prevents them from plotting against her. She turns their scheming energy toward the coming apocalypse. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of a military camp, we find Matrim Cawthon. The contrast between Elaine's high politics and Mat's grounded philosophy is stark. Mat sits outside his tent, surrounded by papers, the reluctant general. Setale Anan, the innkeeper who sees too much, visits him. Their conversation spirals into one of the most profound character studies in the series, centering on a metaphor of boots. Mat argues that he is not a nobleman. He claims to be a simple man who just happens to be surrounded by complexity. He explains the difference between a commoner and a noble through their footwear. A commoner has one pair of boots. There is a tragic element to Mat here. He sits with a letter from Verin Mathwin, a letter he refuses to open. He knows instinctively that the letter contains truth, and truth is a trap. It is another pair of boots. By leaving it sealed, he tries to preserve a shred of his old life, a moment of ignorance before the inevitable duty crashes down. But duty calls regardless. Mat gathers Tom Merrilin and Noel Charin. They stand on the precipice of a suicide mission. They are going to the Tower of Genjay to rescue Moraine Damodred. They are stepping out of the world of men and into the world of monsters, armed with fire, iron, music, and luck. Chapter 53, Gateways. The narrative shifts to the Black Tower, a place that has become a waking nightmare. We follow Pavara Tazanovny, a red Aes Sedai, who came to the tower believing she was the hunter, only to realise she is the prey. The atmosphere in the Black Tower is suffocating. Mazrim Taim, the leader of the Ashaman, has transformed the training ground into a fortress, but the walls are not meant to keep enemies out. They are meant to keep the inhabitants in. Pavara speaks with Taim, and the man exudes the menace of a predator playing with its food. He is sleek, dark, and utterly devoid of empathy. He speaks of protecting his men, but his protection looks indistinguishable from imprisonment. When Pavara tries to leave, she discovers the horror of their situation. Gateways do not work. The dream spike that Rand suspected is indeed here, warping space, preventing travel. The psychological horror deepens as Pavara observes her companion, Tana Fear. Tana, once a staunch and logical woman, now has eyes that are cold and dead. She smiles a smile that does not reach those dead eyes. It is the look of someone who has been turned, their soul twisted by 13 Mydraal and 13 channelers until their morality is inverted. Pavara realises with a jolt of pure adrenaline that the Black Tower is not just a school, it is a factory for the shadow. She is trapped in a cage with tigers, and the other keepers are slowly turning into tigers themselves. Far away, Perrin Ibarra is moving nations. The reluctance that defined him for so long has hardened into a solid core of leadership. He stands at the gateway, sending Mat off to his dangerous quest, a quiet moment of brotherhood between the gambler and the wolf. Then, Perrin turns to his own task. He commands a coalition of disparate forces, the White Cloaks, the Mayaners, the Gildanin, the Two Rivers Men. It is remarkable to observe how the White Cloaks, who once hunted Perrin as a dark friend, now march alongside him. This is the power of Taverin, but also the power of Perrin's integrity. He does not demand loyalty. He earns it by being the solid earth upon which others can stand. He moves his massive army to the field of Merilor, the gathering place for the final drama. The tension is palpable. The world is shrinking. All roads lead to Merilor, but for 3 men, the road leads elsewhere. Matt, Tom and Noel stand before the Tower of Genjay. It is a structure of impossible geometry, a metallic spire that seems to reject the natural world. This is the domain of the Aelfin and Eelfin, extra-dimensional beings who feed on sensation and emotion. The ritual to enter is strange, a game of symbols played against a lock. Tom draws a triangle with a wavy line, the symbol of the game Snakes and Foxes, on the side of the tower with a bronze knife. It is a game that cannot be won, a fitting metaphor for their mission. The metal of the tower melts away, revealing a dark orifice. Stepping inside, the locks dissolve. They find themselves in a black chamber, where white steam falls upward, pooling on the ceiling. The angles of the room are wrong. Looking at them induces a sense of vertigo, a nausea of the soul. It is non-Euclidean geometry made manifest, a place where up and down are merely suggestions. The atmosphere is oppressive, smelling of sulphur and ancient dust. They are not alone. The Eelfin, the foxes, appear. They are elegant, terrifying creatures with leather-like skin and the fluid grace of vipers. They tell the intruders that they have broken the bargain. There are no safe paths here. Matt, however, has weapons that the Eelfin do not understand. When the creature tries to mesmerize them, to lull them into a trap, Matt counters with music. Tom plays his flute and Matt sings. The music disrupts the alien rhythm of the tower. It is a burst of chaotic life in a place of sterile, predatory order. The Eelfin, overwhelmed by the sensory input or perhaps the sheer defiance of it, falls into a stupor. But the maze remains. Corridors stretch out into infinity, repeating and twisting. How does one navigate a labyrinth that shifts with one's thoughts, a place designed to entrap the mind? Matrim Cawthon realizes that logic is the enemy. If the tower operates on a logic beyond human comprehension, then human logic will only lead them in circles. He decides to surrender to the one force that has never failed him, his luck. He pulls out his dice. In a moment of brilliant absurdity, Matt decides to navigate the most dangerous place in the universe by rolling dice at every intersection. If I roll a 1 through 3, we go straight, he declares. It is madness. It is genius. He is replacing the rigged rules of the Eelfin with the chaotic randomness of the dice, imposing his own reality upon theirs. His companions, Tom and Noel, are terrified. They are men of skill and knowledge, and abandoning those for a toss of the bones goes against every instinct. But as they run through the corridors, turning left, turning right, doubling back based on the clatter of ivory on the floor, they begin to see the pattern. Matt's luck is a tangible force, a thread in the pattern that pulls them toward their goal. They burst into a massive chamber with glass columns and impossible lighting. Matt recognizes it. Against all odds, against all reason, the dice have led them true. They are on the right path. They have penetrated the fortress of the tricksters by becoming tricksters themselves. As we leave them in the belly of the beast, the contrast between the 3 narratives becomes clear. Rand is breaking the world's expectations to save it. Elaine is weaving the world's politics to unite it. And Matt is gambling with his life to save a friend, proving that sometimes the only way to win a rigged game is to throw away the rulebook and trust in the fall of the dice. The last battle approaches, but these personal battles, for sanity, for a throne, for a friend, are the mortar that will hold the world together when the sky finally breaks. The pieces are set, the dice are rolling, and the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. Chapter 54. The Light of the World. The air inside the Tower of Genjay is not merely stale, it carries the musk of a predator's den, a primal scent that triggers the deepest, most ancestral alarms within the human hindbrain. Matt Cawthon, Tom Merrilin, and Noel Charin stand amidst the impossible geometry of the Eelfin's realm. Here, the architecture itself is hostile, composed of star-shaped black columns and glowing yellow lines that cast a sickly, jaundiced pallor over the intruders. It is a place outside of the pattern as they know it, a pocket of reality where the rules of physics bow to the whims of creatures that feed on sensation. Matt, ever the reluctant hero, feels the weight of the moment. He remembers this stench. He remembers the fear. But armed with his Ashandaray and the knowledge of what these creatures are, The fear is tempered by a grim resolve. They are in the fox's den now. Shadows shift at the periphery of their vision, not just an absence of light, but a presence of malice. The eelfin are watching, waiting, savouring the anticipation of the hunt. Tom plays his flute, a lonely, defiant sound in the vastness. It is a bard's weapon, an attempt to impose order and beauty on a place designed for chaos and consumption. But the music reveals something else. A melted lump of slag on the floor, the ruined remains of the red stone doorframe. The exit is gone. The realization settles upon them like a shroud. There is no retreat. There is only the bargain. Matt attempts to goad them out, invoking his own mythos. He speaks to the shadows, calling himself the one who escaped the hanging, the gambler who defies the odds. And they answer. The eelfins step from the darkness, angular and alien, their eyes reflecting the torchlight with a predatory orange glow. They are the near ancient, the warriors of final regret. They do not fear the weapons of men, for they exist in a state of flux, dancing between smoke and steel. The skirmish that follows is a nightmare of sensory overload. The eelfin move with fluid, unnatural grace, ignoring conventional wounds unless struck by iron or fire. Matt, utilising his tactical genius even in this surreal hellscape, realises that the creatures are herding them. They are not trying to kill. Not yet. They are savouring the terror, the desperation, the sweet vintage of human panic. But Matrin Cawthon does not panic. He relies on the one thing he trusts above all else, luck. He tosses his dice, not for a game, but for guidance, surrendering to the pull of Tavern fate to lead them through the labyrinth. Guided by the tumbling dice and the roar of fireworks, Matt's night flowers, that disrupt the eelfin's sensitivity to light and sound, they navigate the impossible corridors. They find the centre of the web, the chamber of bonds. Here, the atmosphere shifts from the musk of the den to the sterile cold of a ritual space. And there she is, Moraine Damodred. She floats in the centre of the star-shaped room, suspended in a white mist, stripped of her finery, drained but alive. The sight of her evokes a complex storm of emotions in Matt. Resentment for how she manipulated him, yes, but also a grudging respect. She was the first to see their potential, the first to sacrifice everything for the world. Tom's reaction is far more tender, a glimpse into the heart of the old gleeman. He does not hesitate. He plunges his hands into the burning mist to pull her free, ignoring the searing pain, driven by a love that has been one of the quietest, most guarded secrets of their journey. But the eelfin are there. They occupy the pedestals, claiming that a bargain has been struck. They demand a price. And here, the narrative arc of Matrim Cawthon bends toward its destined shape. The Aelfin, the snake people of the other realm, had once prophesied that he would have to pay a price. Matt knows, with a sinking certainty, what must be done. He demands safe passage, he demands the way out be restored, and he demands they leave Moraine be. The price is high. Half the light of the world, he offers. It is a phrase from prophecy, a riddle now solved in blood. The Eelfin accept. They do not take his life, nor his luck. They take his left eye. The violence of the act is swift and agonizing, a physical violation that mirrors the psychological intrusion of the tower itself. The creature rips the eye free, savouring the pain, the destiny, and the rich flavour of a Taverin's suffering. Matt screams, a sound that echoes through the chamber, but he does not break. He stands, bloodied, missing a part of himself, yet wholeness remains in his resolve. He has paid the ferryman. He has become the one-eyed man of legend, echoing the ancient myths of Odin, sacrificing sight for wisdom, for the salvation of others. He picks up his hat, jams it on his head to shadow the ruin of his face, and commands his friends to move. The gambler has paid his debts. Chapter 55. The One Left Behind. The bargain is struck, but the Tower of Genje is treacherous. The Eelfin, bound by the letter of the agreement, allow them to pass, but their cousins, the Aelfin, the snake-like knowers of secrets, are under no such compulsion. The retreat becomes a desperate, lung-burning flight through a shifting nightmare. The hallways of the tower defy logic, looping back on themselves, the geometry designed to confuse and entrap. Matt, reeling from the agony of his lost eye, struggles to lead. The loss of depth perception is immediate and disorienting. The world is now flat, a painting he must navigate rather than a space he occupies. Yet his luck holds. He spins, he guesses, he leads them through the maze. But the Aelfin are pursuing, a horde of sinuous, deadland with bronze weapons and an alien hunger. They are running out of resources. The fireworks are spent. The strength of the party is failing. Tom is supporting the frail Moraine, his own strength sapped by the rescue. They reach a choke point, a narrow corridor where the geometry constricts. It is here that the prophecy of the Aelfin closes its jaws around another member of the party. Noel Charin stops. The old man, whose stories of travel and adventure had filled the long nights, whose knowledge of the tower had been their guide, turns to face the pursuing horde. He knows the truth of this place. He knows that without a rear guard, the darkness will swallow them all. He reveals his true name to them in this final moment. He is Jain Farstrider, the legend. The man who travelled the breadth of the world, who ran from his failures, who was consumed by the Malchieri obsession with duty and the shame of his own capture. Tell them Jain Farstrider died clean, he says. It is a request for absolution. For decades Jain had run, from the shadow, from his captors, from his own guilt. Now, at the end of all things, in the belly of an alien beast, he stops running. He plants his feet. It is a moment of supreme redemption. The hero of 1,000 stories becomes a hero in truth, not because of where he travelled, but because of where he stood still. Matt and Tom must leave him. It is the hardest choice of the soldier, to leave a comrade behind so the mission can survive. They burst into a circular room, seemingly a dead end, with the shattered remnants of the original redstone doorway. Hope flickers and threatens to die. The way is shut. The Aelfin are coming. Despair threatens to overwhelm them. Matt, in a fury of grief and pain, railing against the unfairness of the universe, strikes the wall with his Ashandaray. And the weapon responds. The black spear given to him by the Aelfin long ago is not merely a weapon. It is a key. The inscription on the haft, "Thus is our treaty written, thus is agreement made," was never just a motto. It was an instruction. Matt realises that his memories, his medallion, and this spear were all parts of the request he made years ago. A way to be free of Aes Sedai, to have the holes in his memory filled, and to have a way out. They gave him the key to their own front door. He slashes the wall, cutting a triangular opening in the fabric of the tower's reality. Light, pure and blinding, spills through. It is a birth canal of photons, a violent ejection from the womb of the nightmare back into the waking world. Matt holds the line, his Ashandarai spinning, holding back the snakes as Tom carries Moraine through. With a final tip of his hat and a defiant curse at the creatures who maimed him, Matrim Corthan leaps into the light. Chapter 56. Something Wrong. The narrative shifts from the claustrophobic horror of the tower to the sprawling, tension-filled plains of the field of Merilor. Here the dangers are political, but no less deadly. Egwene Alvear, the Amelin's seat, sits at the centre of a gathering storm. The armies of the world are converging. The Dragon Reborn has summoned them, and the air is thick with the static charge of impending conflict. Gawain Trakand, bonded by love if not yet by the one power, watches the gathering forces with a keen eye. He spots the unexpected, a ragtag army of farmers sent by Rand, and more shockingly, the arrival of his sister Elaine, the Queen of Andor. But the true shock comes with a reunion that shatters years of grief. Morghese is alive. The former queen, long thought dead, revealed in the camp, adds another layer of complexity to the shifting alliances. It is a moment of personal upheaval amidst global crisis, a reminder that while empires crumble, families still break and mend. Meanwhile, at the Black Tower, a different kind of rot is spreading. The perspective shifts to Androl Genhold, a man whose strength in the power is negligible, yet whose talent with gateways is savant-like. The Black Tower, under the stewardship of Mazrim Taim, has become a prison. Gateways are failing. The One Power feels wrong, tainted not by the Dark One's touch on Saidin, which Rand has cleansed, but by a localized corruption. Androl and the men loyal to Loghain realise they are being corralled. The atmosphere is one of paranoia and creeping dread. Taim's sycophants, with their dead eyes and false smiles, are no longer just political rivals. They are becoming something inhuman. The shadows in the Black Tower are lengthening, and the realisation dawns that the enemy is already inside the walls. Androl, a survivor by nature, begins to plot, seeking allies even among the Red Ajah sisters sent to gentle them. It is the desperate manoeuvring of rats on a sinking ship, realising the captain is drilling holes in the hull. Chapter 57. A Rabbit for Supper. Matt, Tom and Moraine are back in the world of men. They sit by a fire near the Tower of Genjay, the transition from the alien realm to the natural world jarring in its sudden peace. The air smells of trees and river water, not musk and stagnation. Moraine Damodred is changed. The towering, inscrutable Aes Sedai who pulled the strings of the world is gone. In her place is a woman humbled, her power in the One Power drastically reduced, her demeanour softened by captivity and torture. She reveals that the Eelfin fed on her capacity to channel, draining her down to the barest trickle. She survives only because of the Angriel bracelet she wears, a device she tricked them into giving her, knowing she would need it to be of any use to the Dragon Reborn. There is a quiet, profound intimacy between her and Tom. The Bard and the Aes Sedai, two players in the great game who have worn masks for decades, finally lower them. They speak of marriage. It is a startling human moment in a saga of gods and monsters. Tom, the man who claimed to hate Aes Sedai, pledges himself to the one woman who embodies their manipulation because he sees the person beneath the shawl. Matt, struggling with the throbbing void in his face, tries to downplay his role. He is uncomfortable with gratitude, uncomfortable with the label of hero. He tries to frame his actions as necessity, as bad luck, as anything other than the selfless sacrifice it was. Moraine sees through him, of course. She sees the growth in the boy she dragged out of the two rivers. As Matt sits by the river, contemplating his loss, he tests his luck. He throws a knife blindly, and it skims through the air to pin a rabbit. A random, impossible shot. He finds a cooking pot lodged between rocks in the river. His luck has not abandoned him. If anything, the pattern compensates for his loss of sight with an increase in serendipity. He has lost an eye, but he has saved the world's guidance. He skins the rabbit. Life continues. The wheel turns. Epilogue. And after. The wheel spins toward the final confrontation, and the threads of the pattern tighten across the world. In a palace of stolen luxury, the forsaken Graendal frantically packs. Her elaborate trap for Perrin Ibarra has failed. She, the master of psychology and compulsion, has been outmaneuvered by the blacksmith. But her flight is cut short by Shaidar Haran, the Hand of the Dark. The Myrddraal, an avatar of the Dark One himself, offers no mercy. Graendal's failure has contributed to a lattice of incompetence among the Chosen. Her punishment is not death, but something far worse. A forced transformation, a degradation of the self that leaves her screaming in the dark. The Shadow does not tolerate failure. In the Wolf Dream, Teleran Riod, Perrin Ibarra stands master of the domain. He has stopped fighting the wolf within and accepted the duality of his nature. He is not a man, not a wolf, but something ancient and new. He visits Boundless, the wolf who was once the man Noam. Perrin finally understands. Noam did not lose himself. He chose the wolf life as an escape from the pain of the human world. It was a choice, not a curse. This realization heals the final rift in Perrin's soul. He thanks the wolf and embraces his role. The hammer is forged. Camp of the Band of the Red Hand, the boy Olver, bored and waiting for Matt, commits an act of innocent curiosity that spells doom. He opens a letter Matt had left sealed, a letter from Verin Mathwin. The contents are a death knell. Caemlyn, the heart of Andor, is undefended against a specific threat. A waygate thought-locked is open, and the Shadowspawn are coming. Even as Olver reads the words, the city on the horizon begins to burn. The Trollocs are pouring into the streets of Caemlyn. The home of the Queen is falling, and the forces of light are too far away to stop it. It is a catastrophic blow, struck just as the forces of light gather elsewhere. Far to the north, a merchant named Bariga stumbles through the blight, fleeing the destruction of the border towers. He thinks he finds salvation in a group of Aiel, but when they lower their veils, he sees filed teeth and eyes devoid of humanity. The Aiel have been turned. The shadow has corrupted the most dedicated warriors of the light. Bariga's hope turns to screaming terror as the feast begins. In the silence of a dream, Rand al'Thor seeks sanctuary. He has found peace, integrated his madness, and become the Zen dragon. But even his protected dreams are not safe from the sorrow of the past. He hears weeping. He finds a woman in the dark, Lanfear, or what is left of her. She pleads with him, terrified of the torture she endures at the hands of the Dark One / Moradin. She is a broken thing, claiming she is flayed and healed daily. But before Rand can act, the darkness swallows her. It is a chilling reminder. Rand's peace does not negate the suffering of others, nor does it erase the complex, twisted love he once held for Mirin Erenael. Finally, at Tarwin's Gap, the jagged wound in the earth where the Blight meets the Borderlands, a suicide charge begins. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkia, rides at the head of a resurrected nation. He has gathered the scattered remnants of his people, the golden crane flying once more against the black sky. They are 12,000 against 150,000. The odds are impossible. But the Malkieri do not ride for odds. They ride for G, for honour, for the obligation to spit in the sightblinder's eye before the end. Lan roars his defiance, rejecting the title of He Who Stands Alone. He is not alone. He is the Lord of the Seven Towers, and he brings the wrath of a dead kingdom to the throat of the shadow. As they charge into the mass of Trollocs, the sheer weight of their bravery acts as a beacon. It is the beginning of the end. The last battle has truly begun. The wind blows south, carrying the sound of swords clashing, and the wheel weaves as the wheel wills.